Chapter 59:17. As soon as he said this, Jin Wushuang felt that things were not as good as he thought. Perhaps the call below is for Wu Li. It has nothing to do with him. So we must get rid of him. Only this is possible. If he continues like this, he might be forced out. But now that he has reached this place, he can only bite the bullet and go down. Forget it, keep going. Break the jar. I didn't believe it. Why is it that he is the one who is unlucky every time? Follow the crack and continue down. A white light burst out of him. Light up the road ahead. The cracks under the mountain are very wet, and the bottom of the water flows along the stone walls. The stone walls are also covered with moss. The further down, the larger the gap space. Behind Wu Lidian, he walked in the forefront. The feeling of heart palpitations went from pressure to oppression. A lot of sweat came out on his forehead. But Wu Li was like an okay person, following behind, his eyes rolling around, looking around for fear of encountering danger. Continued to walk for a quarter of an hour. The people outside are almost at the top of the mountain. They finally found something. The gap is not downward, but smoothly forward. After walking for a while, there is still an upward trend. The 3-foot sword in Wu Li's hand hummed. This means that you are very close to the target. Bright! Jin Wushuang, who was walking in front, saw light in front of him after turning the corner. Looking back at Wu Li, the two nodded. Without hesitation, the speed directly accelerated, rushing towards the light source. It was only discovered after the two of them reached the light source. It turned out to be an exit. Call! Walked out of the damp gap, under the light. The two of them saw everything in front of them clearly. A huge sky garden, suspended above the water. Everything is arranged in order. There is no mess. Definitely built by man. Jin Wushuang is sure of this. Seeing this sky garden, Jin Wushuang didn't feel that kind of palpitations. But the water below has a sense of oppression. It is not waiting for him to look at the surface of the water. Wu Li flew out uncontrollably toward the sky garden, but he was standing there without any feeling. Wu Li, who was flying in the air, could see the face of this place clearly. Looking back, it was the Low-Foot Mountain. They walked from the gap to this place, which is equivalent to transcending this Low-Foot Mountain. This place is behind the Xiaojia Mountain, a huge valley, surrounded by mountains. There is a huge lake in the middle. There is a sky garden on the upper part of the lake. Jin Wushuang took the initiative to fly out at this time, and he wanted to keep up with Wu Li and discovered all this. The breath of the rest is on the top of the mountain now, and it will take some time to get here. They are equivalent to taking a shortcut. It can be regarded as a gain, and it is ahead of others. But it also has disadvantages. In case there is danger here, he can't hold it. Brother Wushuang, he'll go in first. Wu Li looked back at Jin Wushuang, and then took the initiative to enter the hanging garden, where he felt the source of the call. You wait for me. Jin Wushuang was anxious, his wings shook, and he wanted to keep up. But when he entered the sky garden, he bumped his head on the barrier. I found myself unable to get in. The enchantment is green and has a strong vitality. He does not believe in evil. One wants to use the power of life to try to crack it. However, I still couldn't get in. Damn it. Seeing Wu Li enter, he can't. If Wu Li swallowed the treasure privately, it would be a big loss. He really couldn't understand why Wu Li could get in, but he couldn't get in. If it has something to do with the treasure of the innate universe, he should also go in. But the life force disappeared after passing through the barrier. There is no way to shuttle at all. At this moment, a huge bubble appeared on the lake below. Jin Wushuang was taken aback. The figure lifted off quickly. That sense of oppression is getting closer. In the blink of an eye, a huge beast with countless eyes appeared on the surface of the lake, and it rushed directly out of the water. There are countless eyes and countless tentacles. The body is surrounded by many green vines. It is very similar to the Moyunting of the Shenmue King. He was taken aback by the sudden emergence of everyone and hurried to avoid the attacks of those tentacles. The breath suddenly changed, turning blue. There are also more green armors on his body. The divine power went from 1.5 million to 2 million in an instant. After performing super eternal thickening, his divine power directly increased to 4 million. Facing the shop below, he raised his hand and drew his sword and slashed out directly. His current combat power is comparable to the 8 Tribulations realm. Blocking is still no problem. Those tentacles were not as powerful as he imagined, but the number of swords cut off the number of heals. But the sense of oppression is still so strong. This made Jin Wushuang very surprised. I always felt that there was a greater threat, and I didn't dare to fall in love with it. I asked my tentacles to quickly rush towards the direction of Xiaojia Mountain. At this moment, King Shimu had already stayed with Dan Bao and others and reached the top of the mountain. On the top of the mountain, there is this huge steel castle in the sky. The stone monument was opened by Dan Bao. The 4 characters of the upper division is very simple. Suffered from the last uneducated loss. According to the text on the stone tablet last time, they have been able to deduce it. Each has learned the language of the Palunga people. Dan Bao's is no longer needed. It seems to be the floating city under the mountain. Everyone came to the edge of the cliff together and looked down. Saw the sky garden that Jin Wushuang mistakenly thought. It is actually a city in the sky. It'll take the lead this time. Seeing the city of the sky, the Lord of Hengmu showed joy in his eyes and took the initiative to step forward. The face of the great monk remained unchanged. He comes from Wanlu universe and is most familiar with this place. Unfamiliar elsewhere, but he has heard of the legend here. In other words, he has understood the rumors of the Sky City. In the Wanlu universe, there is a legend. According to legend, in a certain secret realm of Wanlu universe, there is a city in the sky. It used to be the residence of a big man. Any arbitrary decoration inside can be infinitely beneficial, which also contains the treasure of a big man, even inheritance. This big man has an inextricable relationship with Wanlius origin. The Lord of Hengmu is a local. He must have heard of it, dared to take the initiative. Of course, he went down with the 2 big beasts. He was naturally confident with 2 top beasts in the 8 Tribulations realm. The great monk also knew what was happening here, and had already told Dan Bao secretly. It's just that Dan Bao is not interested in this. If you go along, you can go in and take a look. Just forget it if you don't go along. Opportunity is also threatening. He doesn't need to take risks. What's more, with so many people. Chapter 59:18. But the great monk was very persistent this time, and kept persuading Dan Bao that it was best to go in. This may be related to which Lord Realm King. As they walked along, someone must have arranged everything secretly. Otherwise, why would it appear here? Instead of directly entering the world of God in the Wanlu universe, Dan Bao couldn't help it, and seeing the rest of the people all had golden light in their eyes. He who doesn't know how to refuse can only nod his head. Take the lead by the Lord of Hengmu. King Shimu didn't understand this place, but seeing Hengmu get on, he also went over. Although the great monk is very interested in this place, he can distinguish the priority and still stand by Dan Bao's side. By the way, where's Jin Wushuang? Lian Xing, who hadn't followed at this time, looked around and didn't find Jin Wushuang. He was surprised he wouldn't be lost, right? Maybe it's in. The great monk added aside. He already felt Wu Li's breath and entered the Sky City. That's why it is so calm. There are treasures in the sky, but it's not that easy to get it. This legend has spread widely, from the 8 Tribulations realm to the mortals. But no one has found it. The great monk thought that this place was just a legend. I didn't expect to see it here today. That also shows that his guess is true. The path they took was arranged in advance by Lord Jie Wang. Only after passing these tests can you enter the heavens and then go to the stairs of ascension to the universe. The first stone monument is just looking for Horitium. It's not that difficult. He didn't know what the intention was. But this place is different. Probably just to enter the city of the sky. There are absolutely very secret things. A scorching light appeared in his eyes. At this moment, a powerful breath broke out below the valley. Let's go! Dan Bao's figure flashed, and he directly led everyone to follow. There was a strong breath. The foremost Lord of Constant would had already seen the threat below. Jin Wushuang. The first thing I saw was Jin Wushuang, who was running away. Then countless vines came. Jin Wushuang also saw Hengmu's heart's joy, and quickly said, Hengmu, help me block him. Before Hengmu could answer, he flashed his figure, and passed by the Lord of Hengmu, and ran away without looking at each other. The Lord of Hengmu yelled. The vine had already arrived, and he had to stop. Fortunately, the vines with strong breath have a lot less power. As the native powerhouse of Wanlu, Lord Hengmu didn't know anything about the vines. After resisting for a while, I found that there was not much threat. Let the two war beasts go to clear the way. Continued to fly down by himself. Jin Wuxuang had already seen the Shimu King and Dan Bao and others at this time, so he didn't panic, standing there waiting for everyone to come. How about below? Dan Bao brought everyone here and looked at Jin Wuxuang. There are some small waves, but there is not much threat. Jin Wuxuang shook his head and continued with a sigh of relief. Wu Li, I have entered the Sky Garden, but when I wanted to enter, I was stopped. When they heard this sentence, everyone was taken aback. Wu Li went in, but Jin Wuxuang couldn't. Many strong people don't know much about Wu Li. Most of them are paying attention to Jin Wuxuang. Unexpectedly, Jin Wuxuang was stopped, and Wu Li entered the Sky City alone. You didn't even go in. The great monk was also extremely surprised. He thought Jin Wuxuang had gone in with Wu Li. But now Jin Wuxuang was outside, and Wu Li went in. This is indeed beyond his expectation. Since it's not too dangerous, let's go down and take a look. The scepter in Dan Bao's hand was shaken, and the shield was solidified again. Directly rushed down. The huge barren beast that rushed out of the water was comparable to the two war beasts. Indeed, as Jin Wuxuang said, there was not much danger. The great monk or Shimu King alone can deal with it. If you want to kill, everyone will shoot together. I'm afraid it won't take a few breaths to solve it. The great monk looked deep. The Lord of Eternal Wood did not recognize this vine. But he knew. The monk looked surprised. Jin Wuxuang asked, Why, you know, although this vine is not powerful, it is extremely weird. The oppressive feeling is too strong. It's almost inefficient. Can't underestimate it. If the great monk knew the identity of the other party, that would be best. Hearing Jin Wuxuang's question, the great monk did not conceal it. He just looked at Dan Bao and then said, Little Lord, if I didn't guess wrong, this should be the old ghost chiding, a man who used to be in God. The peak 8 Tribulations realm powerhouse. But he fell into a madness to find the Sky City and later disappeared. He did not expect to appear here. After Dan Bao heard this, the scepter moved, trying to suppress Akatsuki with his life force. If it is a practitioner who has fallen into a madness, then there is no need to besiege, just drive away. Or can't you? Calm, but the origin of his life, after touching the chiding ghost, had no effect. This left many people in a daze. At the beginning, Dan Bao was able to suppress Qi Jiuxiao for a short time with his life force. Behind Qi Jiuxiao completely escaped from his life and was not suppressed by Dan Bao. How could an ancient cultivator who hadn't touched the peak of the 8 Tribulations realm now be able to block Dan Bao's suppression? Jin Wuxuang's eyes flickered, and he always felt that the sense of oppression was getting stronger and stronger. There is something bad going to happen. It seems right now. Dan Bao couldn't suppress it. He hurriedly said to the Shimu King and the great monk, Since we can't suppress it, it's better to kill him together. It's a curse. Dan Bao is the of life. This kind of thing is not easy to do. Then leave it to them. Shimu King and the great monk also had this plan a long time ago. Hearing Jin Wuxuang's initiative, he immediately nodded in agreement and deliberately avoided Dan Bao and rushed straight down. Dan Bao frowned. It is not because you become the of life that you will become the virgin. Actually, there is no need to do this. But with the support of everyone, he was protected too well. Be champion to become a god. On the road to becoming a god, even no blood was allowed to touch him. When I saw the great monk for the first time, I felt that what the other party said still had some truth. But now it seems that something is wrong. Jin Wuxuang didn't think so much. He patted Dan Bao on the shoulder and said, Don't worry. Since he is not suppressed by you, it proves that he has been out of life long ago, and it has nothing to do with us if he died. Don't have too much pressure. Bru also came to persuade him at this time. Dan Bao shook his head without speaking. Chapter 59-19. Senior Xing Lian, don't you go to join the fun? Jian Wushuang also relaxed at this time and looked at Xing Lian. The opponent's combat power is the pinnacle of the Seven Tribulations realm, more than 2 million divine powers, and there is also a powerful puppet army. I haven't seen the opponent make a move. He leaned forward curiously. Lianxing smiled and replied, "With my strength, I won't be ashamed, but you surpassed me in the blink of an eye." Just now, Jian Wushuang broke out. That divine power was indeed beyond a group of Seven Tribulation realm powerhouses. Luck! Jian Wushuang touched his nose and replied softly. Everyone also smiled indifferently. Just when they are relaxing, the lake below shook. "This time I will bring that city in the sky." Everyone looked at it together. "I'm not worried about the battle below, but I am afraid that it will affect the city of the sky." Jian Wushuang also learned about the sky city from Lianxing. It's just that he can't figure it out. Why is it called the city of the sky? Why not the sky garden? It's because the strong men of Wanlu universe are uneducated, so what nice names come out? At the next moment, he understood why it was called the city behind the sky. Below, the battle on the lake. The chiding ghost figure continued to expand, and the lush vines on the sky city are shrinking. The vines kept retreating, constantly gathered to Qi Tengwa's body. Qi Teng Ghost strength also began to explode at this moment. From the original 9 million divine power, it broke through 10 million divine power in an instant. Has been comparable to the Shenmue King. This is still just beginning, as the vines of the sky city continue to decrease. Qi Teng Ghost divine power is also increasing. After seeing this, the monk understood thoroughly. Old ghost chiding, I thought you were really crazy, but I didn't expect to find the city in the sky and try to absorb the miracle. You are really it. The great monk said, aura, no longer hesitating, and wanted to fight quickly. Quick decision. How can it be so easy? Keep cutting off those vines. However, more vines appeared to hinder his attack, and he couldn't get close at all. The same goes for Shenmue King. The two war beasts are now no longer rivals, and the Lord of Hengmu has returned to Dan Bao's back early. Dan Bao looked at the danger below and couldn't control so much, so he voluntarily came and covered the Shenmue King and the great monk with the shield of life. Don't be in love with him. Let's enter this sky city. After the vine disappeared, Dan Bao discovered that the sky city had changed and he could enter it at will. Everyone nodded in unison. Qi Teng Ghost has improved too fast. Now the divine power has increased to 15 million. The Shenmue King and the great monk could not suppress it by joining forces. Wait a while. Even if Qi Jiuxiao came, it was useless. The Qi Bobby Emperor has already followed with Qi Jiuxiao. Just above the top of the mountain, they wasted a long time here. At that time, Emperor Bobby had Qi Jiuxiao, so Qi Jiuxiao broke through obstacles all the way and walked much faster than them. Go! Dan Bao did not hesitate. As soon as the scepter moved, he led everyone into the city of sky. Qi Tingui lost his goal, and after a while in the same place, countless vines didn't know where to go. Finally, a weird cry was made, and the vines in the depths went to encroach on the city of the sky again. Dan Bao and others have already arrived at the head of the city. After arriving in this sky city, they found out there is a law of shrinking the ground. Looks not much, but after arriving in this city, he found that the city was huge, the size of a world. What to do? Shenmue Wang was also a little panicked. Can't beat, can't escape. Now that they have entered the sky city, they all know that this is a treasure place. But what about this huge threat? I can't watch it. Without the entanglement of chiding ghost, the sky city would be white. But with the entanglement of Qi Teng Ghost, this place is just like Jian Wushuang said. It is a sky garden. Dan Bao still couldn't stop the spread of those vines with the shield of life. For a time, there was no way. Everyone could only take advantage of the Shitengui's own deity to cut down those vines on their own initiative. But this speed is too slow. Just when they are at a loss, there was an earth-shattering sound erupted from the outside world. A black fist shadow left into space forever, even portrayed on the timeline. Everyone looked up in horror. A burly giant in red is holding the chiding ghost with his heavy palms, and he clenches his fist with the other hand, constantly bombarding the chiding ghost deity. Jian Wushuang couldn't help but swallow. This is too exaggerated. Even if the chiding ghost once again weakens the deity's divine power, it will attach itself to the city of the sky. But the current chiding ghost still retains at least more than 10 million supernatural powers. It turned out to be like an innocent grass in front of Qi Jiuxiao. Was beaten. If it weren't for the loud fighting, they wouldn't have noticed it. Danbao, can your shield of life cover the entire sky city? Jian Wushuang looked at Danbao, and he had an idea in his heart. Haven't waited for him to speak. Danbao understood. Can. But to be outside, inside the sky city, this place is a world. Danbao's current life origin is not enough to protect such a large place. But in the outside world, there is a law of shrinking the ground. The inside is the world, and the outside is at best comparable to a hill. Danbao would naturally be able to protect them with the shield of life. Only in this way, Danbao could not enter the sky city. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he lowered his head. In his opinion, this method would not work. They went in and allowed Danbao to block the danger from the outside world. What was going on? Don't say whether Danbao was willing or not. They themselves didn't agree to Danbao's doing this. After all, they are all counting on Danbao to become A and take them off. This place is so big. Even if the Emperor Bobby comes in, it won't be easy to find us. And the little Lord's life shield can block the giant gods. There is nothing to be afraid of. Let's explore together. The great monk is calmer, because news of Wu Li keeps coming. It is all good news. Going down now is to pick up treasures. Why bother with these here? When the others heard it, their eyes lit up and thought this was a way. Danbao did not look at everyone, but at the black shadows in the sky. No, you can't let them in. Danbao shook his head. The appearance of the sky city is really a test. Defeat Chitengui. If they can't do it, forget it. Now that he lost the threat of Qi Tung Ghost, there was another Qi Jiuxiao. Then even less let Qi Jiuxiao come in. They come here. Many people ran for treasures. Even the great monk is the same, very curious about this place. Only Danbao grasped the essence. Come here perhaps to protect the city of the sky. Protect this miracle. Chapter 59:20. They'll go to the outside world to block them. You go to explore the situation in the city. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Let Danbao go outside to bear it, and they will go for the benefits. This is not so good, and it's not justified. What are they here for? Certainly not because of these ordinary treasures, but for the road to resurrection. Danbao, as the of life, is the pioneer of the road to resurrection. Let Danbao go against it, not to mention whether they have a face or not. Just shameless. I dare not do this. The great monk was the first to refute. King Shimu also stepped forward to persuade. The others were also very moved. Only Jian Wushuang did not speak. Bru also felt that this was not necessary at this time. It's better to let Bobby D come in. They can rely on Danbao's life shield to resist. Danbao smiled indifferently and comforted. Let them in. I also need to use the life shield. It can be used everywhere. It is better to be outside. I agree. Jian Wushuang stood up, turned to everyone and said, I think Danbao is right. Anyway, we must use the shield of life to protect us. It is better to use the shield of life to protect the entire sky city from the outside world. More important than our sky city. This last sentence is a bit cruel. It also calmed these people down. Keeping the city in the sky is more important than them. What if this is the test? Danbao, I'll go out with you. Bulu nodded, choosing to support Danbao. It's useless for the rest to go out. Although Bru's strength is not very good, he is of the same clan as Danbao. Two people are one mind. When the great monk saw this, an imperceptible light flashed under his eyes, and he also stood up. Okay, that's it. Danbao saw that there were others who were going to take the initiative to go out, so he interrupted those people's movements. Only the great monk and Bulu left the city wall. King Shimu looked at the back of the three of them and sighed. No loss is the of life. He can become a god. I admire. Shimu King, let's go down and explore the sky city first. Maybe there is something to do here, and Danbao will be able to come back soon. Seeing that the other party was talking endlessly, Jin Wushuang hurriedly reminded everyone that he still had to enter the Sky City for the current affairs. No more time wasting this. Everyone nodded. Upon seeing this, King Shamu began to arrange people to scatter and search. After all, he is the founder of the Gomu school with natural leadership skills. Allocate people to cover an area with their thoughts. Explore the entire Sky City in the fastest time. Friends of Star Refining Taoist, you go to the Southeast City area and explore with Wushuang brother. No problem. Jin Wushuang smiled similarly to Lianxing and then left directly. King Shamu also knew that he was familiar with Lianxing and deliberately separated the two of them together. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and they reached the corner of the Southeast City in just a stick of incense. But this place is already very big. It takes an hour for the two to search. It's not enough to let them fly around. Instead, search every corner carefully. Friend Wushuang, search separately. Jin Wushuang nodded and said, "Okay." The two were separated. Each turned into a meteor and entered the city. The moment he fell to the ground, Jin Wushuang felt the incomparable feeling. Divine power is beating. Whoever was here at the beginning was definitely a supernatural power. Just living here can make this place an invaluable place for practice. He looked at the texture of the city, and there was nothing special. It is entirely because of the aura left by which existence that affected this city in the sky. Wow! Walking on the empty street at will, a breeze blew the dead leaves on the white stone floor, like the mundane world in the depths. Those dead leaves should have been left by chiding ghost. The power he absorbed was the breath left by which existence at the beginning. No wonder it is so powerful. If you take all the vines back to the deity, I am afraid that Qi Jiuxiao will not be weak. It's a pity that before the vine was recovered, the deity was severely injured by Qi Jiuxiao's violent beating. I'm afraid they are all about to fall now. Carefully searched everywhere along the street. Too slow. He still felt a little slow. Countless avatars were split up and flew around from a small courtyard. The deity walks leisurely on the empty street. Enter any mansion at will and search around. There are actually quite a few movable things here. For example, some tables, chairs, and lamps. Even the door can be removed and taken away. But this is a bit blasphemy. Kindness. One of his clones went to a yard somewhere and found that the yard was clean, without a door. The windows have been taken away. Some people really dare to do this. Thought power spread. He immediately discovered a familiar breath. Near here, he and Lianxing are the only ones. Star refining is not going to be done like this. Then only the Wu Li, who came in early. Body shape flashed. A Khonshu. Calm after feeling the breath, his deity teleported directly in front of Wu Li. Jin Wushuang. Wu Li was taken aback when he saw someone approaching, and then he was relieved when he saw that it was Jin Wushuang, and complained, "Can you please say hello in advance to scare me?" Seeing that the other party was still holding a stool in his hand, Jin Wushuang frowned and said, "Almost there. There is indeed a breath of existence on the objects here, but there is no need to open the door. This is what you don't understand. If you simply absorb it, you will have to spend several days on this stool to absorb the breath above. How can we wait now? Why don't we take them all and go out? Slowly absorb." Wu Li stepped forward, took off a set of calligraphy and painting, and directly stuffed it to Jin Wushuang, comforting, "Don't think too much. Although we are all worthy, we have to plan for the future. You and I have almost the same magical powers. The basic divine power is more than 1,000,000. You know how troublesome it will be to increase the divine power in the future. Not to mention the treasure spent, the time wasted on it is huge. Not only do you need to buy these things, there are many divine powers that can be promoted. Just absorb this calligraphy and painting. At least 100 divine powers can be improved. You can find hundreds of the same in any yard here. That is 10,000 divine powers. How many are you in such a big sky city? Dare to think about it?" Snapped, frowning Jin Wushuang. He threw the calligraphy and painting directly. "Hey!" Wu Li regarded it as a treasure and quickly picked it up, trying to persuade, but was directly interrupted by Jin Wushuang. "Just take your own. Don't worry about me. I'm not looking for these here." After he finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash. Wu Li was right. It's right to plan for the future. Chapter 59:21. Once the robbery is resurrected. When the time comes, the price of the treasure that enhances the divine power will be doubled. Those who are still improving their divine powers are the lords of the universe. Not to mention cultivation, Sanjie is to maintain one's own peak, and it takes effort. Even living, it became a luxury. After resurrection, to practice again to increase the divine power, you need treasures. I'm afraid that other robbers like Wu Li are all searching for these things. He is the only one who doesn't care. Perhaps there are also a few noble ones. Like star refining, I'm afraid I don't like these. The King Shamu is even more despised. He is in charge of the entire Gumu sect, so he will miss this thing. But this time, he rarely started personnel affairs. He has always felt that this city in the sky is not simple. Don't lose the watermelon and pick up sesame seeds. Moreover, he didn't attach much importance to the improvement of basic divine power. Improve the basic supernatural power. A little bit of improvement is too slow. It's better to perfect the super eternal change. Create a perfect super eternal change as soon as possible. 100-fold increase in combat power at a time. Now only a 50-fold increase can double his divine power. If it reaches 100 times, with a supernatural power of 1.5 million, it can be doubled. What is that concept? 1.5 million, 3 million, 6 million. The key is that he still has a life robbery, which can increase by 500,000. In this way, the perfect super eternal change has 8 million supernatural powers. Directly led him 6 tribulations realm, comparable to the top of the 8 tribulations realm. Coupled with the original swordsmanship, he can almost break the wrist with the peak powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm. That's why I look down on these gadgets. Flying to continue searching. The southeast area was quickly searched. There is nothing special. Lianxing will make peace with him at this time. After seeing each other, the two looked at each other and both shook their heads. Go to the center of the city. I saw the layout of the Sky City. In such remote places, there may have been ordinary people who once lived. There is nothing special about them, but the breath of a big man remains on it. Only then will it become precious, and the Qi Tongue ghost who attracted you will have to absorb it. Lianxing has studied these things in depth. Naturally, they understand more than Jian Wushuang. The architecture here is not single in style, and it represents the residence of different people. Which big person, the place where he lives, will certainly not be here. Jian Wushuang, aren't you curious about who the great figure is? Lianxing looked at Jian Wushuang with interest at this time. They have been searching for specialties, but they don't have too much guessing about which big person. At this time, Lianxing mentioned this matter. Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at Lianxing. Knowing that the other party must have guessed something, he asked, "What did the senior find?" In fact, it's not a discovery, but I found that in some relatively large courtyards, there are a lot of portraits hanging in the guest hall. This is not special. Even the portraits hanging in each guest hall are not the same, but there are still some overlaps. One of the most overlapping portraits is something special. After he finished speaking, he took out several portraits as soon as he raised his hand. The top points are all the same. Green skin, sharp ears, and white hair on the top of the head are extremely rare. Only the middle is thicker, and the ears wear earrings. Jian Wushuang has never seen a group of this kind. This portrait is hung in every house. Could it be some important person in the Wanlu universe? Lianxing nodded and said, "It is also possible. But who is the place where a great figure practices cultivation? Do you think the people living here are the same as the natives of Wanlu universe?" This remark silenced Jian Wushuang. That's true. Though strong in the Wanlu universe, almost no one can find this place. So Qi Tongue Ghost arrived here. If the people who once lived here were from the Wanlu universe, then this place should have been discovered long ago. With the secret level of the city in the sky now, he didn't believe that those people here would be the natives of Wanlu universe. It is very likely that someone brought it by himself. This makes sense. Go and meet Xinyuang and others, and see if they find anything. Lianxing also nodded in agreement. The two of them flickered before disappearing into the same place. He ignored Wu Li, who was still searching for treasures below. In fact, there are not a few people who do the same thing as Wu Li. It's just that they are not as greedy as Wu Li. Now, the biggest goal of those who disperse the powerhouse is to resurrect. Wu Li was originally the Lord of the Universe, and he was not very interested in resurrection and the position of a demigod. The increase of one's own divine power is the biggest demand. From the three tribulations realm quickly reached the six tribulations realm. Once this feeling of rapid improvement stops, it will drive people crazy. It is like a poor man who has accumulated wealth for decades to buy a yard. Later, because of a chance, he instantly bought a city, and then he was discovered to be the heir of the dynasty. The gap will be great. Once you have enough wealth, it will inspire greater greed. Jian Wushuang knew this well, but it was hard to remind him. In fact, the master of the universe like Wu Li, what Calm should do most is to keep a low profile. His father is the pinnacle of the eight tribulations realm. In the future, he became the protector of the of life. As long as Wu Li held his thigh, how could he lack these treasures? The pattern is still small. After passing through the area where Wu Li was located, he did not stop, but followed the star refinement and headed towards the main city. The core of the Sky City is a huge square. In the square, there is nothing like it. There are only a few pillars to the sky. The whole is like a hole, carved from white boulders. Which person's breath is the strongest here? Shitengwi's vines cannot spread here. At this time, those who rushed here first were practicing cross-legged. With the vitality, they can also rely on the vitality to slowly increase their divine power. Although it is a little bit small, you can feel the feeling of cultivation in advance. After all, many Sanjis have not practiced for countless epochs, and they have always been retreating to ensure their own vitality. Now that they finally have enough vitality, they are all trying to increase their basic supernatural power. Jian Wushuang took Lianxing down with him and went straight to the Shimu King. Turning his head and looking around, it seems that these people have found nothing. Shenmu King is the Lord of Hengmu, hovering in a formation in the center of the square. Seeing Jian Wushuang and Lianxing coming, they stopped and looked over. How is it? There are discoveries. Lianxing took out the portrait with the most overlap and said, I don't know if this portrait is not counted. Have you ever found the portrait? Where did you appear? After seeing the portrait on the portrait, King Shimu was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes flickered, and he turned his head to look at the huge formation behind him. Chapter 59:22. The same is true for the Lord of Hengmu, as if he has discovered something from it. Jian Wushuang and Lianxing quickly stepped forward and looked towards the formation. The huge array is not a circle, but a large hexagonal array of equals. Moreover, it is a one-piece formation, not a large and complicated formation that needs to be arranged one by one from the outside world. But this kind of big formation looks simple, but it is the most difficult. Because there is no shortcoming, there is no way to dismantle it. Is this? Jian Wushuang stared at the statue in the middle of the big formation and was stunned. Turning his head and glanced at the portrait again, he exclaimed, It's the same as the portrait. It seems that this is the big man who once lived here. Seeing the surprised eyes of a few of them, many people gathered around. Jian Wushuang glanced at the statue and started to pace along the corner of the big formation. This big formation may be the key to their break. It has been a lot of time now, and Dan Bao from the outside may not be able to block it for too long. They must be as fast as possible. In this area of formation, he is not considered top, but there are so many great abilities here. There is always a major in formation, such as making stars. Senior star refining. Can you see the specific usage of this method? Jian Wushuang hovered around and came to the side of the star refining god and said in a low voice, If we can find a way to make a big formation, maybe it's our way to break the game. Shimu King also looked at the refining star and said, Friends of the refining star, please check it out. With that said, many people have turned to star refiners. The star refining is also not welcome, and initiatively stepped forward and began to study this formation. In his opinion, this formation does not match the so-called gods, and it is more like a practitioner built it himself. It's just the practitioner who built this formation, very powerful. At least the master of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. And more than one. If you let him crack it, it's almost impossible. But just to explore its usage, it's not difficult. After groping for a while, Lianxing followed one side and poured his divine power into the formation. The divine power turned into the power of mind, and the whole formation was perceived. Hum! A humming sound rang out at this moment, and a powerful aura burst out from the big array instantly, shaking everyone back. Fortunately, this breath lasted for a long time, and it didn't have much power, otherwise they would all get injured. Even so, many people were still shocked. Are there any discoveries? Shimu Wang looked at Xingxing. His breath exploded just now. It was obvious that Xingxing had touched some kind of mechanism. This formation contains a complete time and space. My thought power just felt this power, so it triggered the formation's self-protection effect and shocked us all. After finishing the refining of the stars, he glanced at the sculpture in the center of the formation and said, "That statue is the center of the formation." In fact, it goes without saying that they can also guess it. Now, the most important thing is to start this big array. Otherwise, they won't have any clues. I thought there were treasures here. After coming in, I found that the most important treasures were those that had been contaminated with that powerful presence. Search all the way. The whole city went through it, and there was no other key information. If it's the same as the last secret realm, that's okay. Just follow along step by step. But this time, there was no hint. They themselves don't know what to do. Jian Wushuang himself didn't have any confidence. Now that he has entered, he can't leave anymore. Everyone, when I look at the big formation, it may not be hiding a secret. At first, someone said that there are treasures here. Now it seems to be a joke. It's better to let Lord Danbao come in. We alone will not find the treasure, even if there is a treasure. Well, this is a way. We can't find it. Maybe it will be triggered if Master Danbao comes in. Trigger. After Jian Wushuang heard this, his heart moved, and he felt that what the person said was reasonable. It's better to let Danbao come in and ignore Emperor Bobby. Just relying on people like them waiting here is not a solution. Shimu King and Humu Lord looked at each other, and there was no better way. Just when they were about to give up, a white light began to glow in the formation. The light appeared, and this time they were prepared and backed away one after another. I was afraid of being shocked by that breath just like before. Only this time, after the light beam was unfolded, the same breath did not erupt, but a projection descended from the sky. The projection is coming. The formation made a buzzing sound. It took a while before he stopped slowly. During this time, everyone also saw the shadows in the projection. A fat blue man with a certain black hat and 2 tentacles on the top of his head is extremely funny. Which big man is this? Someone asked carefully in a low voice. No one answered. Jian Wushuang recalled the portrait and felt that the person in the projection had the same skin color as the big figure who built the Sky City, but his appearance was much different. But now is not the time to struggle with this in case they guess wrong. The Lord of Hengmu was the most decisive, and when he saw the projection coming, he knelt down. Both Jian Wushuang and Shinmu King ignored the Lord of Hengmu, felt that kneeling could not solve the problem. If it's against them, begging for mercy is nothing. If it is beneficial to them, standing and talking is enough. Why bother to kneel down? It's very lively. An amiable voice came from the projection, and everyone was relieved when they heard the soft voice. Jian Wushuang took the initiative to stand up at this time and said, Junior Jian Wushuang, I have seen Senior. Regardless of whether the other party is a big man who built this place, they must be respectful. After all, they have come to someone else's territory. It's a pity that the great monk is not here. Otherwise, you can ask the other person, this fat blue man, is it the Lord of the realm? Jian Wushuang? The blue fat man walked out of the projection and came directly in front of everyone. To be precise, he came to Jian Wushuang. He looked down at Jian Wushuang and said in surprise, You are Jian Wushuang? Speaking of this, Jian face moved, and he looked down at himself a little dazed. Not only did he not expect the other party to know him, but even everyone present was the same. He did not expect Jian Wushuang to have a relationship with the person in the projection. King Shimu looked at Jian Wushuang, and his heart exclaimed that Jian Wushuang's relationship was hard enough that everyone knew him. But Jian Wushuang really didn't know each other, so he could only smile awkwardly and nod his head. "Thanks, Tusk," as my apprentice said. "You are really extraordinary," the blue fat man commented indifferently. Jian Wushuang was flattered, and when he heard the apprentice in the other's mouth, his eyebrows twitched, making him even more puzzled. "Why did you pull out another apprentice?" He knew very few people in Guyu time and space. Some people have either fallen midway or have already arrived here, such as Wu Li. Refining stars is also counted as one. Chapter 59:23. He really couldn't think of the rest. Which country Master Yunji? His friendship with the other party was average, but the other party looked at Jin Chen's face and gave him some pointers. "Is it?" He suddenly thought of something and pointed at the blue fat man in surprise. Could it be them? Those people who came to Guyu time and space together from Chishan Temple? Except for these people, he couldn't think of anyone else. The blue fat man nodded and said, "Yes. You were able to enter Guyu time and space because of me." As soon as these words came out, not only Jian Wushuang, but also Shinmu King was stunned. In this way, Jian Wushuang's identity was completely exposed. Sure enough, he was not a strong person in Guyu time and space. North time and space has 9 long rivers of core time and space. Jian Wushuang is so against the sky. Shinmu King has long doubted whether Jian Wushuang came from other larger and more powerful time and space, but he has never had the opportunity to verify the truth. Now, with the evidence of the mysterious person in front of him, he completely believed it. It's just that Jian Wushuang didn't think otherwise. When I entered Guyu time and space, it was a time and space tunnel opened by the real spirit. This seemed to have nothing to do with the blue fat man in front of him. Although I have doubted the power of the true spirit, it can't be so coincidental. When he brought these people here, he meant it. I can't. Even this can be swayed by others. The blue fat man smiled. As if he could see through Jian Wushuang's thoughts, he said, "How could the space-time tunnel be opened without my permission? In other words, the space-time tunnel is so easy to open. Why did any flame not get through to Qi the time tunnel of the temple?" This time Jian Wushuang completely believed it. He bowed quickly and replied, "Thank you, Senior, for your advice. Dare to ask Senior's name?" Name, no surname, born of heaven and earth. There is only one small job title, Realm King, King of the world. Hearing the other party's self-reported identity, everyone knelt down unconsciously. It's the same with Jian Wushuang. I have been hearing the rumors of the Realm King. This is the first time I have seen it. At the same time, I was wondering who was so lucky to be able to approve of the World King. I thought that Fan Tianfeng's luck was good enough, but I didn't expect that there would be someone who would be able to approve of the Master of the World. Tantian Buddha? The aptitude ranked the top 3 characters in the original universe. Jinling once secretly evaluated that the future could surpass Shang, not under Hui Qing. Hui Qing is unlikely, because Hui Qing is still in the ancient moon ruins. He also knows the abilities of the others. When Jin Weiyang was in Qi Temple, his talent was at the top, and he was always overwhelmed by the Tantian Buddha. There are also Dong Sheng and Wan Yin. These 2 are not as good as Jin Weiyang. As for the 2 in the other universes, it's not very good either. He reasoned everyone, but he didn't think of Wu's. In his opinion, Wu's potential is more general. At the beginning, Qishan didn't really like it, let alone the king of the world. But this time, he was really small. After a few words of greeting between Jie Wang and Jian Wushuang, he went straight to the subject. The position of the God of Life was proposed by the Realm King. Appearing here, naturally, it was not because of Jian Wushuang's reminiscence, but because of Dan Bao's affairs. Everyone now wants to know the intention of the Realm King to send them here. The Jie King glanced at the crowd with his hands behind his back and was taken aback for a moment. Then the 2 tentacles on the top of his head moved, and he felt Dan Bao's position. "You are really interesting. Let Dan Bao wait outside for that giant clan powerhouse and come here by himself." When these words were said, Jian Wushuang and the others were indeed a little embarrassed. But this also meets the criteria for the original selection. The King of Worlds nodded in satisfaction. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'm afraid the Realm King blames them at this time. At this time, Shenmue King was brave and asked, Master Realm, I wonder why you got us here? Then he paused for a while and then asked, After Danbao enters this place, you should not directly step into God. Is it stepped? This is what the great monk said. They didn't know. Not to mention it's okay. After they came in, they found that they were different from what the great monk said. The of life is related to the life of the entire Beishikong. It is not as easy as you think. The points I said here are because I want to stop some people. Jin Wushuang frowned and said, Could it be to stop Emperor Bobby? Emperor Bobby? The Realm King shook his head and explained, Which Emperor Bobby I have noticed is not a threat. He can't walk up the ladder of becoming at all. As for his secret method of resurrection, it fits well. My appetite is considered a personal talent, but it is a pity that it comes from the stars, and I am destined to not be the of our northern time and space. Star life. It belongs to the starry sky. When you come to the long river of time and space, it's good not to be squeezed out, and you want to become a god. Do you think everyone is a giant clan? The starry sky is also divided into ethnic groups. Jian Wushuang thought about it after hearing the explanation of the king of the world. This is a little different from what the great monk said at the time. The king of the realm meant that it seemed that people from Beishikong had the opportunity to become the of life. There is no such thing as the great monk said, as rules. It is also possible that those things were meant by the great monk himself, and he deliberately pretended to be deep. He didn't think too much. The person I want to block, you may know in the future, but not now. Now that you can reach this place, it means that there is no problem in you, and you are qualified to enter the ladder of godhood with Danbao. Everyone look happy. Stepping on the ladder of becoming gods together, they're also regarded as witnesses. How can I be upset? In the future, it can become the first batch of resurrection. Jian Wushuang was not excited when he heard this. Just looking at the figure of the World King, I was a little puzzled. The opponent is the strongest true in Beishikong. How can it be projected together? The real body did not come. According to the other party, the of life is so important. Why not come in person? Some make no sense before and after. At this moment, Weiss' voice rang in his mind. This little fat guy is using you, so be careful. Jian Wushuang was taken aback when he heard these words and asked quickly, Could it be that he is not the Realm King? Who told you that the Realm King is a good person? No matter who you are, you must be careful. He was a little confused. No one in the relationship is a good person, right? But what does he have to take advantage of? There are many more powerful people here. Shenmue King, Great Monk, and the two war beasts. Where does he need him as the master of the Six Tribulations realm universe? You don't believe it? Weiss brows, a little unhappy. He was questioned, and he appeared directly in front of Jian Wushuang when he moved his body. The Realm King was still in a cordial meeting with the Shenmue King, and suddenly he found a tall figure. His fat body was shocked. Chapter 59-24. Protoss. Jian Wushuang didn't expect Weiss to come out, and Weiss seemed to be indifferent to the Realm King of Northern Space and Time. When the World King saw Weiss, he was even more surprised, his eyes almost staring out. Under everyone's gaze, he directly knelt down. Master Xingling is here. Why don't you notify Xiao Wang? The Realm King knelt on his knees, incomparably respectful. King Shenmue was also stunned. After seeing the tall figure of Weiss, he was stunned for a moment, and then glanced at the Realm King, not knowing whether he was kneeling or standing. Wes, who had to laugh before he liked to talk, said with a straight face, Seeing me, why don't you miss your real body? This. Jia Wang was a little at a loss. He actually wanted to come here too. It's just that the current real body is on a snake path in the depths of northern space and time. Beishikong. Above a huge ancient land above the 9 great time and space, there are countless palaces surrounding it. Where is the closest place to the real body? It is also the land of reincarnation in northern space-time. In the sky above the land of reincarnation, there is this snake path. At this time, the real body of the Realm King was walking on the snake path. This snake path cannot fly, so you can only walk on foot. The Realm King is not alone. He is also carrying a person on his back. There was a gorilla behind him. Call! After the projected body saw Weiss, he stood up and froze in place. Wuzwa, who was riding on his back, said in surprise, "Old man, why don't you leave?" Wuzwa couldn't help it. After walking for a while, he couldn't walk anymore, and he could only be dragged away by the Realm King. Otherwise, you have to be exhausted on the snake path. At this time, the Realm King suddenly stopped moving. Wuzwa glanced around, and then said, "Is it already here? Don't talk." The real body of the World King reprimanded loudly. Wuzwa was taken aback. It was the first time that the Realm King, who had never lost his temper, reprimanded him so loudly. The projection of the Realm King in the Sky City was sweating profusely and didn't know how to answer Master Weiss' words. Seeing that the King of the World did not speak, Weiss said calmly, "If you don't say it, just let me do it." No, this is what Xiao Wang said." Jia Wang got up from the ground, and after hesitating for a moment, said dejectedly, "Wanlu universe is wrapped in a metal life. My real body can't get in. It's pretty honest." Weiss nodded, and then said, "This willow tree is not originally from your northern space-time. The ability to stay here at the beginning depends on the difference in your background in northern space-time. You stayed here. What happened later? You raised a tiger and brought out the goddess, where I cleaned up the mess for you. Now, Wanlu has a problem again. It seems that it really doesn't belong to your Beishikong." When West spoke, all the time and space around him stagnated. Only Jia Wang and Jin Wushuang could move. At this moment, not only the time and space of the Sky City, even the entire Beishikong was suspended. It's just that those practitioners can't perceive that time has been suspended at all. Even the gods can't notice it. This is the strength of Weiss. The place Jin Wushuang's eyes saw enveloped the entire Wanlu universe. Also shocked by the strength of Weiss. On the contrary, he was not so interested in the Wanlu universe that Weiss pursued. He simply felt that the King of the North was too trash, and he couldn't even look at a treasure. God, in fact, it is not omnipotent. Just like the of life, he can open the way to resurrection, possess the ability to bring back the dead. But he wouldn't be too good at fighting. Only for life, he was invincible. The King of the World is in charge of the entire northern space-time. It seems invincible. In fact, this is not the case. He is just a spokesperson outside the starry sky. Only the ability to operate the rules, but not the ability to change the rules. So when the goddess was born, the Realm King had no choice but to summon a stronger in the starry sky. Weiss. That is when it appeared in Beishikong at that time. After solving the goddess, he did not leave directly, but to do the aftermath task. Of course, there are also things to be resolved. For example, waiting for Jin Wushuang to appear. This time I will not intervene in Wanli's matter. You have to solve it by myself, otherwise I will take the Wanlu Shimu back. You have to find another way to the position of the of life. Weiss did not give the King of Realm any face. The tone is serious, and there is no room for negotiation. It was also the first time Jin Wushuang saw such a serious way, and his heart was shocked. He originally recognized Weiss' ability, but he didn't feel the status of Weiss. Unexpectedly, the Realm King, in front of Weiss, would not dare to look up. For a while he dared not speak, just watched. The Realm King rolled his eyes and didn't dare to refute. He could only reply respectfully, "Master Xingling, don't worry, I will solve the Wanlu problem if, in the event of an accident, I will take away the Wanlu Shimu, but I will not take away the evil in it. The metal life, but the most powerful practitioner from Southern Space-Time 1, you have to think about it." Yes. The Realm King didn't say much and directly agreed. Jin Wushuang was stunned when he heard that one of the most powerful practitioners from Southern Time and Space, he was at least a powerhouse in the Nine Tribulations realm. In the entire Beishikong, there are also 3 Nine Tribulations realm powerhouses, those 3 eternal existences. However, looking at how worried the Jia Wang looked, it seemed that Jia Wang wanted to dispatch the 3 eternal existences, and it was not simple. If it weren't for this, it wouldn't be so entangled. Let the three super existences directly enter Wanlu and solve the metal life. It also requires them to waste time here. I've said everything that should be said. I don't care what you do. Weiss stretched his waist, looking very tired, turned his head and glanced at Jian Wushuang, and said indifferently, "You also have to be careful of that. Great monk." As soon as the voice fell, Weiss disappeared in place. Has entered Jian Wushuang's original universe. Be careful of the monk? Jian Wushuang's eyes flickered, and he said inwardly, "This old guy, there really is a problem." After the King of Realm appeared, he had some doubts about the old monk. It's just that the other party ordered by the Realm King himself. He has no reason to doubt, but the old monk is from Wanlu Universe, and Wanlu Universe has a god. All this is too coincidental. Weiss didn't remind him before. He was still holding illusions, thinking it was just a coincidence, and now it seems to be true. The of extinction is the of this place. I'm afraid that even Bobby D didn't know this, and he also understood some things in Weiss' words. For example, the of life in Beishikong only manages Beishikong. Nan Shikong also has the of life in Nan Shikong. Chapter 59:25. Extinction comes from the starry sky, and there is a high probability that it is the of the starry sky. Thinking of this, he figured everything out. Extinction is the force of life. You can go to southern space-time or eastern space-time. There is no need to come to north time and space, this time and space where the god of life was not born. He deliberately came to Beishikong, probably just to intercept the of life. In this way, the of life who swallowed the northern time and space can cast reincarnation, and what is cast is the reincarnation in the starry sky. Only in this way can we plan all this at such a high price. He turned his head and glanced at the Realm King, and he didn't know if the Realm King of northern space and time knew about the conspiracy of extinction. The World King knew that Emperor Bobby came from the starry sky, and he should also know the existence of extinction. But it does not necessarily know the conspiracy of destroying the gods. Otherwise, he won't be so anxious to get the fruition of the of life. After Weiss left, time and space returned to normal. The Realm King also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jian Wushuang with fear in his heart. He also didn't expect Master Weiss to be still in northern space-time, and it's in the original universe of the practitioner in front of you. This is the practitioner he personally introduced. He was shooting himself in the foot this time. Thinking of that metal being, he felt a headache. After gritting his teeth and pondering, he turned and said to everyone, "This time if you can help Dan Bao become the of life and help him eliminate all threats, I will personally help you refine the origin of the universe and let you regain a new life. And I can guarantee that each of you can reach the 8 Tribulations realm. If it was originally the 8 Tribulations realm, I will also refine the treasures you need to cross the 9 Tribulations." After hearing those 7 tribulations, his eyes changed color. Shamu King was extremely shocked. Refined into a treasure of the 9 Tribulations realm. This was beyond his expectation. It would be nice to be thinking about being a demigod. Unexpectedly, there is still a chance for the 9 Tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang was also shocked by the handwriting of the Realm King. Obviously, he was under too much pressure to face Weiss, and he did not want to abandon the Wanlu Shinmu, let alone face the metal life. This is a great scourge. Not only will it threaten the god of life, it will also threaten the entire northern space-time. Regarding this matter, the Realm King has laid his blood. He even directly took out a mustard seed and placed it in front of everyone. There is a forbidden fruit of divine power. As long as you swallow a forbidden fruit of divine power, your divine power will be doubled in the next hour. And of course there will be backlashes, but don't worry about this backlash, as long as the of life appears. It will help you recover. After speaking, he pushed the mustard to everyone. King Shamu took it. There are a total of 76 in it. It is also their number. Even Jian Wushuang and Wu Li have one. The only things I can help you, it all depends on your good fortune. The King of Realm glanced firmly at the crowd and said in a low voice, "Remember, you are not fighting for yourself, but for the entire northern space and time. As long as you win this time, I promise in the future that you will not only be resurrected, but also enter the main time and space. Wherever there is a stronger heritage, it will be yours." When King Shenmu heard this, his eyes were round, and he unconsciously said, "Could it be the Jishin continent?" "Yes, it's the realm of the heart continent. I still have a lot of realm gods' orders on my body. Those with great credit can naturally get it." The king of realms smiled indifferently, and then said, "As long as your credit is great enough, except for the fixed gods. Outside of the position, I can satisfy everything, even the 9 tribulations realm. Call." Everyone took a deep breath. The words of the realm king are getting bigger and bigger. They were so excited at this moment that they wanted to go out and fight Bobby D desperately. Jin Wushuang was not too excited, but a little uneasy. He is the only one who knows the real situation. These people don't even know who their real opponents are this time. If you know it, I'm afraid it won't be so excited. The only threat on the face is Bobby D. Secretly, there is still the metal life that can threaten Wanlu Shenmu. Behind it is the shadow of extinction. This trip to the Willows was full of danger. It's not as simple as they thought. There is also the promise of Weiss. To trick him into Wanlu, I am afraid it is not looking for treasure for his hairless cat. He must be allowed in because of something. Otherwise, it won't directly give him the freedom of the upper half. Now he can see it clearly. There must be some hidden big secret in Wan Liu's universe. The more the other person cares, the more afraid he is, especially the World King. This old man doesn't look like a good person. Wherever there are such pitfalls, he can't figure it out. Let them go as practitioners. What's the use of giving more treasures? No life to get it, everything is empty talk. Just such a divine power, forbidden fruit. Let them use it desperately. Jin Wushuang took a deep breath, and now he was on the thief ship. The rest of them were fooled by the Realm King, wishing to go out and fight with Emperor Bobby now. The Realm King also noticed this and quickly persuaded. You must remember that the enemy is often not in the face. Bobby is not a threat. It can only be regarded as a test. You can also cooperate with the other party when necessary. Don't worry, Emperor Bobby will definitely not become the of life. My Lord Jie, don't worry. We have a sense of measure. At this time, King Shenmu was still speculating on Jai Wang's mind. The Realm King previously praised Emperor Bobby as a talent, which made King Shenmu think that Emperor Bobby could not die, but Qi Jiuxiao must die. Because death and life are opposites. The rest of the people think the same way. These old guys have lived for countless epochs and finally speculated about others. This time it was fooled by the Realm King. The Realm King took a deep breath and felt that if he continued speaking, these people might understand more things. So they stopped talking nonsense and said, "It's all up to you. This formation will send you to God. It's up to you." After talking about the projection, it disappeared. The formation also closed the enchantment at this moment. They can enter at will, but they need life force to open it. This is simple. When Dan Bao comes over, it can be turned on at will. Even Jin Wushuang has the ability to open it himself. It's just that if you don't bring Dan Bao, it's useless if they turn it on. This is the same as not thinking about when you go to practice. You must bring Dan Bao. King Shenmu checked the formation for a while, turned his head, and said to Jin Wushuang, "Friend Wushuang, your life force should also be able to open this formation, right?" "Yes." Jin Wushuang nodded, wondering what the other party was going to do. After getting the affirmation, Shenmu grinned and continued, "I have a plan to get rid of Bobby D." Chapter 59-26. What strategy? The crowd gathered around. Jin Wushuang was also very curious. But after Shenmu Wang finished speaking, he regretted agreeing to respond. The other party is going to use his life force to open the formation, and then notify Dan Bao to come in, and it will be able to instantly activate the big formation, and then get rid of Bobby D. It sounds pretty good, but it's not that easy to do. The life force required by the formation can revive a universe. Even for him, it takes a day. If Dan Bao started the formation, it might take enough time for a stick of incense. At this time, as long as the king of Shenmu and the great monk were outside to make a stick of incense. Obviously, King Shenmu was already afraid of Qi Jiuxiao and didn't dare to take any risks. Just let him do this. Think about it. The World King said, don't care about the threat of Emperor Bobby. Okay. Jin Wuxuang nodded, agreeing. Upon seeing this, King Shimu said excitedly, this time, Wuxuang Daoist has made a great contribution. In the future, following Master Danbao, he will definitely have a bright future. Don't talk nonsense, let's start. The Lord of Hingmu couldn't wait. Jin Wuxuang rolled his eyes, didn't care about these people, but walked into the formation. After entering the big formation, he took the lead to walk to the statue in the center. The hole to inject life force is here. As long as there is enough life force, the formation can be opened. He didn't rush to inject life force, but stared at the sculpture carefully and observed it. I didn't look carefully outside just now. And now after a closer look, he found that this sculpture was somewhat familiar with the Realm King. I originally thought this was a masterpiece of the Realm King, but after the Realm King appeared, he saw the face clearly, which is different from carving. The Jia Wang wears a hat, and his body is relatively fat. The sculpture in front of me is a bit thin and not big. At the beginning, it was possible to build this sky city in the Wanlu universe. The background is definitely not small. Wanlu universe, or this sacred tree of Wanlu, was obtained by Weiss to supplement the background of northern spacetime. In this way, this sacred tree of 10,000 willows is the top treasure in the entire northern space and time, qualified to enter this place to rest. Except for the King of Realm, he couldn't think of anyone else. But looking at the sculpture now, it was not the Realm King. He was so surprised. The secret here may be related to this carving. Jian Wuxuang guessed secretly in his heart. After going around for a while, he didn't hesitate and immediately injected life force. A large amount of life force entered into the sculpture. But this sculpture is like a bottomless pit. In one day, he still regarded himself highly. It lasted for almost 2 days before he injected to around 99%. King Shimu came to urge several times. If it weren't for the strength of the opponent, he would have liked to give the opponent a sword. Really think he doesn't need money for his vitality? Such a huge life force was transformed by him with the power of all things. Everything. It takes treasures to condense. How much can he condense? It's okay to maintain the usual battle, really want him to infinite output. Still need treasures to supplement. All the treasures he had previously obtained in the infinite world, as well as his own accumulation, were thrown in. Hunyuan stones are all spent clean. Now in the mustard, it's cleaner than the face. Fortunately for the fruits he got the condensed original chess pieces ahead of time. Otherwise he would lose too much this time. Everyone is so excited now, wishing to die for Danbao to become a god. He was too embarrassed to talk about his expenses. Can only swallow it. It can be regarded as the sacrifice that Danbao made for them. Since he was holding his thigh this time, it would be good to sacrifice some points, which also seemed to be useful to him. Shimu King, you go to pick up Danbao. I am here to guard. Good. After making a gesture to the other party, Jin Wuxuang breathed a sigh of relief. The Lord of Eternal Wood leads people into the big formation. King Shimu went to meet Danbao to come in. Outside the Sky City, Danbao's shield of life was stunned for 2 days and 2 nights. Not only is Bobby D surprised, even Danbao himself did not expect that his life force could be endless. Although there is the core of life origin. But everything does not come from nowhere. There will always be times when you can't hold on. He has not yet become the of life. As predicted, the shield of life, under Qi Jiuxio's attack, had cracks. When the monk saw it, his heart sank. Angrily scolded Shimu Wang and the others for procrastination, saying that the time of the day was good, but it was delayed by 1 day. Little Lord, let's withdraw, the great monk said nervously. If this continues, Qi Jiuxiao will be able to smash this shield of life within the time of a stick of incense. It takes a long time for a stick of incense. Once a crack appears, it may be broken in an instant. Danbao also understands, but now that he has withdrawn, he has lost all his efforts. Can only clenched his teeth and insisted. Unmoved. But the shield of life could not stop Qi Jiuxiao by persisting. As his vitality continued to decline, the shield of life also shattered. Wow! Shield broken. The great monk resolutely stood in front of Dan Bao. It's the same with Brew. Let's go. Is really not the time to head on. The monk turned his head and said to Bulu, You take the little lord and go quickly. Leave it to me here. Upon seeing this, Bulu knew how to measure, and while pulling Dan Bao, he fled directly towards the city in the sky. The great monk's divine power suddenly increased, and a flying kick directly stopped Qi Jiuxiao. Thanks, Tusk. Overwhelming. Bobby D sneered. The Soul Tiendi and others behind him bypassed the great monk and rushed towards Dan Bao. Bulu, incarnate as a real dragon, possesses a half-step battle power in the 8 Tribulations realm, which is already comparable to the original dragon god. But facing several top powerhouses in the 7 Tribulations realm, as well as a powerhouse in the 8 Tribulations realm, he was still powerless, can only rely on speed to resist. The 2 war beasts and the great monk fought against Qi Jiuxiao together, but it was only a breath, and it was broken. Just when they were desperate, Shimu King is here. Look for Jian Wushuang after entering the city, and leave it to me here. Shimu King yelled, and when his breath shook, he said that the Soul Tiendi and the others retreated, randomly rushed towards Qi Jiuxiao. He and the great monk were able to barely block Qi Jiuxiao. The 2 war beasts are just like decorations. The top of the 8 Tribulations realm, in front of Qi Jiuxiao, are all the same as the ants. If it wasn't for the defense of the beasts themselves to be stronger, I'm afraid Qi Jiuxiao would be able to slay these 2 beasts at will. 2 8 Tribulations realm top battle beasts, plus 2 8 Tribulations realm peak powerhouses, blocked Qi Jiuxiao in front of them. Shimu, can the formation be opened? The great monk was in a panic at this time, revealing something. The Shinmu King next to him rolled his eyes, but his expression did not change. He replied, The formation can be opened, and there is only a trace of life force. Lord Dan Bao will be able to open it instantly, and we will also go. Retreat. Chapter 59:27. Hearing that the formation can be opened, the great monk's divine power has also been reduced a lot, and he has some confidence. On Dan Bao's side, he had already followed Bulu to the Sky City. Without chasing soldiers, it was exceptionally smooth, and it didn't take long to reach the square in the center of the city. Quickly enter the formation. Jian Wushuang was also a little panicked when he saw Bu come with Dan Bao in embarrassment. At the same time, he felt the oppression from Qi Jiuxiao. Bobby D and others also entered the city, and it's coming here quickly. Although King Shimu and others blocked Qi Jiuxiao, they couldn't move. Bobby D took the people, bypassed the Shinmu King and others, followed Bulu and Dan Bao all the way to the square. Dan Bao entered the formation with his front foot, and Emperor Bobby wanted to keep up with his back foot. The strong within the formation are all in the 7 Tribulations realm. The strongest is the Lord of Hengmu, and without any hesitation at this time, he rushed out with a few powerhouses at the peak of the 7 Tribulations realm. Are you injured? Jian Wushuang put one hand on Dan Bao's shoulder and said in surprise, How come your life force is gone? No problem. It's just that the shield of life is overdrawn too much. Dan Bao shook his head. But in this way, Jian Wushuang had to activate the formation. It's still a little bit short of life force now. He can only turn his head and continue to inject life force. Dan Bao has a strong spirit, and he knows that there is still a lot of them. So he stepped forward and injected life force together. Wu Li also leaned over at this time and gave the fruits of life he had obtained to Pil Bao and Jian Wushuang. This made Jian Wushuang very surprised. He didn't expect that Wu Li had changed so much, and he knew that he had made dedication. Brother Wushuang, you have to stand it up. It's up to you whether I can become the 8 Tribulations realm or not. Wu Li was not able to say it directly, so he took the initiative to transmit Jian Wushuang's voice. After hearing the other party's true thoughts, Jian Wushuang grinned. The other party was Wu Li, who he knew without a trace of change. Do not worry. He didn't say much, so he injected life force with Dan Bao. The Lord of Eternal Wood is blocking Bobby D and the others. Although the Soul Tiendi was powerful, the 2 of them were also half-hearted against Hengmu. They are all half-hearted and 8 Tribulation Realm combat power. As long as King Shenmue frees up a hand, he will be able to abolish the opponent. It is a pity that Shenmue King and the Great Monk are passively beaten. There is no way to retreat, and he is outside the formation. At this time, the life force in the sculpture is also full. The green breath filled the entire formation. Jin Wuxuang was overjoyed when he saw this. Dan Bao's life force was indeed strong. Even if he forced it out a little, it was countless times stronger than his. Fast forward. There is only one breathing time. Transmit this news instantly. The Lord of Hengmu directly led people back here. Shenmue King and the Great Monk looked at each other, and the two of them gathered a large group of supernatural powers at the same time and threw them towards Qi Jiuxiao, then turned and rushed into the formation. Emperor Bobby also saw the strangeness at this time and quickly reminded, Qi Jiuxiao, leave them alone. Let's talk about it after breaking the formation. The towering Qi Jiuxiao raised his hand to bounce the 2 condensed divine powers, raised a fist, and slammed into the formation fiercely. All this is too fast. As soon as the Shenmue King and the Great Monk entered the formation, they felt a strong pressure. The formation is beginning to wither. Jin Wuxuang was taken aback. Who built this formation? According to common sense, Qi Jiuxiao has half the battle power of the 9 Tribulations realm, and it is impossible to destroy it. The ground kept shaking and sinking, and Jin Wuxuang was a little unsteady. Dan Bao and Wu Li, the nearest to him, almost fell down and were both supported by him. Qi Jiuxiao. He held Dan Bao with one hand and Wu Li with the other. He looked up at Qi Jiuxiao in the sky with fear in his eyes. A huge boxing shadow fell again. Wu Li closed his eyes directly. Dan Bao also took a half-step back. Jin Wuxuang directly performed the super eternal transformation and was ready to swallow the forbidden fruit of divine power. Once the large formation is damaged, it cannot be transmitted. Then I can only escape with Dan Bao. He didn't have time to control the rest. Can bring one is one. Boom! The moment before the shadow of the fist fell on the formation was completely activated, and everyone standing on the formation disappeared instantly. Qi Jiuxiao's punch also hit the center of the formation. It's just that there is no figure in the formation. Bobby jumped and cursed angrily. This time the formation was really destroyed. They want to catch up again, not knowing when. Damn it! Emperor Bobby's eyes were full of flames, and his figure continued to rise. He looked carefully, except for this valley, surrounded by the beginning of chaos. Don't know where to go? The formation was broken. Even he couldn't repair it. Want to leave here? Look for Jin Wuxuang and others. They can only fly out. Emperor Bobby flashed his inspiration, thinking of the Akatsuki ghost defeated by Akajiuxio. The opponent's complete body also has a half-step around the 9 Tribulations realm. It's a pity that he's still lost in the face of Qi Jiuxiao. But Emperor Bobby didn't kill the opponent. This was a big deal, and it was a shame to kill. As long as the opponent is enslaved and allowed to completely swallow the aura in the Sky City, it is equivalent to one more half-step 9 Tribulations realm servant. How could he be willing to kill? It now appears that he is not only a helper, but also a guide. Maybe the other party knows how to leave here. This time it was also good luck for Bobby D, and it really made him wrong. Akatsuki really knew how to leave. It's just that there are too many dangers along the way. Powerful people in the 8 Tribulations realm are likely to fall. But Babidi didn't worry at all, because there were 2.5-step 9 Tribulations realm powerhouses, and no one could stop them. The next time I meet Dan Bao and others, it won't be as simple as this time. If you can smash the shield of life, there is hope. In this way, it is not impossible to take the other party. At the same time, Jin Wuxuang and the others also understood that relying on Dan Bao could not protect themselves. No wonder the Realm King would give them supernatural power forbidden fruit. They have to fight for everything. With the start of the formation, they left the city in the sky in an instant. Even left that time and space. Completely entered the interior of Wanlu universe. Just because of the destruction of the formation. When they were teleported, there was also an accident. The black hole in the shuttle cracked open. Jin Wushuang pulled Dan Bao and Wu Li directly into the crack of the black hole. This kind of crack is not a big threat to them, but it was not a small trouble to get away from Xim Yuang and others. The great monk and Shenmu King behind saw Jin Wushuang taking Dan Bao into the crack of the black hole. The bottom of my heart sank, and when I wanted to follow in, the cracks began to heal. Can't get in at all. Get out of the way. Let me blast it away. The great monk was the most anxious and directly pushed the Shenmu King away and attacked towards the edge of the black hole. Chapter 59:28. Shenmu King was shocked and quickly dissuaded him. Even if you blast it in, you won't find Dan Bao. At the same time, he secretly cursed the great monk from the bottom of his heart and didn't even have any common sense of time and space. In the space, you can find the target according to the space mark. But the space-time black hole here contains time. Just that moment of time, I don't know how much space has passed. However, the great monk had to look for the pill treasure by engraving the boat and seeking the sword. This is outrageous. In the Eight Tribulations realm, he didn't even know this theory. King Shenmu doubted whether the other party was stunned. Then what do you say? The great monk was frustrated and looked at King Shenmu. Balu wasn't worried because he believed in Jin Wushuang. But the rest of the people's goal is Dan Bao. Now Dan Bao halfway into the crack of the black hole. Who else can they follow? Don't worry. King Shenmu turned his gaze, and then he said, just keep walking. Bulu is of the same clan as Lord Dan Bao, and you will definitely feel the breath of Lord Dan Bao. How big? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this sentence. Only the great monk's eyes rolled round, glanced at these people, and said tremblingly, go in and you'll know how old you are. Wanlu universe, comparable to most of the time and space of Guyu. I really want to look for it. I can't find it after 10 or 8 years. Where's the rules, unlike Guyu time and space? The speed may be much slower. If Dan Bao is not in God, they still have to be in the lower realm. That would be even slower. But now, there is no better way. And most of these people are still willing to believe in Shenmu King. After all, he was the pioneer of the Guma school and also the powerful king of the Guma continent. Although the great monk was strong, he was also the first to take refuge in Dan Bao, but there was a distance in the end. The other side, Jin Wushuang and others were drawn into the cracks of the black hole without any panic. In the cluttered space, he began to use his mind to feel the breath. Feel the breath of life. As long as the breath of life in the middle of that space, where's the main time and space? In Jin Wushuang's eyes gleamed, and he looked at a mirrored space and said, that's it, let's go in. Neither Wu Li nor Dan Bao hesitated and rushed over after him. In that mirror space, Jin Wushuang not only felt the breath of life, but also felt a powerful wave of divine power. Moreover, the space of the mirror surface is not stable. It is obviously fighting. The spread of the battle shattered the space, but time is stable, and they can take the opportunity to enter. As for the threat, this has not really been considered. It is impossible to be unlucky enough to encounter the Eight Tribulations realm, even if it is a battle in the Eight Tribulations realm. In fact, according to the current strength of Jin Wushuang, he can still resist it. If he couldn't bear it, he would run away. As long as he didn't encounter the Nine Tribulations realm for half a step, even at the peak of the Eight Tribulations realm, he would be able to escape in front of the opponent. What's more, he now has a forbidden fruit of divine power. Under the super eternal change, he has 4 million divine power plus the double of the divine power forbidden fruit, that is 8 million. This is already the top combat power of the Eight Tribulations realm. Naturally emboldened. Wow! He tore through the mirror space at will, pulled Dan Bao and Wu Li into the space. Just entered the main time and space, which is the interior of Wanlu universe. The dimness and roar is what catches the eye. And countless huge dust floating in the sky. Said to be dust, each piece has the size of a fist. As Jin Wushuang guessed, there was indeed a battle here. It can be said that it is full of gods and Buddhas, with unlimited divine power. The battle here is not as simple as one person and two people. It's more like a national war. There are more than hundreds of millions of strong people gathered on both sides. The weakest are the strongest emperors. These emperors are fighting on the ground. The burly and hideous formation giant beasts, each condensed by millions of emperors, are capable of fighting the Lord of the universe. There are also many experts in the tribulation realm, and most of them are in the three tribulation realm. There is also the breadth of 5 tribulations and even 6 tribulations. The 3 Jin Wushuang looked around like a fly without a head. Their location is also very awkward. It seems to be at the core of the battlefield. In countless fights, the 3 of them appeared very small. Of course, this was because Jin Wushuang used his breath to hide their whereabouts. Otherwise, the breath of the 3 will be exposed. Not to mention Dan Bao. It is said that he and Wu Li are both the breath of the 6 tribulations realm, with more than 1 million divine powers comparable to the 7 tribulations realm. He looked around, and the strongest here was the 7 tribulations realm. If this suddenly shows up, I'm afraid it will scare the other party. Let's go! Jin Wushuang was not interested in the battle here. He figured out the direction and was ready to leave. But seeing Dan Bao's complexion, he took a deep breath. The of life saw the fight of countless strong men, the fall of countless lives. How could you pat your and leave? Even people who didn't wince Wu Li saw it all. Brother Wushuang, this is what is wrong with you. All living beings were originally free and free. Seeing them in the deep waters, how can you read www. Akanshu? Come sit back and watch? If you don't make a move, then let me come. After Wu Li finished speaking, he directly pulled away Jin Wushuang's breath, and his divine power was shocked, and countless strong people around him were instantly shaken away. Those condensed large formations also burst instantly. Millions of emperors were killed instantly. Wu Li smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I'm not sure. Those emperors who were closest to him had no ashes left. Dan Bao's complexion was dark, but he didn't mean to blame Wu Li. Jin Wushuang secretly laughed at Wu Li and flattered him. Not as good as his cheap daddy. Now that Wu Li has stepped forward, he must also express it. Dan Bao, what do you mean? But he wanted to ask Dan Bao what he meant, and it was best to listen to the other party. Avoid being thankless when you get it. But this time, Dan Bao shook his head and said, in this world, there is life and death. This is a cycle. We can't interfere. This. Wu Li's expression changed, but Dan Bao didn't expect Dan Bao to say such a thing. Jin Wushuang nodded in admiration, but after feeling a few glances, he calmly said, it seems that we have to intervene. Wu Li's exposure directly attracted the attention of the 7 tribulations realm, and there are at least 3 breaths at the 7 tribulations realm level. One of them is the top of the 7 tribulations realm, with a divine power of about 1.8 million. There are also 2 7 tribulations realm powerhouses with 1.5 million divine powers. These 3 breaths are not harmonious. Obviously, a hostile relationship. 3 figures descended from above the 9 heavens and instantly arrived in front of Jin Wushuang and the others. At the same time, they also ordered to stop fighting. The billionaires on both sides backed away thousands of miles and then looked at the people in the center of the battlefield. Chapter 59:29. Wu Li glanced around, his expression unchanged. It's just a 7 tribulation realm powerhouse. He naturally didn't panic at all. With Jin Wushuang in, the 8 tribulations realm came without much threat. 3 fellow Taoists, this place is the realm of the Jinwu dynasty. I don't know why they came here. Which one of the top powerhouses in the 7 tribulations realm was the first to speak? The other 2 7 tribulation realm powerhouses were not behind, and furiously said, this place is originally the land of my Nanyun nation. These 3 fellow Taoists come here, and there is no need for your Jinwu dynasty to interrogate. As soon as he speaks, he starts to provoke the relationship. Can't wait to start the fight right away. Wu Li watched the excitement and even wanted to watch them fight. Dan Bao didn't plan to take care of it anyway. Jinwu. After Jin Wushuang heard this familiar name, his heart was shocked. It reminded him of Zhen Wuyang. Scenes flashed through my mind, pulled him back to the big division domain. Thought of the past, during the period of wandering in Desiyu. Although it is boring, but also has a lot of friends. During that time, it was his worst experience. After entering the great wilderness, and then to Chishan Temple time and space, he almost forgot about Desiyu. The last time he mentioned it was when Jin Wuyang told him about the death of Desiyu. Desiyu is gone, and the remaining memories are on Jin Wuyang. Which noble emperor? The pride of Desiyu, the superpower of the primitive universe. Once the scenery was endless. After entering Guyu time and space, there was no news. Now that I heard the word Jinwu again, I thought of Zhen Yang unconsciously. At the same time, he also had a good impression of the Jinwu dynasty. With just a glance, he could deduce from the breath of the other party that this place was indeed the realm of the Jinwu dynasty. The invading party should be Nanyuan country. The three of us came here, just passing by, without any attempt. Jian Wushuang recollected a moment, and stood up as an answer. Now is not the time for him to remember. The most important thing at the moment is to find King Shenmu and others. Let the great monk lead the way to find the ladder of God. I didn't want to waste time here, as Wu Li and Dan Bao were wrapped in breath, and he was about to leave. This action directly made it impossible for the powerhouses of the Jinwu dynasty and the Nanyuan kingdom to be able to get them. In the face of the three people who suddenly appeared, they were all extremely defensive. The divine power that Wu Li had just exploded had the power of half a step in the Seven Tribulations realm. And they could see that Jian Wushuang was the leader, and he couldn't see through his strength. I am afraid it is a strong man in the Seven Tribulations realm. This place is the lower realm of Wanlu universe. The sky is the big world. Above is God. Both the Nanyuan kingdom and the Jinwu dynasty were the top forces in the celestial world. There are half-step 8 Tribulations realm powerhouses. However, the founding ancestor of the Jinwu dynasty, a strong man of sabotage, is now on the verge of falling. That's why Nanyuan kingdom dared to aggressively attack the Jinwu dynasty. There are actually not many forces of this level in the entire Vault of Heaven. It was different from what Jian Wushuang had initially expected. He originally thought that the special nature of Wanlu universe would give birth to an unexpectedly strong man. It seems that it is nothing more than that. The 8 Tribulations realm is still very pitiful. The 7 Tribulations realm powerhouse of Jinwu dynasty, looking at his leaving back, his eyes flickered, and he had already transmitted the affairs of this place to the inside of the dynasty. The same goes for the 2 Seven Tribulations realm powerhouses of Nanyuan kingdom. Compared with the downfall of the Jinwu dynasty, the powerhouses of Nanyuan kingdom are more confident. Facing the mysterious powerhouse that suddenly appeared, he would let him go like this. What if it is the conspiracy of the Jinwu dynasty? Deng even lifted off and blocked the way of Jian Wushuang and others. In the distance, there are 3 powerful breaths which are constantly approaching. The South Cloud Kingdom obviously came prepared. You too, what do you mean? Jian Wu changed his face and felt the aura of threat from a distance. At least 3 top powerhouses in the 7 Tribulations realm. The 2 Nanyuan nations' 7 Tribulations realm powerhouses sneered and said in a bad tone, I said, this place is the boundary of Nanyuan nation. You can come and leave if you want. Wouldn't you not give me Nanyuan nation? Face, let alone killed the emperor of my Nanyuan kingdom. Which of the top experts in the 7 Tribulations realm of the Jinwu dynasty below is taking a half step back and preparing to watch the show? In fact, there is also fear in the bottom of my heart. Worrying is the bitter ploy of Nanyuan nation, but their Jinwu dynasty is now deeply trapped in the vortex of war, surrounded by enemies on all sides, and can't mobilize extra powerhouses to frighten here. He can only stand alone here. At the same time, I also prayed from the bottom of my heart that the arrival of these 3 mysterious powerhouses has nothing to do with Nanyuan kingdom. In this way, if the 2 sides fight, he can also slow down. Humph! Wu Li's expression moved, and he stood up directly. He now also has the top combat power of the 7 Tribulations realm. How could he be afraid that the 2 ordinary 7 Tribulations realm in front of him would dare to block the way, and immediately shocked with divine power, and burst out with all his strength. And the two Nanyuan Kingdom powerhouses were also taken aback and discovered that Wu Li's divine power unexpectedly surpassed them. But depending on the opponent's realm, it's only the Six Tribulations realm. For a while, I was a little panicked, worried about kicking the iron plate. But this outbreak of Wu Li made them even more sure that it must be the trick of the Jinwu dynasty. Marquis Jinwu, your Jinwu dynasty hides so deeply that there are such superpowers hidden. The Jinwu dynasty's top powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm, Jinwuho, did not answer. But there was fear in his eyes, and he immediately raised his hand to signal the army of practitioners behind to retreat. Once the fighting broke out between the Seven Tribulations, this place would be destroyed. The army of practitioners cannot withstand the aftermath of divine power. Nangonghua, I don't know what you're talking about. Since you think it was the trick of my Jinwu dynasty, why don't you go through these three Taoist friends? Jinwuho sneered, and then immediately backed away. He can't figure out the intention of the other party now, so he can only take someone back first. This made the two Seven Tribulations realm powerhouses of Nanyuan Nation somewhat unable to see through. Don't pay attention to them. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said calmly, "Let's just leave. There is no need to talk nonsense with these people. You hit me, I hit you. What's the use? Their purpose is not to waste time here. That's right, they're just frogs at the bottom of the well." Wu Li sneered, and the divine power was also incorporated into the divine body, and he glanced at each other disdainfully. This made the two powerhouses of Nanyuan Kingdom very angry, and said angrily, "Despise me?" Although angry, it can be seen now that the other party may really have passed by here. But it is also true to kill them, the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. They're all stopped now. I can't just let them go like this. Unfortunately, they think too much. Jian Wushuang wanted to leave, even in the Eight Tribulations realm. Wow! A pair of dark red wings, covering the sky and obscuring the sun, unfold in an instant. Chapter 59:30. The Candle Dragon's wings shook slightly, and Jian Wushuang was ready to leave here with Danbao and Wu Li. The huge Candle Dragon's wings are extremely sharp, and the upper part contains a complete source of space. Now it has completely recovered to its peak state, which is comparable to the treasure of the universe in the Eight Tribulations realm. The two Seven Tribulations realm powerhouses of the Southern Cloud Kingdom were stunned when they saw the pair of wings, especially the powerful divine aura above, which made them unable to breathe. The fierce breath can instantly kill the Lord of the Universe below the Seven Tribulations realm. Even the Seven Tribulations realm was extremely frightened when faced with such a powerful treasure. But this is just a part of the beast soldier. The top powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm in the Jinwu dynasty was also extremely afraid and could not help but retreat. The wings ripped apart the space, and Jian Wu's eyes were about to leave. But he was stopped by a shout. "Jian Wushuang." The voice was very familiar to Jian Wushuang, and his figure stopped at a moment's notice, turning his head to look at the dense army of the Jinwu dynasty. I found the direction where the sound came from, and saw the figure, a golden robe, full of extravagance, sitting in the middle army, with scarlet blood on his body. Jian Wushuang looked down at each other. Which golden robe figure is also looking at Jian Wushuang? He discovered Jian Wushuang early in the morning, but he couldn't believe it at that time. But after seeing the pair of dark red wings, he was sure that the mysterious powerhouse in front of him was Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, who entered the ancient moon time and space with him. It is also Jian Wushuang who proposed to bring them into the different time and space. In the world of the Vault of Heaven, after countless epochs, I finally saw the people I was familiar with. If it wasn't for Jian Wushuang's appearance, he would have thought that everything in the past was a dream. "Brother Wushuang, why don't you move?" Seeing Jian Wushuang, who was stunned, Wu Li wanted to reach out and shout, but was stopped by Danbao. Jian Wushuang ignored the two people around him at this time, and his figure slowly flew towards the army of the Jinwu dynasty. This scene frightened the Marquis Jinwu of the Jinwu dynasty, turning his head and taking a look, the golden-robed blood shadow. The first prince, That golden-robed figure is the eldest prince of the Jinwu dynasty, the future heir, the current prince, and the master of the universe of the Five Tribulations realm. He must keep it, otherwise the Jinwu dynasty will be over. Prince, if something goes wrong, the dynasty will collapse quickly. But he could see that the eldest prince seemed to know this mysterious powerhouse. But he didn't dare to gamble. Even when he rushed to the central army, he wanted to stop Jian Wushuang. It's just that his figure just arrived in front of Jian Wushuang, but he found that it was just an afterimage. It didn't stop at all. Jian Wushuang didn't take the other party as a person at all, and his figure kept flickering, seemingly very slow. But in fact, he had reached the middle army. Came in front of the golden-robed figure. He stopped in place and looked up at a familiar figure. "I've not seen you for a long time." The figure of Jin Pao trembled with trembling hands, stepped forward quickly, stood in front of Jian Wushuang, tremblingly said, "How many years? Do you know how many years I've been looking for you?" Jian Wushuang sighed. "This place is Wanlu Universe. How could it be possible to find them? And this is the great world under the sky. The time and space are different, and the time and space are even more different." Seeing the precipitation of the other party's breath, he knew that the other party did not know how many epochs he had cultivated here. In the outside world, he is full of calculations, just over 10,000 years. But here, I am afraid that countless epochs have passed. From the Emperor, he has reached the Five Tribulations realm. "True Wuyang," Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. "Why are you here?" This place is the Wanlu Universe. When they entered the heavenly maiden time and space, it is reasonable to say that they should appear in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. He never expected that Zhen Yang would enter the Wanlu Universe. It was the Wanlu Universe that he wanted to enter in his dreams. People are more mad than people. Some are begging to come in, and some are begging to go out. What do you mean by this? Jin Wuyang was stunned for a moment. Jian Wushuang explained at this time. It's a long story. In fact, this is just a secret realm, or the origin universe of a super strong, original universe. After Zhen Wuyang heard it, his eyes widened. He didn't expect that this incomparably huge world of the sky is just the origin universe of a super strong. And above the sky, there is God. I don't know how much bigger than the original time and space they were in. After all, the space here is half the size of the ancient moon space-time. You must know that the ancient moon time and space is one of the 9 strongest time and space rivers in the northern time and space. The time and space of the primordial universe is just a tributary of upstream and downstream. The space is less than 1/10 of the time and space of Guyu. Zhen Yang, who has never seen Guyu's time and space, naturally doesn't think that this place is just a secret realm. Some things, it's a long story. There are many people here. It's better to change place. He never expected to find Jin Wuyang here. Heart is also very happy. And the strength of the other party is not bad. He is already the master of the Five Tribulations realm universe. Of course, it also depends on time. The inheritance of this place is stronger than that of the ancient moon time and space. And when Zhen Yang arrives here, Yu Kanshu www. A Kanshu. Calm has cultivated for countless epochs, and it is also common sense to become the master of the universe of the Five Tribulations. 10 people at first. On potential, Zhen Yang is the second echelon. It is much stronger than Dongsheng and Wanyan. It is reasonable to cultivate to the Five Tribulations realm. Change the place. Jin Wuyang was pulled back to reality in an instant. This place is a battlefield. It was the battlefield between their Jinwu dynasty and the Nanyan kingdom. He is the prince of Jinwu dynasty, the future emperor of Jinwu. Now, can he still go? Compared to the time in the original universe, or the DCU. More like a dream. Here he lived for countless months. If it weren't for Jian Wushuang's sudden appearance, he would have almost forgotten everything in the past. He also forgot the oath he made in front of Kishin's tombstone. Speaking of which, the original vision was also a bit of a joke. After so many years, he has not felt the backlash from the oath. From this point, he felt that everything in the past was really a dream. Forget it. Zhen Wuyang broke free from Jian Wushuang's arm, shook his head and said, "There are some things that I can't go back to," Jian Wushuang said in surprise. You can't let these people go. He turned his head to look around. The top powerhouse of the Seven Tribulations realm of the Jinwu dynasty was standing behind him. The other party did not know the relationship between Jian Wushuang and Zhen Wuyang. Eldest Prince, do you know this fellow Taoist? He looked at Jian Wushuang. Today's Jinwu dynasty is surrounded by enemies on all sides. If one more person from the Seven Tribulations realm can help, it can increase the odds of winning by 1 point. Zhen Wuyang didn't have that thought at this time. He didn't want to admit everything at the beginning, but he took the initiative to recognize Jian Wushuang. The contradictions also represent his tangled heart. Chapter 59:31. Dan Bao and Wu Li also flew over, seeing Jian Wushuang with a heavy expression. They were not easy to speak. Are you really going to come with me? No, to see you is long gone. And the Qi Temple has nothing to remember, just a little sorry for that true spirit. Zhen Wuyang shook his head and smiled bitterly. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. He did not blame Zhen Wuyang. If it were him, he might also lose himself in the endless years. But he didn't understand what was so good about being there. Even if you don't have any memories of the Qi Temple, it is better to leave this place, go to the ancient moon time and space, and continue to practice. Why waste time between dynasties? Jinwu Dynasty. Jian Wushuang turned to look at Zhen Yang and said, no matter what, I brought you here at the beginning. If you need anything, just speak. He is unwilling to give up on this. Perhaps solving the current troubles of the Jinwu Dynasty can make Zhen Yang transform. The CU is gone, but the feelings are still there. He can't forget that he almost became Zhen Wuyang's son-in-law. And the other party did not help him less. Even the opening of the Qi Temple has a lot to do with Zhen Yang. If Zhen Wuyang had not punished him for going to the Great Wilderness, he would not have opened the Qi Temple. Everything from the beginning is still there. How to forget? No. Tell me, why did you come here? Zhen Yang didn't know how powerful Jian Wushuang was. Now their Jinwu dynasty was facing the encirclement and suppression of several countries. He himself had given up his former identity, and there was no reason to ask Jian Wushuang to help him. I'm here because of him. Jian Wushuang turned his head to point to Dan Bao and said, these two are my friends, Dan Bao and Wu Li. Hearing the introduction of themselves, the two nodded politely. In Wu Li's heart, he was even more puzzled about Jian Wushuang's identity, and there were acquaintances everywhere. However, in the Wanlu Divine Realm, he also knew that Jian Wushuang came from a different time and space, not a cultivator of the ancient moon time and space. Maybe there was more than one person here. After Zhen Wuyang nodded, he said a little embarrassedly, you have seen it too. This time the situation is special, but there is no way to entertain you. It's simple, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Tell me the information of Nanyan Kingdom, and I will help you solve it. After Zhen Yang heard it, he was about to refuse when the Marquis of Jinwu immediately stood up and said with a light smile, thank you, fellow Taoist, for helping out. I am dissatisfied with fellow Taoist. This time Nanyan Kingdom has dispatched several Seven Tribulations realm to attack my Jinwu dynasty. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the other party, the eldest prince would almost inherit the throne. Give it to me? The breath on Jian Wushuang's body shook, and he looked up into the distance. The powerhouse of the Southern Cloud Kingdom has arrived. Seeing this, Wu Li whispered, Brother Wushuang, do you want me to help? Now just the three of them. Dan Bao's life force is almost exhausted, and it is still recovering slowly, and there is no fighting power at all. At this time, he naturally has to express it. No need. You can be by Dan Bao's side, Jian Wushuang said, and he lifted off into the sky, towards the army of Nanyan Kingdom. When the Marquis of Jinwu saw Jian Wushuang being so decisive, he was overjoyed in his heart and quickly transmitted Zening. Eldest Prince, is this the friend you met when you traveled? After Zhen Yang became the Lord of the Universe, he left the Jinwu dynasty for almost hundreds of millions of epochs. After returning, he was the Lord of the Universe of the Five Tribulations realm, and his personality also changed. But the strength and potential were stimulated, and he was the first prince, so he was established as the prince. In this dynasty, no one has an opinion, The pioneer of the Jinwu dynasty was only a half-step 8 Tribulation Realm powerhouse, and the powerhouses under his command were limited. Among the younger generation, it is already very good to have a Lord of the 5 Tribulations Realm universe. In fact, it is almost the same as the original Vietnam. It's just that the comprehensive strength exceeds that of Vietnam by too much. In the entire Jinwu dynasty, there are several strong people in the 7 Tribulation Realm, and there are as many as 100 strong people in the 6 Tribulation Realm. But the powerhouses of the true martial arts lineage are pitiful. Therefore, Zhen Yang, the master of the universe of the 5 Tribulations Realm, will be reused. Now he has met a mysterious 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouse, and has made great achievements. Looking at Jian Wushuang's back, especially the amazing pair of wings. This time, he can definitely block the strong men of Nanyan Kingdom. As long as they block Nanyan Kingdom and other 4 battlefields, they can also take a breath. This time he was besieged by the 5 kingdoms, and the most threatening one was here. Really, Wuho, the top 3 superpowers in the Jinwu dynasty, sit in person, and the Southern Cloud Kingdom only dispatched 2 ordinary 7 Tribulations Realm, obviously did not dare to confront each other. But after hearing the arrival of a mysterious powerhouse, the Nanyan Kingdom did not dare to entrust the big one, and immediately dispatched all members. This time, in the attack on the Jinwu dynasty, there were 5 strong men in the 7 Tribulations Realm. All in place now. 2 ordinary 7 Tribulations Realm, 2 peaks of the 7 Tribulations, and a peak of the 7 Tribulations. This lineup is really good. It can crush the current Jinwu army. Marquis Jinwu also followed, and he was also the top powerhouse in the 7 Tribulations Realm. Which one has a single horn on his head is Venerable 9 Swords, the god of war of the Nanyan Kingdom. The rest are nothing to worry about. I can stop them by myself. It's just a few 7 Tribulations Realm. You don't need to intervene. Just be optimistic. Jian Wushuang is very confident. Just these people. He doesn't need to use the super ancient transformation. The upper body of the robbery has 2 million divine power, and it is not easy to deal with these 7 robbery realms. The strong man on the Nanyan Kingdom side saw Jian Wushuang approaching, and his eyes rolled. It's him. He seems to be a good friend with the prince of the Jinwu dynasty. He should be here to help. His divine power is only 5 million, and it's not as strong as you said. 9 short swords were suspended behind Venerable 9 Swords, with a sharp breath, and his eyes were cold when he looked at Jian Wushuang. Although he is not afraid, the other party is not from the Jinwu dynasty. It is better not to do anything. He immediately shouted at Jian Wushuang. If you retreat now, I will forgive the Nanyan Kingdom. This sentence is the same for you. Jian Wushuang smiled indifferently and sent this sentence to the other party. What do you mean? Literally, of course. The other party is afraid of him, but he is not afraid of the other party. As soon as the words fell, the divine power suddenly erupted. The robbery armor appeared. The divine power directly exploded to 2 million and instantly rushed to the army of the Southern Cloud Kingdom. Since he chooses to help Zhen Yang resolve the dynastic disputes, he will resolve it at one time. Anyway, he couldn't become the of life, and he was not polite. The slaughter desire in his bones soared, ignoring those emperors, and he killed the great formation of countless emperors. After Venerable 9 Swords reacted, he was furious. Chapter 59:32. His divine power also exceeded 2 million, and he immediately greeted him. 9 short swords, with a humming sound, converged into a cage with perfect streamlines, and descended from the sky, ready to kill Jian Wushuang. Speaking of kendo, after Jian Wushuang became the master of the universe, especially after creating the 9 swords of the starry sky, he faintly became the co-master of the space-time kendo. Not to mention that the other party is a swordsman of the 7 Tribulations realm. Even if it is the 8 Tribulations realm, he will not take it seriously. The 9 short swords, before they could cover him, were shaken back by the power of Jiejia. You are also worthy of being called Venerable 9 Swords. Jian Wushuang sneered, his figure flashed, and he actually took the initiative to chase the 9 short swords. The speed was so fast that it exceeded the speed of the treasure of the universe. With one hand, he grabbed a short sword, shouted angrily, and directly crushed the short sword. The treasure of the universe of the 7 tribulations realm is like a gravel in his hands. You, Venerable 9 Swords panicked, did not know to retreat for a while, and watched Jin Wushuang destroy his 9 treasures of the universe. That is the 7 tribulations realm universe treasure suit. Just destroyed. Jin Wushuang wears the armor of robbery, with 2 million divine powers, combined with 5 times the power of beast gods, 3 million divine powers. The combat power has reached the threshold of the 8 tribulations realm. Destroying a cosmic treasure is easy. If it wasn't for destroying that treasure, he wouldn't even need to use the power of a beast to kill any 9 swords venerable. Just looking at the other party's kendo, the hips are too stretched and the eyes are so hot. Without destroying that treasure, he can't get through it himself. You are the 8 tribulations realm. Venerable 9 Swords trembled, pointed at Jin Wushuang, and said angrily, "You are in the 8 tribulations realm, interfering with the disputes between dynasties. Are you not afraid of the powerhouses of the immortal temple, chasing and killing you? In the world of the vault of heaven, there is a clear rule. Do not interfere in dynastic disputes. This is to ensure that one cannot dominate. One cannot dominate one side because of the existence of a powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm, resulting in a monopoly of resources." After Jin Wushuang heard this rule, he quite admired this immortal temple. Such rules are really good. No matter how powerful a family is, it can't compare to the multitude of beings in the entire infinity world. The strong are the ones who struggled out of all living beings. It is difficult for the strong people cultivated by the family to be better than the blue. The existence of the immortal temple is because of this. If you want to accumulate more powerhouses, you need to control the balance of resources. Therefore, the ancestors of those dynasties and kingdoms are all half-steps and 8 tribulations. The powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm, if defeated, ignores the secular world, but enters the temple of immortality. Where are all the powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm gathered in the vault of heaven world? Usually, if you want to see the 8 tribulations realm, you need to enter the immortal temple. The immortal temple will also hold some preaching conferences on a regular basis, and invite some powerhouses from the half-step and 8 tribulation realm to give guidance. These are what Jin Wuyang just told him through voice transmission. Hearing this, he was a little surprised. If the previous ones are for resource balance, he will also admit it. But after that, it's a bit outrageous. There are only so many resources, but you have to create so many 8 tribulations realm? Why is this? If there is no common thread, it will not take so much trouble to promote the younger generation. In a perfect world of practitioners are relatively independent and selfish. For example, Guma Continent. I am afraid that the Shinmu King is not like seeing any of the 8 tribulation realm powerhouses surpassing him, or that a new 8 tribulation realm appears in those kingdoms. After all, there are so many resources. If there is one more powerhouse in the 8 tribulations realm, you have to give up your own share. Unless they despise their own treasures, who would despise their own resources? Isn't it better to take it out and train the younger generation? At least future generations, listen to themselves and not threaten themselves, can also maintain their position. Family, that's how it came. When Jin Wushuang was young, he also thought about building a family. But at the beginning, because teacher Xuani let him see the bigger world, he gave up. To build a family, you have to wait for your own strength to be strong enough. After you can improve, you can build a family, stabilize your power, and plunder resources for your own cultivation. This is the greatest benefit of the family. Unexpectedly, in this world of the vault of heaven, you can still encounter such rules. The strong in the 8 tribulations realm do not establish a family to blood, even constraining the family. It's a pity that they don't become gods in this situation. Zhenyang, the world of the vault of heaven. Is there some hidden danger that needs to be suppressed by the 8 tribulations realm? I don't know, I haven't heard of the immortal temple making a move to the outside world, so some newcomers to the 8 tribulations realm are reluctant to join the immortal temple. Those who were suppressed will basically be released later. And they all chose to join the immortal temple after they were released. Jian Wushuang frowned, which made sense. Perhaps there is some kind of threat that needs to be suppressed by the Eight Tribulations realm. So the establishment of forces in the Eight Tribulations realm is prohibited. Zhen Weiyang's expression changed. He hesitated for a while and asked through voice transmission, Jian Wushuang, are you really in the Eight Tribulations realm? You can think so. His combat power is in the Eight Tribulations realm, but he has not yet crossed the tribulation. According to the rules of the Immortal Temple, may be forced to join the Immortal Temple after it has the combat power of the Eight Tribulations. He can't reach the realm, and the other party can't see it. After arriving at the Lord of the Universe, his origin is beyond the scope of the normal Lord of the Universe, and it is difficult for outsiders to see his realm. He will only judge his realm based on his combat power. I don't care if he is a robbery, just like the 9 swords venerable in front of him, so he didn't need to argue anything. This is all discovered by you. Then go to die. Jian Wushuang smiled grimly, gathered divine power in both hands, and a dark red divine power instantly rose. With a single finger, he was ready to throw the army of Nanyan Kingdom, etc. A crisp shout made Jian Wushuang stop. Dan Bao still couldn't stand it any longer and stood up. If it was the war between the Jinwu dynasty and the Nanyan Kingdom, he might not care. But Jian Wushuang's shot, he had to come out to stop. Whoa! Jian Wushuang directly received the divine power, and he knew that Dan Bao would block it. The killing in the bones was also put down. After hearing about the existence of the Immortal Temple, he actually didn't plan to make another move because it didn't make any sense. He can't take the Immortal Temple for the sake of Zhenmiang. If he does not settle the Immortal Temple, even if he settles the Nanyan Kingdom, there will be more forces involved. As Dan Bao said, everything has a certain number. Irreversible. Seeing him stop, Dan Bao also breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay to spare your life, but you have to make an oath that you will not step into the Jinwu dynasty for half a step in the future. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold. If the other party didn't agree, he wouldn't mind killing these 7 tribulation realms. Mainly still want to leave here with Zhen Wuyang. Chapter 59:33. He didn't want to go back when the time came, and he would be alone. You can stop our Nanyan Kingdom, but you can't stop the Immortal Temple. Although Venerable 9 Swords was stubborn, he still made an oath. He did not believe that Jian Wushuang dared to fight against this rule against the Immortal Temple. Jian Wushuang was indeed not going to fight against the Immortal Temple. He just wanted to persuade Zhen Wuyang to go with him. That would be tough until someone from the Temple of Immortality came to trouble him. After the army of the Nanyan Kingdom was sent away, the army of the Jinwu dynasty was naturally very excited and won without fighting. This is actually a win-win. For the weak. Let's go, it's your territory, and let me see how you've been doing all these years. Please. Zhen Wuyang waved his hand. A huge palace descended from the sky. Uncle Huang, you take the army and go to the south to support the father. I want to accompany the guests. No problem, just leave the rest to me. The Marquis Jinwu then said through a voice transmission, if any senior is really in the 8 tribulations realm. Uncle, don't worry. I'm measured. Zhen Wuyang knew what the other party was going to say. If Jian Wushuang is in the 8 tribulations realm, it will attract the Temple of Immortality. When the time comes, Jian Wushuang will cooperate, but if they don't cooperate, they will be involved. Seeing that the other party was clear about the interests, the Marquis Jinwu didn't say much. This time, thanks to Jian Wushuang's shot, the strong men of Nanyan Kingdom were shaken back. In this way, he took the army to support other battlefields, and he was able to breathe a sigh of relief with the Jinwu dynasty. Zhen Wuyang turned his head and glanced at the battlefield, and with his entourage guards, he also entered the palace. The palace is a flying cosmic treasure, extremely fast. It only takes 1 day to reach the capital of the Jinwu dynasty. After entering the hall, Jian Wushuang greeted the two of them to sit down at will. After a while, Zhen Wuyang also walked in. Wushuang, thank you for this time. Zhen Wuyang was polite, and even looked at Jian Wushuang with a little more respect in his eyes. This is respect for the strong. The combat power that Jin Wushuang showed had reached the threshold of the Eight Tribulations realm. Even people who are familiar with him will have a little more respect. Of course, except for people like Wu Li. What's more, he and Jin Wuyang have not seen each other for a long time. For Jin Wushuang, it was more than 10,000 years. But for Jin Wuyang, it was countless epochs. The time and space here is different from the outside world, even different from God. More like two extremes. One day in the sky is almost an era in the outside world. But in the world of the vault of heaven, after an era, the outside world has only passed one day. Belong to the two extremes. You don't need to be so polite, it's just easy to solve it. Jin Wushuang waved his hand. This kind of thing is too simple for him. Zhen Wuyang brewed tea himself, poured it for the three of them, and said again, "In fact, I've looked for you many times over the years, and I even thought you fell. Ashamed to say, I haven't looked for your traces in the outside world. I have been cultivating." Jin Wushuang shook his head and added, "The flow of time in the outside world is much slower than here. In fact, we left the Qi Temple but 10,000 years. 10,000 years." Zhen Wuyang took a deep breath. He wasn't surprised by the speed of the flow of time. Instead, it shocked Jin Wushuang for 10,000 years. From an emperor, he was directly comparable to a powerhouse in the Eight Tribulations realm. If you say it, no one will believe it. Wu Li has been following Jin Wushuang, and he has not yet felt that his strength has increased countless times within 10,000 years, and there is indeed no change. It is said that it is 10,000 years, but in fact it is only 100 years, and earth-shaking changes have taken place. Since they met Dan Bao, the speed of the two of them has increased faster than the other. Gula, who faced the frozen demon race, just 1,000,000 powers. Let them feel unprecedented pressure. But now, if you change your body, you can crush Gula at will. Even if they were allowed to think for themselves, they would not dare to think so much. Jin Wushuang looked at the other party's curiosity, and by the way, said what happened in the past 10,000 years. There is not much to hide because there is nothing to hide. It can be said that everyone knows about Baby D, or the Wanlu universe. Jin Wuyang was fascinated. He thought that the world he was in was big enough, but he didn't expect the outside world to be even more exciting than this place. For a time, there was really some yearning. Jin Wushuang also struck while the iron was hot. Actually, this is just the beginning. The vast world outside is our journey. And as for the Qi Temple, I have the ability to solve it, and when I'm done with things here, I will leave and return to the Qi Temple. Why don't we go back together or have a company? Go back. A light flashed in Zhen Wuyang's eyes. He slowly shook his head and said, "Jin Wushuang, to be honest, I always felt that those things in the past were like a dream." Jin Wushuang was a little surprised by the opponent's insistence. Jinwu Dynasty, is there anything you can't let go of? He thought of the current predicament of the Jinwu Dynasty, because which Emperor Jinwu had reached his limit. In fact, this is also simple for him and can help the other party to recover. At this moment, Jin Wuyang stood up directly. They have resisted the capital of the Jinwu Dynasty. Inside the main hall, can see the whole picture of the entire royal capital. In the center of the royal city, there is this statue of Jinwu the Great. Jin Wushuang was shocked when he saw the statue. No wonder Xinmiang felt that everything in the past was a dream. The inheritance of Jinwu was probably from here. He pondered in his heart. The hall has slowly fallen to the ground. Come on, go to my house and see. After arriving in the capital, Jin Wuyang's whole person seemed to have changed, and he was very friendly. It does not have the kind of imperial majesty that he had in Daciu. There is no sense of superiority. Instead, he was like an ordinary person with extraordinary temperament. Jin Wushuang saw these changes in his eyes. When they came outside the palace, there were no guards guarding them. When they got to the door, the unique door quietly opened. Before entering the mansion, Jin Wushuang heard the children's slaps. Zhen Wuyang heard these voices, turned his head and glanced at Jin Wushuang, and smiled lightly. "It should be my grandchildren, descendants, right?" Xinmiang's time in the sky world has exceeded hundreds of millions of years. I am afraid that future generations do not know how many generations have been reproduced. But when he entered the mansion and saw those children, he was stunned. The power of the blood of those children is extremely strong. Almost all of them have the bloodline of 70% of Zhenliang. If it is in the outside world or in the original universe, this simply cannot be done. Seeing Jian Wushuang's surprised eyes, Jin Wuyang explained, I was surprised at first, but I learned later that it is very difficult for the Lord of the universe to have another child. But once there is a child, the power of blood will be even stronger. Powerful, just these little guys, just born, they are immortals, which is what we thought of Yanxian. Chapter 59:34. So it is. Jian Wushuang listened to the truth, but in fact he didn't understand this at all. He did not expect that Jin Wuyang would really settle down here. How can a person who is a cultivator understand the mortal mind? Hey, little guy. A child with a tiger's head and a head was embraced by Jin Wuyang and pinched his face dotingly. There were 4 or 5 children of similar appearance chasing after him. Family fun. Jian Wushuang has no opinion on this because he cannot understand it. Wu Li is an expert in this regard, and he is very disdainful of it, because the family he built himself can be thrown away. For family love has long been underestimated. Before Zhenliang, this was actually the case. They don't pay much attention to those sons and daughters. Most of them are divided into territories and sit on one side. Even his own son didn't dare to breathe heavily in front of him. Now he is so fond of his grandson. Father. Not far along the corridor, a lady dressed in extravagance walked over, bowed to Jin Wuyang, and quickly took over the child in Jin Wuyang's hands. These are my father's friends, so I won't see you yet. The lattice eyebrows jumped, and she looked at Jian Wushuang and the others, and bowed her body. Jian Wushuang patted Wu Li, whose eyes were straight, and smiled at the woman in front of him, and then asked, Who is this? Forgot to introduce, this is my eldest daughter. Jin Wuyang smiled proudly. This county owner looks nothing like the sons and daughters of Jin Wuyang in to see you. But the purest blood of Zhenliang flows in her body, and even her children have a quarter of the blood of Zhenliang. By the way, let Mu'er come to the Xuanwu temple and say that there are guests. Jin Wuyang ordered casually, and continued to walk towards the inner room with Jian Wushuang and others. Entering the Xuanwu hall, only to find that this place is not a hall, but more like a study. The layout is smart and cozy. There were books and papers next to them, and everyone took their seats. Jian Wushuang let out a sigh of relief and said with emotion, No wonder you don't want to leave. I might have to stay. At this time, Wu Li interjected. Brother Wushuang, you have the power of life. You don't need a woman. You can create life by yourself. This is nothing to be rare. The power of life. Only then did Jin Wuyang think that Jian Wushuang was in control of the power of life. He didn't think it was so special before, but after coming here, he realized how crazy Sanjie was in the face of the power of life. According to common sense, there should be no shortage of life force within the Wanlu universe. But I don't know when it started, the power of life born here is getting less and less. Because the power of life in the vault of heaven world comes from God, many people think that there is something wrong with God. Just can't verify. The power of life, don't use it indiscriminately. Dan Bao shook his head and denied Wu Li's words. Seeing this, Wu Li stopped talking. Even his cheap old man was respectful to Dan Bao, and he would not dare to do it again. It's the same as before, reaching out and touching people's foreheads. Tell me about the ancestor of your Jinwu dynasty. Seeing this, Jin Wuyang's expression changed, and he sighed. Greed. Actually, there is still a lot of vitality in the ancestors. It is because of greed that entering the sea of cosmos will quickly lose vitality. Cosmic sea? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Now from Zhenliang, he also has some understanding of the world of the vault of heaven. The sky is below, and the sky is above. Between them, there is also the cosmic sea. It's a sandwich between the two. Wherever it is full of danger, it also contains countless treasures. Among them, there are many mysterious treasures that have disappeared from the outside world, and fruits that contain divine power. Some treasures are enough to tempt the 8 tribulations realm. It is normal for Emperor Jinwu to lose his life because of his risk-taking and injury. Oh, it was all caused by a treasure. Zhen Wuyang shook his head. Actually, this kind of thing is normal. Jian Wushuang and the others also fight again. If you come out and run, you will have to fold it on this sooner or later. You can't be so lucky every time. Jian Wushuang has absolute experience in this. Almost every time he dances on the tip of the knife. There are very few opportunities that are absolutely certain. I can help you with this matter. Zhen Wuyang has never spoken because he has scruples. I am worried that I owe Jian Wushuang too much, and I have to leave here at that time. So Jian Wushuang simply mentioned it directly. As for whether or not to go back, he did not force it. Although he made a promise with Jinling at the beginning, what Jinling cares about is to solve the threat of Qixin Temple and let Qixin Temple return to its peak. This Jian Wushuang has the confidence to help Jinling do it. So there is no need to take Zhen Wuyang back together. Isn't there anyone else? Moreover, he solved the Temple of Destruction and Destruction of the World, and took the Temple of Qi to a higher level, so that the real spirit would not care about a real Wuyang. Zhen Wuyang also felt a little embarrassed in his heart. When I entered here, it was the help of the Jinling gang. He is able to reach the peak, and it is also a true spirit. It all depends on the chance in Qi Temple. It doesn't matter if he doesn't go back now. Jian Wushuang still helps him like this. People who want face will feel sorry for them. You don't have to think about it. This is between us. Then, thank you very much. Zhen Wuyang's body trembled, and there was light in his eyes. Once Emperor Jinwu regained his vitality, those forces that attacked the Jinwu dynasty would also retreat. Everything went away. It's just that I don't quite understand one thing. Why are you still so dependent on the world after you have reached this level? Jian Wushuang expressed the doubts in his heart. Although the previous things are indeed moving. But that kind of thing, he doesn't believe that Zhen Wuyang didn't experience it when he was weak. What Wu Li said, although a little impatient, also made sense. At their level, how could they still be obsessed with this kind of thing? Zhen Wuyang took a deep breath, and just as he was about to speak, he felt an aura of affinity, and he was already outside the hall. Outside the Xuanwu Temple, a young man who looks very similar to Zhen Wuyang, with a mighty breath and a resolute face. He is the son of Zhen Yang, born only a few epochs. He is already the master of the universe of the three tribulations, and his strength is extremely powerful, able to fight for the better. In the Jinwu dynasty, he was the top genius among the younger generation. At this time, he walked to the front of the hall, took a deep breath, and walked in. He had heard that this time to resist the Nanyan Kingdom, his father had recruited a super presence who had shaken back the army of the Nanyan Kingdom, and now he is feasting again. Which super existence must be? With curiosity, he walked into the hall. At a glance, he looked at Jian Wushuang, but he didn't feel any breath, and he felt like an ordinary person. Chapter 59:35. Wushuang, let me introduce to you. This is the dog below, Zhen Wuyang, and now he is also the master of the Three Tribulations realm universe. Zhen Wuyang saw his son come in, with pride in his eyes. See you seniors. Zhen Wuyang saluted respectfully. Jian Wushuang nodded hurriedly, and said with admiration, Sure enough, you have become the master of the universe at such a young age, and your future achievements may not weaken you. Speaking of which, it didn't take long for him to repair. Okay, let's go to the apps. I have already prepared the dinner party. Trouble, Jian Wushuang said politely, took Danbao and Wu Li, got up and followed Zhen Wuyang into the apps. At the dinner, Zhen Wuyang's daughter and wife were there. Seeing Zhen Wuyang's wife, Jian Wushuang understood why Zhen Wuyang was so attached to the family at this time. It turned out to be exactly the same as the woman at the time of the CU. Maybe it's God's will. At the dinner party, we exchanged glasses and chatted a lot. But most of them are things in the world of the vault of heaven. He also took the opportunity to ask Zhen Wuyang for advice about God. Dan Bao relied on the power of blood and could not feel the position of brew. 80% of the great monks have gone to God. They entered the vault of heaven world by accident. The most important thing now is to help Danbao become the of life. Here in Zemyang, it's just a small episode. Since the other party is unwilling to leave, Jin Wushuang does not need to continue to persuade. After the dinner was over, it was late at night. At this time, the high-level powerhouses of the dynasty also came to Zinwuyang's mansion. The purpose of coming here is also very simple. Just want to know about Jin Wushuang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jin Wuyang simply took Jin Wushuang to the palace. I saw the Emperor Jinwu. Originally, I was going to let Danbao take action, but Danbao damaged the foundation, and the Shield of Life was useless. He had no choice but to take action himself to help Emperor Jinwu regain his vitality. But it doesn't take much life force. The other party is only half a step into the Eight Tribulations realm. Even the Lord of the Eight Tribulations realm universe is not a problem for Jin Wushuang now. Emperor Jinwu's vitality has returned to its peak. It also means that the power of the Jinwu dynasty has been stabilized. The forces attacking from the four directions, although shocked and curious, did not dare to attack again after learning that Emperor Jinwu had regained his vitality. These are actually unspoken rules. As long as there is a half-step Eight Tribulations realm, all the forces will understand that if they continue to fight, it will not be good for anyone. The army was quickly withdrawn. At the same time, he is also speculating whether it has something to do with the mysterious powerhouse who defeated the Nagumo army. After all, the front foot defeated the army of the Nanyan Kingdom, and the back foot of Emperor Jinwu was restored to life. The secret is only known to the parties involved. Help Zinwuyang fulfill his greatest wish. In this regard, no matter what Jin Wuyang is, Jin Wushuang is the ultimate. Declining Emperor Zinwu's dinner, Jin Wushuang took Danbao and Wu Li and was about to leave directly. In front of the city gate, Jin Wushuang asked Jin Wuyang what he thought for the last time. Are you really not going to leave? Don't go. Jin Wuyang shook his head. His complexion was much better than before. He turned to look at Jin Wushuang and said resolutely, Actually, at my level, I already know the destiny. This life may be like this, and then I go out and explore. It's also holding you back. How come? Jin Wushuang spread his hands and said, At least, you have now become the master of the universe of the Five Tribulations realm. This is nothing. The Five Tribulations realm is just a meteor among all living beings. At our level, if there is no room for improvement, the most important thing is what can be left behind. I don't want to wait for myself to fall and look back on this life. Nothing to be proud of is left behind. Jin Wushuang sighed. Maybe you are right. The two fell silent at the same time. Really, Wuyang is right. At the beginning, Qixin was half-stepped into the Eight Tribulations realm. It was not the same that he left the Qixin temple and even cooperated with Miexing just to leave a glimmer of hope. The same is true of Zinwuyang now. It's just that what's left is different. God! Jin Wushuang recovered his emotions. His figure slowly rose. He lowered his head and glanced at Jin Wuyang for the last time and said indifferently, Take care. The same as you made a final goodbye. The three of Jin Wushuang burst into the air and left the capital of the Jinwu dynasty in an instant. After flying for a distance, they tore the space and left the Jinwu dynasty. Feeling the disappearance of the breath, Jin Wuyang stood on the top of the city, did not turn around for a long time. His eyes were a little cloudy, and he left alone until he could not feel the breath of Jin Wushuang. Of course, this is only temporary. Following Jin Wushuang may have a short burst of enthusiasm, but unfortunately, that is something only young people do. God! A world of ice and snow surrounded by aurora. The weather is freezing cold. It is fundamentally different from what those practitioners from the outside world think. The king was right. In the current Wanlu universe, the source has been damaged. The spaces they first entered were the original Wanlu universe, with lush foliage, is full of greenery. Now it is dead silence. Not even a shadow. Swish! Above the sky, a thunder vortex appeared quietly. Dozens of figures rushed out of it quickly. It's over. The whole of God looks the same. It seems to be more serious than what the Lord Realm said. The big monk frowned and said coldly, Don't worry about this. It's still more important to find the little master. Since it's not in the sky, it's in the sky world below. Skyvilt. Then how do you get in? Although the Lord of Hungmu is a native of the Wanlu universe, he has only lived in the sky, and he has never been there at all, except that he has heard that there is a heavenly world below. This is simple. Let's go to the universe sea first. Anyway, the ladder to becoming a is in the universe sea, and we have to go sooner or later. King Shimu and the others could only stare blankly, not familiar with this place at all. Okay, then you lead the way. Everyone quickly made a decision, and the great monk led the way to the Sea of Cosmos. The universe sea is actually the sea of origin of life. It is also the mezzanine between the sky and the sky. The treasures of the entire Wanlu universe flow out from the universe sea. Where is the core of Wanlu universe? The place of origin. Where are the 8 achievements of the metal life mentioned by the Realm King? They still have to solve this scourge before they can help Danbao walk the ladder of gods. King Shimu and others are heading towards the Sea of Cosmos. Jian Wushuang is the same here. With Danbao and Wu Li, he left the Jinwu dynasty, and he moved forward at full speed, moving quickly towards the entrance of the universe sea. The original plan was to walk directly into the ladder of gods. But the appearance of the Realm King disrupted the plan. We have to solve the trouble of metal life. They naturally have to hurry up. Chapter 59:36. Brother Wushuang, is the entrance to the universe sea really the same as those old guys said? Wu Li's tone was a little suspicious. When helping Emperor Jinwu to regain his vitality from the other party's mouth, they learned about the entrance to the Cosmos Sea and the formation of the entrance to the Cosmos Sea. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to ask about God, but the other party didn't know much about it. The highest level of the Vault of Heaven is still the Temple of Immortality. Maybe the other party will know, but he doesn't know anyone, so there is no way to ask. Just gave up. Maybe they don't need to worry about meeting with the great monk and others. The great monk and the Lord of Hungmu are both natives in the Wanlu universe, and they are both cultivators of the gods. Must know something. The powerhouses of the Vault of Heaven can enter the universe sea, let alone God. If it really doesn't work, just smash the space-time tunnel and enter the universe sea. The entrance to the cosmic sea that appeared in the sky world was accidentally opened when the 2 super existences were fighting. So Wu Li didn't believe it. I think Emperor Jinwu has something to brag about. After they came to this world, they had already figured out the strength of time and space here. It is definitely not the origin universe of ordinary practitioners. In the ancient moon time and space, even if it is the origin universe of the master of the Peak 8 Catastrophe Realm universe, they can break open at will. Of course, it's just destroying time and space, and it's just a hole. Destruction is impossible. Even if the Cosmos Master of the 8 Tribulations realm allows them to attack, it cannot be destroyed. This is the power of the Lord of the 8 Tribulations of the universe. The key is that the other party will not let you call. I am afraid that it will be suppressed by the willpower of the Lord of the 8 Tribulations realm as soon as it appears. Now all they encounter is robbery. It may feel that the 8 Tribulations realm is just like that. As we all know, scattered robbery and the Lord of the universe are 2 concepts. Now Jian Wushuang's divine power can be doubled, and with Starry Sky Kendo, he can defeat ordinary 8 Tribulation realm, and even fight against the top powerhouses of 8 Tribulation realm. But when encountering the Lord of the universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, the opponent's divine power is inexhaustible. With the addition of the Origin Dojo, the weakest universe lord in the 8 Tribulations realm has tens of millions of divine powers. Suppressing Jian Wushuang is a matter of raising your hand. Their own strength does not mean that the space of the original universe is powerful. No matter what, it's all at the cosmic level. It is not the origin of time and space comparable to the long river of time and space. Jian Wushuang thought of the original true spirit. According to the true spirit's strength, saving the tunnel that could open up Guyu's time and space at the beginning, even if the Realm King secretly made a move. It's also difficult. The true spirit has the strength of the 7 Tribulations realm, at most half a step, plus the Qixin Temple itself. It is not bad to have the strength of the Seven Tribulations realm. With that kind of strength, it can open up time-space tunnels. But in Wanlu universe, Jian Wushuang's strength is not known how much stronger than the original true spirit. But it can't shake the time and space of Wanlu universe in the slightest. Wanlu universe, the spatial structure formed, it is stronger than the long river of time and space in the outside world. Wu Li and the others did not know. But he knew that this Wanlu Shimu was obtained by Weiss, and even the Realm King was not qualified to manipulate it. It must be more powerful than time and space. Inside this universe, it is really strange to want to rely on battle to destroy an entrance to the universe. Unless the Nine Tribulations realm appeared in the Wanlu Shimu. If the Nine Tribulations realm really appeared, the great monk should also know about it. But never heard him mention it. Jian Wushuang pondered for a moment, and then hesitantly said, "Don't worry about it so much. We are not here to study the Wanlu universe. Let's go into the Sea of Cosmos, where can there be countless treasures. Maybe you are lucky. You can still make a fortune. Heroes see the same thing." Wu Li licked the corner of his mouth. They are all lay people, and they are inevitably fascinated by treasures. Dan Bao is about to become a god, so naturally he doesn't like this. Help Dan Bao become a god, and they will be able to obtain a large amount of treasure. Although the danger level of entering the Wanlu universe is much higher this time, the probability of getting the treasure is almost a certainty. There is also the promise of the king. Now everyone is looking forward to it. While they were enjoying the future, at the top of the vault of heaven, there was a hall that had not moved for hundreds of millions of years. He is monitoring every move of Jian Wushuang and the others. In the gloomy hall, after realizing that Jian Wushuang and others were targeting the Universe Sea, they let out an ancient sigh. 2-6 Tribulations realm. One can't see through. Neither is a local powerhouse in the sky world. After the voice in the hall sounded, the thrones rose from the ground, and there was a majestic figure sitting above. The 3 thrones are at the top. Click! A crisp voice sounded, and 3 pairs of eyes opened. At the same time, he looked at the person who spoke. "Chao Ge, are you guarding the immortal temple this time?" "Sir God." The young figure who was replaced by Chao Ge walked out of the darkness and bowed slightly to the 3 thrones. These are the 3 gods of the immortal temple. It is also the super existence that opened up the immortal temple at the beginning. Chao Ge is nothing but the executor of this immortal temple. Now that something unusual happened, summoned 3 ancient gods. And say what he is monitoring. The 3 gods sat on the top standing still. After listening to Cheage's report, some couldn't sit still. 6 Tribulations realm. Crushing the peak of 7 Tribulations realm? Yes, there is another 6 Tribulation realm who is not shot, but his divine power is also more than 1. 5 million. Chaga told them one by one. In his opinion, the most mysterious thing is the green-skinned boy who can't even see the immortal temple. Dan Bao. The 3 gods have been collecting for a long time and said, since they are not people from the heavenly world, they probably came from the sky, just caught them back and asked about some things from the gods. They cannot be allowed to enter the Sea of Cosmos. This matter, you do it yourself. Yes. Chao Ge immediately took the order. Over the years, the source of life in the vault of heaven great world has been cut off. They've been thinking about how to go to God. Now that I meet 3 cultivators who are suspected of coming from God, I naturally have to arrest them and ask. The 6 Tribulations realm is comparable to the 8 Tribulations realm. This is also their first encounter. And there is one who cannot even be monitored by the immortal temple, which is obviously extraordinary. Either it was an existence beyond their cognition, or it was because of some kind of treasure. If it is an existence beyond cognition, it will be even better. At that time, it will not be caught, but will be asked for advice. So this time to go to the song, you must be careful. Get to know each other's bottom line first, and then do it. These things do not need the 3 gods to explain. He can figure it out himself. From the temple, 10 sleeping messengers of the 8 Tribulations realm were summoned, and Chao Ge set off towards Jian Wushuang and the others. Immortal Temple, created by the 3 gods. Chapter 59-37. In every era, there will be a master of the eight tribulations realm universe. In this era, Chao Gu was in command of the immortal temple. Moreover, as long as you join the eight tribulations of the immortal temple, you will never fall. The origin of the immortal temple is also because of this. Eternal existence. Divine power is immortal. This has a great relationship with a source inside the immortal temple. The power of life will continue to be born inside. As long as you sleep in the immortal temple, not only will you not lose your vitality, but you will slowly regain your vitality. It's a pity that the source of the immortal temple also began to dry up. Although a lot of life force was saved at the beginning, it was not enough. No choice but to send the strong to go to the Sea of Cosmos to find treasures of life and put them into the Temple of Immortality. It can be regarded as the predecessors planted trees and the later generations to enjoy the shade. It's all about preparing for the future. The current Lord of the eight tribulations of the universe went to the Cosmos Sea, and the power of life received would be donated to the immortal temple for free. If you fail to cross the calamity, you will be able to enter the immortal temple. The 10 messengers of the gods summoned by Chauga. They are all the masters of the eight tribulations realm universe who failed to transcend the calamity at the beginning. Now that the universe is gone, it is actually no different from the powerhouses in the outside world. It's just that the powerhouses in the eight tribulations realm from the outside world have a high probability of falling when they reach their age. The birth of Wanlu universe is many times older than Guyu space-time. The envoys of the gods who were summoned were all the powerhouses of the eight tribulations realm countless times ago. The departure of these powerhouses is very secret. It wasn't until he got close to Jian Wushuang and others that he was discovered. Someone is behind. The first to discover was Danbao. His sensitivity to life is stronger than Jian Wushuang. The first to discover the powerhouse behind the immortal temple. Jian Wushuang and the others have just reached the top of the Wangxinghai where the Sea of Cosmos is located. There is still an hour away from the entrance. Several days have passed since he came out of the Jinwu dynasty. Unexpectedly, he was about to enter the Sea of Cosmos and was stared at. The first thing that comes to mind is the Temple of Immortality. In addition to this organization, Jian Wushuang thought of others. It is the other party who has the courage to chase after him. Don't panic, they can't catch up. Jian Wushuang's brows twitched. He had already kept his backhand and did not use full speed, for fear of being stared at. I have been on guard for a long time. How can I not stay behind? Whoa! The candle dragon's wings spread out, and a magnificent universe descended from the sky. Space shuttle. All things gather and descend. The origin universe of Jian Wushuang comes. Hundreds of thousands of black holes are connected to form stars, and the 4 secret realms guard the space and time of the universe. This scene shocked Chao Gu, who was chasing after him. Cosmic Dojo. He is the lord of the 8 tribulations realm universe, and can find them. This is the scariest. At this time, there's still a long way from Jian Wushuang. Only the outline of Jian Wushuang's origin universe can be seen. Before we can see clearly, the universe will disappear in the next moment. Only one ripple was left. Traveling through the universe is not as simple as it literally means. Jian Wushuang is traveling with his own universe, and every time is the distance of his own origin universe. The speed is the best in the world, much faster than the previous 3-Quake universe. To put it bluntly, before Jian Wushuang's candle dragon wings had to fly 3 times. Now 1 time is the distance of a universe. Moreover, his universe is much larger than the universe of the Lord of the Universe in the 8 Tribulations realm, equal to a 3-fold increase in speed. The speed of a space-time hall where Chauga was riding could have been able to catch up with Jian Wushuang, and it could also cover up their breath, but he did not expect to be discovered suddenly. Not chasing now, nor not chasing. Their goal is the sea of the universe. Inform the gods. Chauga gritted his teeth. He had planned everything, but he was thrown away before he showed up. It can only notify the 3 gods. Only the 3 gods can prevent Jian Wushuang from entering the Sea of Cosmos. After Jian Wushuang really entered the universe sea, Even if the gods came, Jin Wushuang would not be found. The vastness of the cosmic sea is filled with countless heavenly worlds. Where is boundless? No end in sight. The space is infinite, and time cannot calculate the years of existence of the cosmic sea. Because there is no trace of age. Immortal Temple. The great hall that had not moved for hundreds of millions of years began to tremble at this moment. Go for yourself. The three gods were a little helpless. When the source of life was not broken, they could manipulate the temple of immortality at will. But not anymore, because the power used by the immortal temple is the power of life. Every startup costs a lot of money. I didn't care before, but now I live my life carefully, so I don't dare to waste it anymore. It's just that in order to investigate the fact that the source of life has been cut off, facing three mysterious cultivators, and their strength is very strange. Originally, the result of the investigation of the Immortal Temple was only the Six Tribulations realm. Now it can bring its own cosmic dojo. This is what the master of the Eight Tribulations realm universe can do. And that universe is huge. It doesn't look like the Eight Tribulations realm. The three gods watching in the Temple of Immortality all noticed Danbao. Because he couldn't see through, he pushed all these things down on Danbao. Thanks, since they have to flee facing Chaoga, there is nothing to be afraid of. Just go to the entrance of the Cosmos Sea and block them. Go! The three gods manipulated the Immortal Temple together, and in just an instant, they reached the sky above a certain sea area. Below is the endless blue sea. There is a huge black hole in the convenience. There are countless vortices in the black hole, as if it can swallow everything. This is the entrance to the cosmic sea, the entrance that was accidentally broken open by the two super-existences. The origin of the Immortal Temple also started from here. The emergence of the cosmic sea has made the practitioners of the Vault of Heaven world even stronger. The three gods even obtained the Immortal Temple from the Sea of Cosmos. With the power of life in the Immortal Temple, they ruled the entire Vault of Heaven world. Although there are some special lives, there is no need to transcend tribulation. But they are different from the special beings in the outside world. The special beings in the outside world can use divine power treasures to enhance their divine power. But the special life here needs the power of life to enhance its divine power. This is actually a consensus. Almost everyone knows it. So much so that Jin Wuyang forgot to tell Jin Wushuang about this. If Jin Wushuang knew this, he would be extremely shocked. If you devour the power of life, it will be transformed into infinite divine power. Some things can be said. Those who rely on the power of devouring life to enhance their divine power can only think of destroying life. These special beings were bred from the Wanlu universe. It was terrible. The layout is too deep. Immortal Temple, suspended above the sea, waiting for Jin Wushuang to arrive. The three gods stood on the white stone slab of the temple. Chapter 59:38. In fact, there are not many palaces in the entire Immortal Temple, and the surrounding area is a flat ground covered with white stone slabs. Come on, it's really fast. The three gods looked together. A huge elliptical universe in the distance is constantly shrinking and shrinking, shifting the distance of one universe each time. Jin Wushuang constantly vibrated the candle dragon's wings, relied on space to move, and was about to reach the entrance of the universe sea, but stopped at this moment. Wu Li looked surprised and asked, "Why did you stop?" Somewhat. Without waiting for Jin Wushuang to speak, Dan Bao explained the reason. This time Jin Wushuang also felt it. In fact, if you look better, you can see it. In his own universe, he brought a life robbery and performed a super ancient transformation. Now his divine power has reached a terrifying 6 million. His eyes penetrated almost everything. Naturally, you can see a circular temple suspended above the sea. A sphere divided into two pieces. This is the temple he saw. Danbao, can you see how many strong people are above? A lot of... Danbao's answer was succinct. But Jin Wushuang was not calm. A lot of? Then it's not over. How did these guys find us? Jin Wushuang was puzzled, and now he had no choice and the road was blocked. If you want to enter the universe, see, there is only this way. Now that you are blocked, you can only face it. He didn't believe these people, they came to kill him. If you can't hide, just go and see. There is no murderous aura in that hall, so it shouldn't be bad for us, Dan Bao added. However, I can feel that the inner origin of that temple is related to life. Treasure of life? Jian Wushuang frowned. His robbery armor is also related to life. He could feel a resonance just now, but it was very weak. He didn't care. Now Dan Bao said that there is the origin of life in that temple. That would prove that he felt right. It is a special treasure of life. Wanlu universe is indeed unusual. This kind of treasure can be born. If it is obtained from the outside world, I am afraid that the entire northern time and space will be snatched. No wonder people from the outside crowded their heads and wanted to come in. The treasures here really cannot be viewed with ordinary people's eyes. Jian Wushuang's eyes were hot. Although Jijia has some resonance with that temple, it is a similar treasure. But overall, compared to this temple, his robbery armor is just as tattered. There is no comparison at all. However, for the sake of safety, he still took the robbery armor and returned to normal, and the origin universe slowly disappeared. Simply use the candle dragon's wings to quickly approach the temple. The other party can wait for them so calmly. There is absolute certainty. Go head-to-head again, there is no chance. Rather than face it honestly, if it's really bad for them, it's not too late to make a move. If the other party had no idea about them at first, but the one who used the knife and the gun followed, wouldn't it be asking for trouble? It is enough to be prepared. If you really want to do it, you will be able to rise to the peak in an instant. Swish! The three figures reached the edge of the temple and stopped slowly. There are three of them, and the opposite is also three. Boom! Just as he stabilized his body, the thunder rolled in the sky, and the lightning connected into a line surrounding the surroundings, and the shocking space was trembling. Then a group of people loomed in the thunder and lightning. It was Chowga and others. Jian Wu's double eyelids twitched, glanced at it, and ignored it. Thinking about it with his ass, he knew that these people were in the same group as the people in the temple. Three seniors. I don't know what's stopping me from waiting. What's the matter? Jian Wushuang asked directly, not wanting to go around with the other party. He could see that the other party did not intend to kill. Probably just trying to find out their identities. Better to be honest. In the current battle, even if he has a lot of cards, he doesn't have any chance to turn around. What's more, Dan Bao's shield of life has not recovered. Can't hit hard. Where are you from? Where are you going? Above the shrine, three gods sat on the throne, imposingly arrogant. Come from above. Go to the sea of cosmos. Jian Wushuang pointed to God. The meaning is clear. These are the powerhouses in the vault of heaven world, and he can't tell the other party that he is from the outside world. It is estimated that they will not believe it. Rather, it is from God. Why are you here? The immortal sitting on the left stared at Jian Wushuang with slightly narrowed eyes. Come here unintentionally. They don't want to come here either. I just want to go to God, or follow the great monk. Only the other party knows where the ladder of becoming is. Come here unintentionally? The three gods were stunned, but they could see that Jian Wushuang was not lying. At their level, if you want to deceive the three of them, you can see the flaws before you even open your mouth. Chowga slowly fell above the temple at this time, cupped his hands and said, Sir God, some people related to this person on Emperor Zenwa's side have already been brought under control. They prepared both hands. What Jian Wushuang did in the Jinwu dynasty has long been watched by the Immortal Temple. Since he wanted to find out the details of Jian Wushuang, he was naturally prepared. I said, it's just unintentional. It's useless for you to catch them. Jian Wushuang was a little anxious. Not the powerhouse of the Immortal Temple. It's as simple as catching Zhen Yang and Jinwu the Great. Rather, he sensed the other's intentions. He helped Emperor Jinwu regain his vitality and expose the power of life. Originally thought that in the Wanlu universe, the power of life is not rare. But now it seems that it is different from what he thought. The power of life is precious everywhere. Although it is easy to obtain the power of life in the world of the sky, It consumes a lot. No one knows how many sleeping eight tribulations realm powerhouses there are in the immortal temple, and these people need the power of life to maintain. The power of life not only maintains the vitality of the sanctuary realm, but is also a necessity for special life to enhance the divine power. Speaking of which, the power of life is more useful than the outside world. Jian Wushuang is afraid of this. If you stare at their life force, you will have to fight to the death. Wu Li couldn't help but said at this time, "What do you want to say? Just say it directly. Don't go around." He was not afraid, because the big monk is even more desolate than them. He must be approaching them. Don't be afraid if there is help. Arrogant. Seeing that Wu Li dared to speak rudely to the immortal god, Chao Ge was about to take action immediately. Don't be rude. Chao Ge, who was about to start, stopped and stood to the side honestly. The three gods changed their thoughts and had plans in private. House arrest. Now that you know that it came from God, you have to ask God about it. Since the three guests are here, let's stay. Chapter 59:39. The skinny old man sitting in the middle slowly raised his hand and pointed, and the time and space instantly froze. Jian Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. In this hand just now, there was no divine power fluctuation, but it was able to stop time and space. Definitely stronger than the great monk and the Shenmu king. He couldn't even resist. It's over. This time it's really big. When he met such a strong man, he had no hope of escaping. It's still a good idea. It's better to run away, at least to be able to deal with it. There is no way to escape now. Fortunately, the other party did not intend to kill, just wanted to keep them. Don't resist. Jian Wushuang shook his head to Wu Li and Dan Bao. At the same time, he was thinking about countermeasures. How to get out? With the opponent's combat power, even if the monk and the Shenmu king found them, it would be useless. Can't save them at all. Unless Qi Jiuxiao comes, it will be able to fight. The key point is that Qi Jiuxiao is not the same as them. Can only think of countermeasures. You don't have to worry. The skinny old man swiped his finger and sent Jian Wushuang and the others directly into the immortal temple. We just want to know some things in the gods. If you cooperate well, I guarantee that you will be fine. Jian Wushuang sighed. Seniors, feel free to ask what you want to know, and I will answer truthfully, but we really have urgent things to do. This time, he was almost pleading. Really want to deduct a few of them. I don't know when I can leave. Although he has time, it is not such a waste. Introduce myself. My name is Jiang Wuya, and I am one of the pioneers of the immortal temple. I can assure you that as long as you cooperate, everything will be easy to say. Jian Wushuang is in a hurry. They are in a hurry too. The matter of the source of life, it can be related to their life and death. Jian Wushuang took a deep breath. His expression became more solemn, and then asked, Senior Jiang, if you have anything to ask, just say it. Okay. Jiang Wuya pinched his beard with his skinny paws and said all the words he had prepared earlier. The main thing is to ask God if there is some kind of change. On the contrary, he did not ask how Jian Wushuang came to be, because they can also see that Jian Wushuang and the others have secrets, and they won't really tell them. It's better to ask about your own interests. God! Jian Wushuang pretended to be relaxed, but in reality, he panicked more than anyone else. How does he know what God is like? But looking at the other party's appearance, I'm afraid I don't know much about God. Simply began to fabricate a huge ancient world of God. Then bring out that misfortune. Naturally, the metal life has eroded the willow tree. This is not a secret. Even if it is said, it is fine. These powerhouses within the Wanlu universe cannot possibly have an affair with metal beings. After the three gods heard the invasion of metal life, they suddenly changed. Then it directly blocked time and space. Escaped into the interior of the temple. Is metal life related to the pyramid we saw? Impossible. Jiang Wuya directly retorted. That pyramid is just a treasure. How could it be life? That kid has said that it is a metal life, not a regular life, but a special life. It is very possible. I have long suspected that the source is cut off, and it has something to do with that pyramid. The source of life in the immortal temple has dried up. In fact, there are traces to follow, but they have no evidence. The Immortal Temple in the peak period could enter and exit the Universe Sea at will. At the beginning, they used the Immortal Temple to search for treasures in the Universe Sea. No matter how powerful and dangerous the land is, you can take the Immortal Temple and break into it. The last time, it was because I hit a pyramid. They thought it was a treasure, but they couldn't take it away. Just hit it with the Temple of Immortality. As a result, no matter how much you hit it, it couldn't be shaken. Finally gave up. Back in the vault of Heaven World, it didn't take long for the source of life of the Immortal Temple to dry up. They thought so at first. Later, as treasures such as life became less in the vault of Heaven World, there was no more doubt. According to what Jian Wushuang said now, it is very likely that some kind of accident occurred at that time. They accidentally triggered some kind of ban. The pyramid has since disappeared. At that time, I felt that it was taken away by someone else. Now it seems that there is a metal life inside the pyramid, and they used the Immortal Temple to collide, which awakened the metal life inside. If the Real King knew that it was the metal life they released, they would probably jump and curse. In fact, when Wanlu Shimu was brought over by Weiss, this pyramid was in the Sea of Cosmos. Just kept sealed. It was because the Immortal Temple broke the restriction that the metal life was released. The three stared wide-eyed. I thought that something happened to God, but it turned out to be because of my own reasons. For a while, some could not accept it. Whoa! The three returned to Jian Wushuang, this time with a more friendly attitude. Three little friends, how much do you know about this metal life? Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Actually, there are not many. I don't even know its specific location. I just want to try my luck in the Cosmos Sea. The Realm King said at the beginning that metal life is eating away the source of life of Wanlu. Then it's probably inside the source. That is, the interior of the Cosmic Sea. Where is the ladder of becoming a god? If you want to become a god, you cannot avoid metal life. In fact, when Danbao becomes the of life, it will be easier to deal with metal life. Unfortunately, the deal will not agree. This metal life does not understand anything. It is the powerhouse from other time and space. Maybe they know more than they do. The three gods looked at each other. Now the truth is out. If you don't deceive yourself, you can even go to the Sea of Cosmos to find metal life. Since this is the case, then it is my duty to wait. Although I don't know how this metal life appeared, it is also threatening the world of the sky. This matter is not only about your powerhouses, but we will also do it ourselves. Jiang Wuya said impassively. I can't wait to find the metal life immediately and go directly to the opponent. Jian Wushuang didn't expect the opponent's pattern to be so big. He thought that the other party would not believe it, or that he had to be more euphemistic. No idea. There was no intention of asking for help. The other party immediately agreed. Also take the initiative to kill metal life. Bright Willows. Senior Gaoyi. Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a little excited in his heart. Benefactor, this hall is not simple. Dan Bao suddenly transmitted a voice at this time, because he felt a wave from inside the temple. Chapter 59:40. After he entered the temple, the breath of life began to rise slowly. It is related to the origin of his life. After hearing Dan Bao's voice transmission, Jian Wushuang didn't move and secretly voiced, "What's wrong? In this hall, there is a source of life, but it is blocked by some kind of prohibition." Jian Wushuang's eyes flashed. The source of life is a treasure. It is no less than the power of innate life, and it is also the power of life like the source. He also tried his best to restrain himself. This kind of treasure is not something they can touch, at least not now. Try to be restrained. Now is not the time to talk about this. When the great monk and the King Shimu arrive, we are qualified to talk about this. Dan Bao nodded secretly and said nothing more. This treasure is indeed of great use to him. Jian Wushuang can feel the resonance even by relying on Jiejia, not to mention Dan Bao, the defending of life. If it is really useful to Dan Bao, then we will have to wait for the big monks to arrive before they have the confidence to study it. I am afraid that I have not spoken yet, and will be destroyed by these people. The three gods, since they said they want to help them find metal life, are people on the same boat. Still have to be treated well. The search for metal life is urgent. The three gods first asked Chowga to inform the masters of the 8 tribulations in the universe to inquire about the news, and then politely invited Jian Wushuang and others to the inner hall. Said to rest. In fact, it is also a disguised house arrest. Although Jian Wushuang was anxious, there was no better way. In fact, if Danbao goes to the Sea of Cosmos, it is easiest to find metal life. After all, it has the source of life. It's too slow to let the masters of the universe in the immortal temple find it. One day in the sky is reincarnated. The great monk took Shimu Wang and others around for 3 days before entering the Sea of Cosmos. Jian Wushuang stayed in the Temple of Immortality for 3 full reincarnations. People are going crazy. This day, inside a side hall of the Immortal Temple, Jian Wushuang was drinking and chatting with Wu Li, and all-day retreats were not very helpful for cultivation. And now that he can't get out, he is either studying life in his own origin universe or wandering in the temple. Today, I happened to meet Wu Li going out of customs, and the two chatted casually. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps outside the hall. Wu Li immediately put down the wine glass and turned to look outside the hall. Sorry to bother you. The visitor let out a light laugh and hurried in. Over the years, the two of them have also gained an understanding of some of the powerhouses in the Immortal Temple. Except for the 3 gods, Immortal Temple, and 10 Immortal Kings. Chowga is just one of them. These 10 Dharma Kings have all commanded the Immortal Temple. Personal strength, the weakest is the top of the 8 tribulations realm. The person in front of him is the person in charge of the last Immortal Temple. Strength is not weak, Chowga. Nanxing Dharma King, Jian Wushuang, and Wu Li got up at the same time. The other party is the master of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm. Because of the appearance of Chowga, he abdicated, and then went to the Sea of Cosmos to venture further, wanting to go further. Unfortunately, every step of the 8 tribulations realm is difficult. Among the masters of the universe, he is considered the top of the 8 tribulations realm. But when it comes to divine power, it starts with 1,000,000. It is definitely the peak combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. This is the power of the Lord of the universe. For such a strong man, Jian Wushuang and Wu Li naturally did not dare to neglect. Dharma King Nanxing raised his hand and said, "Don't be restrained. Sit down and talk." Jian Wushuang and Wu Li also sat down, and at the same time they were looking forward to it. There may be some good news. In their second epic in the Temple of the Immortal, they almost found the location of the metal life. They have already captured the breath, but when they waited for the people to go, the pyramid had already disappeared. Later, the 3 gods went in to look for it in person, but they were never found again. But it also gave them hope. Now all the sleeping powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm in the Immortal Temple have been summoned, all thrown into the Sea of Cosmos. The 3 gods are actually more anxious than them, because life force is about so many things. Over the years, Jian Wushuang has also learned about the 3 major gods, not the 3 tribulations, but special life. This is also the reason why the opponent is so powerful. The surface combat power is stronger than that of the great monk. I am afraid that the 3 of them together can be tied with Qi Jiuxiao. You must know that the great monk and the Shimu King will all fall in front of Qi Jiuxiao. Special life. Growth is still much higher than that of practitioners. The same level can be seen. I came to you this time because of the manpower problem. You didn't need to go there originally. It's just that a new secret realm has recently appeared in the Sea of Cosmos. Lord, they do not lack the power of life. They lack the opportunity, so... Jian Wushuang nodded and said solemnly, "Understandable. Saying this on the face, my heart has long been happy." He has long wanted to enter the Sea of Cosmos. Even those who follow the Immortal Temple, he will enter. Staying in the Temple of the Immortal is not a long-term solution at all. In the blink of an eye, 3 epochs have passed. There is still no news about the great monk and Shimu Wang. Not only was Wushuang anxious, Wu Li was even more anxious. How long would it take if it was stuck here forever? South St. Dharma King, what do you need the three of us to do? Just say it. Although Jian Wushuang was excited in his heart, he still had to restrain himself. Otherwise, the other party must think that he has a ghost in his heart. In fact, the Immortal Temple is of great use to Jian Wushuang and the others, so they may not necessarily think about escaping. Danbao has a special method to find metal life, and at that time, he can use the power of the Immortal Temple to eradicate metal life. With their current situation, even if they escaped and reconciled with the great monk and others, they would not be able to solve the metal life. At the beginning, still a little careless. I feel that Wanlu universe, no matter how powerful it is, will not be more powerful than the powerhouses in the ancient moon space-time. But now it seems that they think too much. In a single vault of heaven world, the powerhouses of the 8 tribulations have survived to this day, and there are at least 5 lords of the universe in the 8 tribulations that Jian Wushuang has seen. Moreover, there are many special lives of the 8 tribulations realm that are just as powerful. Not to mention scattered calamities, but to say that the number of these powerhouses is comparable to that of ancient moon space-time. That's not even counting God. Otherwise, there will be more. At first, they felt that with the presence of the great monk and the king of Shenmue, everything could be solved. But with the threat of metal life, they have to face Baby D. Passive. I have been walking all the time, and I am passive when encountering many things. In the final analysis, Jian Wushuang's strength is not enough. In other words, what he encountered was beyond what he should have been able to bear. Chapter 59:41. However, without these things and opportunities, he could not have become so powerful. Everything is fair. Jian Wushuang did not complain. Under the guidance of the Southern St. Dharma King, they once again met the 3 gods. This time, they will follow Nanxing Dharma King and take over Chaoga to go to the depths of the universe to search for metal life. In the past, the 3 gods would not do this. But after knowing the reason for the drying up of the source of life, I became more anxious. I didn't feel anything at first, but the more I waited, the more chaotic it became. Because of worry. I am worried that even treasures such as life will not appear in the future. By then, they will be gone. The Temple of Immortality relies on the word immortality. Without the power of life, immortality becomes a joke, unable to protect themselves, so they will be anxious. Although the Lord of the Universe in the 8 tribulations realm is not in a hurry, there is also the whimper of the death of the rabbit and the fox. Sooner or later, one day, he will also follow in his footsteps. No one dared to say that they would step into the 9 tribulations realm. For some reason, the 9 tribulations realm is like a shackle, firmly controlling the Lord of the Universe. Always insurmountable. Northern time and space, 9 core time, and space rivers. There are only 3 superpowers that have existed since ancient times. But these 3 people were called puppets by Weiss. It can be seen. These 3 ancient existences are probably not the experts of the 9 tribulations realm, but have become eternal existences for some reason. The powerhouse who can really show up and show the combat power of the 9 tribulations has never appeared at all. There may be such existences in other time and space, or in the starry sky. But north time and space, there should be no. This may have something to do with the law. The goal of the 3 gods is actually not the 9 tribulations realm, but to break through all laws, beyond space and time. Forge eternity. The premise of wanting to do this is the power of life, and the operation of the Temple of Immortality. Relying on cultivation alone is basically in vain. Jian Wushuang and the others don't understand this, so naturally they don't understand, and they foolishly think that these 3 gods just want to save their lives. Talked a few words with the 3 gods. It is still a superficial cliché as always, and there is no substantive information leaked. Mainly worried that Jian Wushuang took the opportunity to escape. Said some good things. For Jian Wushuang, these words are useless. His left ear goes in his right ear. Finally, after expressing his loyalty, he followed Nanxing Dharma King and left, out of the Temple of Immortality. It is the entrance to the cosmic sea. The reason why it didn't move is because the power of life can't be wasted anymore, and it's good to be blocked at the entrance of the universe sea. Several teams took turns to go to the Sea of Cosmos to search for metal life. By the way, you can also find some treasures, such as this newly discovered secret realm. Just a big discovery. The secret realm floated from the depths of the Cosmos Sea, and it happened to be discovered by Chowgo and others, and naturally he took people in. And there is still not enough manpower. This made Jin Wushuang 3 come out and do some activity. Of course, it's not just because of this. Think back to what the 3 gods said, especially for Dan Bao's eyes. It can be seen that there is doubt in his eyes, because they can't see through Dan Bao. I think Dan Bao is very special. That's why Jin Wushuang took people to try. Maybe the metal life can be found. This time, as long as it is discovered, the location will be transmitted to the 3 major gods, the immortal temple, and it will come instantly. No matter where it is in the Sea of Cosmos, as long as there is enough life force in the immortal temple, it can be reached in an instant. With this guarantee, Jin Wushuang and the others were relieved. As long as you are responsible for looking for it, you will notify the 3 gods when you find it, and you don't need them to take action. Even Jin Wushuang has thought about it. And when the time comes, they will be able to take the opportunity to escape when the 3 gods fight against the metal life. This is the best plan. It's a pity that every plan is good, but it's difficult to perform when you encounter it. Whoa! Dharma King Nanxing stood in front of the entrance to the Sea of Cosmos. His hands were sealed, and he played an unknown secret method. The entrance to the universe sea was blocked. This is... Jin Wushuang was a little surprised. Looking at the ordinary entrance, after the seal was formed, a wave appeared. Then he felt the surging divine power erupt from it. Dharma King Nanxing said indifferently, "Why? Haven't you felt the power of the universe sea? I'm just curious that the mark of the Dharma King turns out to be the key to this entrance. If I had been foolish enough to enter, I would have been stopped." Jin Wushuang naturally won't say anything about the universe sea, so as not to expose himself. At that moment, he was really startled. The violent power kept blowing out from the entrance. Could it be that the whole universe is like this? Jin Wushuang was secretly surprised. His eyes flashed, and there was shock in his eyes. Behind Wu Li, his eyes widened even more, for fear that others would not be able to tell that they had never been to the Sea of Cosmic Universe. Jin Wushuang couldn't help but let out a dry cough and reminded the other party, "Don't be ashamed. It's like they don't know anything." Fortunately, Dan Bao is calm enough, and the Southern Saint Dharma King has been talking to Jin Wushuang, but his eyes are on Dan Bao. After the entrance to the Sea of Cosmos was opened, it didn't take long for a number of powerhouses in the 8 Tribulations realm to appear in the entrance. These 8 Tribulation realm powerhouses are all scattered tribulations. Every billion years, it is rotated. The rest of the Cosmos Masters of the 8 Tribulations followed Chowga to the newly appeared secret realm. These powerhouses of the 8 Tribulations had very little vitality, and it was okay to search for metal life. Just fight. The universe sea is transformed by divine power. Flying above will consume a lot of divine power, which is no less than fighting. These scattered tribulations must come back to cultivate once every 100 million years. Otherwise, the vitality will be consumed too much, and I am afraid that they will fall asleep directly. The 100 million years in the outside world, in the interior of the universe, is an era of time, so it is necessary to rotate. In order to find metal life, the 3 gods of the immortal temple gathered a large group of the lords of the 7 tribulations of the universe and went to the cosmos to search. It's just that the thought power of these people is too weak compared to the 8 tribulations realm. A dead skinny camel is bigger than a horse. Although the robbery has lost its origin, the power of thought is still there. An 8 tribulation realm can top a group of 7 tribulation realm. But Jin Wushuang is different. His mind power is no worse than that of the master of the 8 tribulations realm universe. This is also why the 3 gods indicated the reason why they wanted him to go. En Dunbo. Since he became a candidate for the god of life and refined that treasure, his mind power is even more terrifying. Dan Bao can feel the power that he can't feel. Nan Sheng, I'll leave it to you. The returning 8 Tribulation Realm powerhouse said hello, glanced at Jian Wushuang and the others, and then turned to enter the immortal temple. Nan Sheng smiled lightly. Jian Wushuang, let's go too. Chapter 5942. And Jian Wushuang nodded. This time, in addition to the 4 of them, there are also 5 scattered tribulations from the 8 tribulations realm. 9 people in total. It's time to find out separately, but the 3 of them will be separated. This is also to prevent Jian Wushuang and others from escaping in partnership. Although the scope of the cosmic sea is large, it is gathered by divine power. It is impossible to detect the fluctuation of divine power at all. Only some special imprints can feel their respective positions. Swish! Several figures entered the entrance instantly. Everyone only felt that a gust of wind blew across their faces, and they had entered the sea of cosmos. It looks indistinguishable from the sea outside. All are light blue, but the breath is different. Cosmic sea. It is the ocean of divine power. It has a great repressive force for these divine power cultivators. If you fly above, you will feel tired. No wonder those 8 tribulation realms have to come back to rest and recover. And the threshold to enter the universe, sea, is millions of divine power. This threshold is very high. It is basically the threshold of the 7 tribulations realm. There is no 7 tribulations realm, and if you come, you will die. It's okay to wander around, but once you go deep, you'll fall if you don't encounter any danger. Jian Wushuang looked at the boundless sea of cosmos, and his heart was extremely shocked and said with emotion, "It would be great if such a huge ocean of divine power could be swallowed." Haha, everyone thinks this way. Such a large universe, see, let alone swallowing it all up. As long as you master 1/10,000th of it, you could be invincible in the world. King Nanxing laughed lightly. He had this idea at the beginning. That was the first time he stepped into the sea of cosmos, and the elders of the family brought him here, and he was the master of the universe in the 6 tribulations realm. I want to see this cosmic sea, but just in the periphery, I felt infinite pressure. Not to mention swallowing it up. It is an extravagant hope to be able to look forward to it in the sea of cosmos. At present, he is also the master of the universe in the 8 tribulations realm, and can live normally in the universe, or a special life in the 8 tribulations realm. The rest can't stay long. Okay, we should set off. Not far from here, there is a teleportation array. We will first go through the teleportation array, go to the inner circle, and then split up to find it. Nanxing Dharma King explained, and everyone flew towards the teleportation formation. The teleportation array here was built by the 3 original gods to save time on the road. It is a shortcut for those 7 tribulations realm. With these teleportation arrays, the Lord of the 7 tribulations realm universe can also go deep into the depths of the universe. Emperor Jinwu, a scattered robbery, has the combat power of half a step and 8 tribulations. It is because he wandered in the sea of cosmos that he obtained a huge turtle shell and created the secret method of Jinwu. Achieve the half-step 8 robbery realm. It can be said that as long as you enter the depths of the cosmos sea, you can get the same chance if you are lucky. This is also why so many cultivators come forward to come in. Emperor Jinwu tried his best to lose his vitality and almost brought down the Jinwu dynasty, just to go to the depths of the universe to compete for a treasure. If he succeeded, he might be able to take another half step. After all, it was a robbery. Although the combat power was still half a step and 8 tribulations, the room for improvement was limited. Even so, you have to fight. The Sea of Cosmos has to be said to be a magical place. Fascinating. See the essence through the cosmic sea. In fact, the same is true of Wanlu Shinmu. Outside, cultivators are obsessed with Wanlu Shinmu. Inside, it is obsessed with the depths of the cosmic sea, because there are powerful treasures flowing out. Taking the teleportation array, everyone quickly reached the depths of the universe sea. The span of each transmission is very large. If you fly slowly, I am afraid it will take several epochs. This time span, even the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe can't bear it. The 8 Tribulation realm powerhouses who were still at their peak can do it, because the speed is fast enough. Jian Wushuang made a rough calculation. In the state of his infinite divine power, I am afraid it will take an era. If only he had been let in. Just flying is enough. I don't know what happened to the great monk and Shimu Wang. If they really entered the sky, relying on Bruce's causal induction, they should be able to find out that they are in the heavenly world. It's just a hassle when to find them. The world of the sky is different from the time and space of God, but the space-time of the cosmic sea is stable. As long as they all enter the cosmic sea, the flow rate is the same. What Jian Wushuang didn't know was that the great monk and Shimu Wang had already entered the sea of cosmos, and it has been drifting in the cosmic sea for hundreds of epochs. The cosmic sea, the sky is round and the place is round. No matter where you enter from the entrance, it is on the other side. Jian Wushuang and the others can ride the teleportation array. However, the Shimu King and the great monk did not have a teleportation formation and could only fly. Fortunately, Danbao helped them regain their peak, and they also got a lot of fruits of life. Otherwise, you will be exhausted. Jian Wushuang was also worried, but he underestimated the methods of the great monk and Shinmu Wang. At this time, in the depths of the cosmos sea, a mysterious realm of dead vines is floating. On the outside, it is a withered vine, but the inside is a cave. King Shinmu, the great monk, and others are on this vine. When they first entered the cosmic sea, they just felt a little special and were curious about how the cosmic sea was formed. The great monk deliberately concealed it. Because of the horror of this cosmic sea, he is the clearest. If they only rely on flying to find Jian Wushuang and the others, I am afraid that all but the monk himself will be exhausted. If you say it, I am afraid no one will dare to come in. Fortunately, they encountered a floating vine in the depths of the cosmic sea. It's a secret cave. Take the opportunity to enter this secret realm. Rely on this vine to keep drifting and save your own divine power. Otherwise, before meeting the metal life, you will be exhausted first. Coincidentally, the secret realm they were in happened to be met by Chowga and others who were looking for metal life. Now I am trying to find a way to break through the secret realm to find treasures. There are indeed treasures inside the cave, but they have been cleaned up by the great monk and the king of Shinmu. Nothing is left. Therefore, Jian Wushuang's worries are unnecessary. Not only did he not tire himself, but he even made a fortune in blood. Everyone ate their mouths full of oil. Divine power greatly increased. The interior of the withered vine cave is devastated. There are many huge dead trees, without any vitality. Of course, this is not what the Shinmu King and the others did, but it is the way it is. But under these dead trees, they received a lot of fruit hearts. That is the fruit heart left after the fruit evaporates, which is also of great help to the divine power. Withered trees die with each other, which is also of great help to practitioners. It can be said that the whole body is full of treasures. In front of each dead tree, there is a cultivator sitting cross-legged, constantly nibbling away the divine power on the dead tree. Chapter 59:43. On the largest dead tree, 2 people were sitting cross-legged. Naturally, it is the Shinmu King and the great monk. Only these 2 people are qualified to occupy absolute resources. For the rest, only soup is served. The 2 who got the most benefit were a little unsightly at this time. What about the natives outside? It's better to kill it. Absolutely not. The big monk shook his head quickly. Those natives are hitting their attention, and they don't have time to hit those natives. And this is the first time they have met a cultivator. After suffering for such a long time, I finally saw a living person, and I had to go out and talk about anything. It's just that after they go out, in what capacity should they deal with it? You can never say that you are from God. The great monk is an aboriginal powerhouse in Wanlu universe. He knows that it is too difficult for God to enter the heavenly world. The reason why they were able to reach this place smoothly, or because of the demise of God. It has become a world of ice and snow and has lost its vitality. The gap in the Sea of Cosmos has also been reduced a lot. Then what do you say? The Shenmue King was in a pretentious mood. Over the years, they have been so depressed. They have been looking for Danbao according to Bruce's cause and effect, but there is no news at all. And no matter how he walked, he felt that there was an infinite distance away from Danbao. Hearts are scattered now. How could they not panic? We have to take a long-term view. Since we can meet practitioners here, we are close to the world of the Vault of Heaven. The reason why we feel the distance of the Little Master is because of the isolation of time and space. Once you enter the world of the Vault of Heaven, you can quickly find the Little Master. Them? King Shenmue said angrily. I still use you to teach me? The reason is clear. The key is how to get to the heavenly world. You can't let those people outside lead the way. 3-year-olds will laugh at them if they say this. In the face of unfamiliar powerhouses, who will lead the way? Only hit the opponent and bow their heads, and then take them to the world of the Vault of Heaven. This is also the meaning of Shenmue King. But the monk did not think so, because in the outside world, there are 6 masters of the universe. Each is in the 8 tribulations realm. When they go out, they may not be able to fight. Although King Shenmue had refined that treasure back then, his divine power was stronger than that of the Lord of the universe, so at best it was 1-to-1 suppression. Counting himself, the 2 would fight at most 2. But there are 6 lords of the 8 tribulations realm universe outside. There are only 2 options before them now. Go out and fight. Dodge and avoid the battle. At present, this cave is strong, and they can still withstand it. Go out. Only one battle. Because he knew that those lords of the universe came for treasures. Alas, the great monk sighed that the team was not easy to lead. Shenmue King has a lot of confidence, because this time he is the biggest gainer. The Deadwood here does not help his own combat power much, but it helps his Moyun vines a lot. The Moyun Fujimoto of the Shenmue King has the top combat power of the 8 tribulations realm. Now that he has absorbed Deadwood, he is no weaker than his deity, and even stronger. It is also a plant life, and the secret technique has been improved enough. Using Moyun Vine, he can sneak attack and quickly kill a Cosmos Master in the 8 tribulations realm. If you go out to fight, you may not lose. That's why I advocated going out to fight. Just when the 2 were at a stalemate, Blue, who was sitting cross-legged in the distance, suddenly opened his eyes. I feel Danbao's position, Bruce shouted out directly, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble with excitement. He waited too long for this moment. Danbao's position has not moved. Although their positions have been approaching, the effect is very small. Now he feels Danbao's position, and they are in the same time and space, and the distance is very close. If you go out to fly, at the speed of a great monk, you can find Danbao in 10 years. After hearing what Bruce said, everyone looked over. The Shenmue King and the great monk rushed over directly. Not just them. After entering the Sea of Cosmos, Danbao also felt Bruce's position. I just kept riding the teleportation array, and the speed was too fast to tell Jian Wushuang. After they stabilized, Danbao immediately sent a sound transmission to Jian Wushuang. Found it. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed when he heard Danbao's voice transmission. He knew that the big monk and the others must be coming towards them. It's just that the 2 sides are not in the same time and space, so it feels very far away. As soon as he entered the depths of the universe sea, he felt the position of the other party. Jian Wushuang's voice transmission asked, "How far is it?" 10 years. The same speed as Blue predicted the big monk. The peak speed of the great monk is similar to that of Jian Wushuang's shuttle universe. After hearing this distance, Jian Wushuang pondered. Now find the location of the big monks. He was considering whether to leave the team now and take Danbao and others to find the great monk. Once he leaves the Temple of Immortality now, the opponent will definitely chase him. Although they can't catch up with him, it means one more enemy. But he also wanted to reconcile with the great monk and others, which gave him more confidence. That leaves the last solution. Danbao, before we leave, you will tell Nanxing Dharma King the location of the great monk and others. Jian Wushuang's heart moved, and he had a plan. Murder with a knife. After Dan Bao heard it, he frowned and said, "Tell Dharma King Nanxing?" He was still a little naive and couldn't understand Jian Wushuang's words. "You just said that you feel the breath of metal life, and you are in that position. I will cooperate with you again at that time. Whether Nanxing Dharma King believes it or not, he will go to check it out. If we follow our comprehensive speed, it will be almost 100 years. At this time, the Southern Saint Dharma King doesn't care at all." Jian Wushuang directly stated the plan in detail, which was actually very simple. Would rather waste time than take the initiative to miss. This is the current state of the Immortal Temple. Facing the tasks of the three major gods, the Southern Saint Dharma King did not dare to neglect them at all, and they also knew the dangers of metal life. Besides, Dan Bao has always played a mysterious role. Before entering the Sea of Cosmos, the Southern Saint Dharma King has been staring at Dan Bao, and now it is the same. Although he is not staring at it, there is a mind power that stays on Dan Bao. Now that Dan Bao speaks about his findings, I am afraid that Dharma King Nanxing will definitely care. Don't be afraid that the other party won't do it. Dan Bao took a deep breath and said in a gloomy voice, "Dharma King Nanxing. Kindness?" Dharma King Nanxing turned his head to look at Dan Bao for the first time. He was just planning the area, and he was going to have people scattered to search. After hearing Dan Bao's words, he was stunned. "You said you felt the location of the metal life?" King Nanxing couldn't believe it. Although I think Dan Bao is a bit mysterious, but just after entering the Sea of Cosmos, Dan Bao said that he has found a metal life, which is too strange, and he has doubts in his heart for a while. Chapter 5944. Jian Wushuang looked at the other party, did not believe that he directly stated the coordinates, and then added, "South Saint Dharma King, but 100 years' journey. Why don't we go and explore? Every search is an epoch of time. 100 years, what is it? Where did you say it was?" Dharma King Nanxing didn't care about the 100 years, but was surprised why Dan Bao discovered the location of the metal life so quickly. Now, after hearing the position reported by Jian Wushuang, he was even more surprised and stayed where he was. Then he took out a token with his backhand. His mind power entered the token, and a phantom appeared on the token, which was the Chaoge, the master of the universe of the 8 tribulations. "You keep the secret realm in the cave. Don't let it run away. It'll take someone there right away." Chaoge's phantom moved slightly and said in surprise, "Would you like to inform Lord God?" "Not needed for now." After the Dharma King Nanxing said, he put away the token, then turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said, "If Lord God comes, the price will be very high, and we need to confirm it again. The location you were talking about is the secret realm of the cave that Chaoge and the others discovered." Jian Wushuang was surprised. "What? How could it be so coincidental? Really let them meet. The secret realm discovered by the great monk and the king of Shinmu and Chaoge. Isn't this a flood that washed down the Dragon King Temple? Fortunately, the Southern Saint Dharma King is more cautious. If this is to let the gods move directly, isn't that just a scammer? I am afraid that the great monk and the king of Shinmu were dumbfounded when they saw them. Bring it in to siege your own people. Funny to think about. Shoot yourself in the foot. They have done this many times. It's such a coincidence every time. Also really unlucky. It seems that you feel right. Maybe metal life, it may really be among them," Nanxing Dharma King said with a smile. "I didn't expect that this time will be so smooth. Let's hurry up and go." Jian Wushuang and the others could only nod their heads awkwardly. If the Shimu King and the great monk knew that they were taking a group of 8 tribulations realm to surround them, I don't know what they would think. Although Wuli didn't know what happened, he felt a little strange, so he secretly said, "Brother Wushuang, is this the discovery of metal life?" Jian Wushuang didn't want to speak anymore. He followed behind Nanxing Dharma King with a black face, without saying a word. A group of them, relying solely on flying, will take 100 years. 100 years is very fast for them. There are no stops on the way, although there will also be the unique divine beasts of the universe sea, but there is no threat to them. The greatest danger in the cosmic sea is at the bottom of the sea. Those powerful and ancient wild beasts are generally lurking on the bottom of the sea and will not rush out of the water on their own initiative. Therefore, the wild beasts they encountered were very weak, and they could easily solve them. On the way, Dan Bao's expression was a little embarrassed. At first, he deceived the Southern Saint Dharma King, saying that he had discovered the breath of metal life. But now he seems to have really discovered it. An unusual breath of life. Corrupting vegetation life. Corroded vegetation instantly withered. Scenes and scenes were staged in Dan Bao's mind. The benefactor, the metal life, is likely to be in the secret realm of the cave. The closer he got, the clearer Dan Bao felt. At this time, I had to tell Jian Wushuang. There is a 90% chance. Jian Wushuang, who was originally embarrassed, became even more embarrassed when he heard Dan Bao's words. If the metal life is really in the secret realm of the cave, the gods will definitely come. At that time, how to explain it? And how could the big monk and the Shinmu king be associated with the metal life? Without Dan Bao's guidance, they couldn't have discovered metal life, right? Everything is weird. If it is a coincidence, it is too coincidental. Now there is no other way but to wait until then. Now he not only wants to quickly solve the metal life, but also wants to quickly reconcile with the great monk and Shimu Wang and others. But when these two things come together, it becomes a bad thing. And it's still highly overlapped, so it's almost like wearing a pair of pants. Dan Bao, tell us the truth. Will the gods in the immortal temple believe what we say? Jian Wushuang was already thinking about breaking the jar. It's better to talk about it. Everyone has an explanation. After waiting, the metal life is really in the secret realm of the cave. The great monk and Shimu Wang and others are also in the secret realm of the cave. That is, the yellow mud is stuffed in the crotch. It is not clear. Benevolent, maybe you don't have to do this. Dan Bao shook his head at him, and then said, I can feel the vitality of Brew and the others, without any change, although the breath of metal life is also there. But there is no connection between the two, and there is no need for us to put the two things together. Jian Wushuang rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. At this moment, he felt that Dan Bao had grown up and was really not the child he used to be. Do the two things separately. Perhaps the most robust. If metal beings are in the dark, they enter from the dark. If it is in the Ming dynasty, then let the great monk and the Shinmu king not act rashly. When the gods come and fight against the metal life, they will quietly reconcile with the monk and others, and then take the opportunity to escape. Or just wait and see. If the Temple of Immortality can't be solved, they will help. It is the best to be able to solve it, and everyone is happy to solve it. The source of life in the immortal temple regenerates the power of life, and they can also go to the ladder of gods. Just do it. The two of them looked at each other. Nothing was said. 100 years have passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, Dharma King Nanxing brought Jian Wushuang and others to the secret realm where Chaoga was located. A moment before they arrived, a huge bubble puffed up in the depths of the cosmic sea, and then shattered. After being shattered, time and space are still attached. The endless seawater suddenly converged on this open portal of time and space. The seawater was just poured in, but it was forcibly squeezed back by a force outside the entrance. Whoa! Countless bubbles surged again. Before the bubbles were broken, one after another figure had entered the bottom of the cosmic sea along the entrance. The person in the lead almost suffocated as soon as he entered, but fortunately, an energy shield covered his entire body in time. Call! Lord Babidi, this place should be the core of Wanlu universe. Need you remind me? Baby D said coldly. If you hadn't taken the wrong way, this seat would have arrived long ago. This group of people is exactly Babidi and others. When I left the city of the sky, in the endless wild world, I couldn't leave after going around. In the end, Qi Juxiao broke out, constantly attacking time and space, opening this time and space tunnel and entering the sea of cosmos. Jian Wushuang, this time I see where you are fleeing. Chapter 59:45. The baby emperor, who had just shuttled in, felt the breath of Jian Wushuang, Shenmu Wang, and others, and the corner of his mouth outlined an arc, and sneered. Qi Jiuxiao behind him is playing with those wild beasts in the depths of the sea. Ordinary desolate beasts at the level of the 8 tribulations have a divine power of 5 million, which is like a plaything in Qi Jiuxiao's hands. After a few grasps at will, they crush the divine body of the desolate beast. Stop playing, it's time to get down to business. Babidi raised his hand and took out the spaceship, floating on the bottom of the sea. Although Qi Jiuxiao didn't have enough fun, he didn't dare to disobey the orders of Emperor Babylon, and honestly walked onto the spaceship. The rest of the powerhouses followed suit. It's just that there are fewer people. Now there are only a few people left, and in the endless wilderness, they have encountered several terrifying wild beasts. Each of them has tens of thousands of divine powers. A few will inevitably die. The cosmic boat started instantly, rushed out of the water surface of the cosmic sea, stayed for a while, and after finding the direction, it began to move forward at full speed. The cosmic pressure of the universe seems to be unable to interfere with this spaceship. Even without consuming divine power, he was able to hurry quickly. Ordinary flying treasures require powerful people to inject divine power to control them. But this spaceship does not need it. This is the difference between the treasures of different time and space. The spaceship flew all the way in the direction of Jian Wushuang and the others. There is only one goal, and that is Dambao, Dantian's secret outside. Jian Wushuang and the others were forming a group. We are discussing how to enter. Chaoga and the others have been here for tens of thousands of years, and they have been unable to break through this cave. Now that I hear that metal life is likely to be hidden in the cave, I dare not forcibly open it. They were in a hurry outside. The inside was fried. King Shenmu and others, who were about to rush out, found that Jian Wushuang was also approaching. I held back and didn't do it. Now I see Jian Wushuang mixed with the aboriginal powerhouses outside. Aren't you surprised? Fortunately, Dambao recounted what happened along the way through the blue voice transmission, and then stabilized them. The most important thing at the moment is to cooperate with the outside world to find metal life. It is precisely because of the matter of metal life that they panic. I didn't expect that this metal life is in this cave, the king of Shenmu scolded. How come we have encountered everything? He was also very depressed. After finally finding Jian Wushuang and others, he couldn't get out. The big monk became calmer. He thought for a while, and then said, "Everyone, we don't have to panic. Didn't Jian Wushuang say that? Metal life is in the dark, so we will solve it in the dark. Let's work together first. Let those indigenous powerhouses take the lead, just in time to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight." It's easy for you to say it, the Lord of Hengmu sneered. Did you think that those people are too simple? Those are the 6 lords of the universe of the 8 tribulations realm, not a bunch of idiots. As soon as his words came out, there was a roar from the outside world. Everyone looked at the entrance of the cave world at the same time. One after another black breath is collapsing. They really dare to do it. Everyone was taken aback. The front foot was still saying that it was not that stupid, and the back hand hit the Lord of Hengmu in the face. Jian Wushuang, who was in the outside world, was also dumbfounded. He just said a word, and he could feel the approximate location of the metal life, and these 8 tribulation realm universe masters couldn't help but move. The Dharma King Nanxing wanted to stop it, but he couldn't stop it, so he could only comfort him. Since you can all pursue the target, it's simple. Even if he escapes, he can be found again. It is better to blast away this secret realm first. Besides, when the time comes, let the Lord of Gods come in person. That's the only way to do it. Jian Wushuang gave a wry smile. He was quiet here, but what could he be able to stop? The Lord of the 6 great 8 tribulations realm universe, headed by Chaoga, besieged the secret realm of Dantian. Prepare to forcibly open this cave. The great monk and the king of Shenmu in the cave asked Blue to send a sound transmission to Dambao to ask what happened. Attacks of this intensity are likely to break through the secret realm of Dantian. What to do then? At the beginning of Chaoga and the others, they were studying the secret realm of the cave. After all, it's for the treasure. Don't be in a hurry. If you forcefully open the cave, the treasure may be damaged, so you don't dare to shoot. Now that I know that the metal life is hidden inside, I give up the treasure in the cave and focus on finding out the metal life. Don't worry, everyone, this cave can still resist. After Bruce asked about Dambao, the answer he got was steady, so he could only comfort everyone first. But halfway through the words, the cave began to burst. May break at any time. What should I do when I go out? Don't lift a rock and hit yourself in the foot. No metal life was found, but they attracted the masters of the universe to attack them. That is, at this time, a powerful breath began to rise from the bottom of the sea. Jian Wushuang was most familiar with that breath. The monstrous death energy and the majestic figure have long been imprinted in their minds. Boom! A huge spaceship broke out from the bottom of the sea. In an instant, it was in front of everyone. Compared with this cosmic boat, the secret realm of the cave is extraordinarily small. When Chaoga and the others saw the appearance of the cosmic boat, they were stunned and stopped. This made everyone in the cave breathe a sigh of relief. Stopped? King Shenmu's thought power spread towards the outside world. After feeling the familiar aura, his complexion changed greatly, and he reminded, "Don't relax, it's Baby D and the others." But this is also an opportunity for them. Babidi and the others have the power of death on them, and the Temple of Immortality is looking for the reason for the consumption of the power of life. After seeing Qi Jiuxiao, there is bound to be a big battle. Then is their chance. For a time, the people inside the cave held their breath. The monstrous Qi Jiuxiao faced the 6 masters of the universe of the 8 tribulations, as well as several top experts in the 8 tribulations. It was definitely a fight to watch. There are not tens of millions of superpowers with divine power, and they are not enough to participate in this battle. Outside the cave, Jian Wushuang looked gloomy when he saw the universe boat. He didn't expect that Barbita would catch up with him so quickly. Now it's lively, a careless but to fall. Jie, you escaped so fast. Whoa! The hatch opened, and Babidi walked out first. Qi Jiuxiao and Dylan behind him also walked out of the cabin together. Sol Tindi and the others also walked out together. After feeling the powerful aura from the outside world, their brows not only wrinkled, but there was also fear in their eyes. But Baby D didn't care, and Qi Jiuxiao ignored those people. The Lord of the Universe of the 8 Tribulations realm. Even if his divine power is infinite, but in terms of combat power, he is at the peak level of the 8 Tribulations realm. Chapter 5946. Qi Jiuxiao is a half-step 9 Tribulations realm. After another transformation of the Sky City, the current Qi Jiuxiao's divine power is unfathomable. It has been able to match the 9 Tribulations realm, far from being able to deal with a few lords of the universe. Who are you? Chaoga frowned and looked directly at Qi Jiuxiao, but he couldn't see through the depth of the deal at all. He could only feel that there was a force of death surrounding him. This made his heart move, and he directly transmitted the sound to the 3 gods of the Immortal Temple. Baby D didn't even glance at Chaoga, but said indifferently, "Jian Wushuang, it'll give you another chance to hand over the pill and become my slave, and I can spare your life." Never. Jian Wushuang also ate black iron at this time, and he was determined. It is better to kill him than to make him a slave. Anyway, he still has a second soul. The big deal is to cultivate from scratch. Treasures are not necessary, but freedom and the future cannot be given up. If you become a slave, you will never be able to turn over. Although they are afraid of Qi Jiuxiao's strength, their manpower is not bad. There are at least 6 masters of the universe. There are also Nanxing Fuwang and others. It is not a problem to make up 10 peak powerhouses of the 8 Tribulations realm. Blocking Qi Jiuxiao is not a problem. That means there is no need to talk. Baby D sneered and waved his hand grimly. Qi Jiuxiao's figure suddenly soared, like a towering mountain in the sea of cosmos. Covered in scarlet, the divine power exploded for a short time, directly breaking through 15 million. This made Chaoga and Nanxing Dharma King startled. They also saw that the mysterious powerhouse who suddenly appeared was related to Jian Wushuang and others. Don't wait for them to ask. Dan Bao stood up directly and shouted loudly. Baby D, you destroyed the source of my life. Do you still want to destroy the entire source of life of Wanlu? This remark not only stunned Baby D, but even the aboriginal powerhouses present were shocked. The source of life? The book of life. Of the two, the former represents the treasure refined by Dan Bao, and the latter represents the source of Wanlu in the depths of the universe. Baby D was stunned for a moment, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with Dan Bao's words. The shield of life was broken by Qi Jiuxiao, and it was indeed related to him. But the source of life in Wanlu, and the ladder of becoming a god, he is determined to obtain it. No one can stop it. Therefore, I thought that what Dan Bao said was nothing special, and I thought that the other party was unwilling and wanted to vent when he was dying. But in the eyes of Jian Wushuang and others, it is not so simple. These words were not said to Baby D, but to Chaoga and others. After hearing such a secret matter, Chaoga and Nanxing Dharma King really became uneasy. After turning their heads to look at Dan Bao, they chose to transmit the sound to Jian Wushuang. It's this time, if you don't say anything, we'll let it go. Dharma King Nanxing felt that the Temple of Immortality was tricked by Jian Wushuang and others, and his face was warm and angry, but he still wanted to deceive Jian Wushuang in his heart. After Jian Wushuang heard this, he sneered in his heart, but his expression changed drastically in an instant, pretending to be frightened, and hurriedly said, Seniors, it's not that I want to hide it, but this matter is too big, and it concerns the entire heaven and the sky. The fate of the world, you have also heard, their plan is to destroy the entire Wanlu source, which is the source of this time and space, and then everyone will be finished together. Humph! You are the Lord of the universe in the six tribulations realm. Just relying on these words, let us go to die. Chaoja's expression changed, obviously dissatisfied with Jian Wushuang's statement, and wanted to know more. Although it looks like that, but the bottom of my heart is extremely shocked. It is about the origin of the entire time and space. In fact, they had already suspected it. This may be the inner universe of a super powerful person. It's just that they can't break it. Now that I heard Jian Wushuang's words, I already understood a little. If you don't believe it, you can feel the origin of Dan Bao and see if he has the source of life you mentioned in his body. Jian Wushuang paused, reminding Dan Bao to leak his source of life. Then he said, since he is life, and life is a pill, if he dies, the source of life will disappear. If you don't believe it, try it. Chaoga, Dharma King Nanxing, and the other masters of the 8 Tribulations realm universe all looked at Dan Bao. At this time, Dan Bao had already taken out the life ball that he had refined, and there were still tiny cracks on the top. That was because of Qi Jiexio's attack, resulting in cracks. After seeing the ball, Chaoja's eyes condensed, and his heart flickered like thunder. This picture was directly transmitted to the 3 gods in the Immortal Temple. The 3 gods in the Immortal Temple also changed their expressions when they saw the round ball. This, after seeing the ball, the 3 of them were only stunned for a second, and their bodies flashed directly into the core of the Immortal Temple. There is a huge altar. On the upper part of the altar, there is a groove. That groove is where the power of life was born. It is now dead. There is also a huge fruit stand above the altar. Once the 3 great gods, in order to enshrine their own idols on it, they made a lot of effort, but they were unable to do it. They didn't care much about it. Instead, he had a hot look at the ball in Dan Bao's hand. Must get it, but... Zhang Weia flicked his show robe and shouted angrily. No, but no matter what connection he has with the origin in the depths of the universe, he will grab the ball. Even if this place collapses, even if Jian Wushuang said Wanlu the world is real, so what? If they really just live in the universe of a strong person, then there is no further hope. Only the big break can stand up. If Wanlu is destroyed, it will be destroyed, but they can take treasures and go out. At that time, what does this have to do with them? In order to become stronger, let alone the home world, even if it is loved by relatives, it can be abandoned. To their level, some things can no longer be satisfied. Only the greater unknown can excite them. Fight! The three of them spoke in unison, like one person. The Temple of Immortality also began to stimulate at this moment, ready to move anytime. In the depths of the cosmos sea, Jin Wushuang and others still do not know the thoughts of the three gods. At this time, Jin Wushuang made Danbao the savior of the Wanlu universe. In fact, he did not make it up, but it was true. But in order not to make Chaoga and others suspect, he still concealed his identity from the outside world. You stand back and leave it to us here. Chaoga has received the voice transmission of the three major gods to keep Danbao. As for Qi Jiuxiao, they have a way to hold off. As long as the three gods come, it is not impossible to fight. The three gods have not shot for hundreds of millions of years, but everyone remembers the terrifying power. End of this chapter. Chapter 5947. Go! Baby Dis' eyes turned, and he saw Jin Wushuang and the others were talking through voice transmission. Although he is very sure of Qi Jiuxiao's strength, he is also afraid of accidents. After all, he had encountered this kind of accident many times. In Wanlu Divine Realm, he failed to win, and when he arrived at Sky City, he was about to grab Danbao, but they were still running away. This time, he didn't want the plan to fall apart again. In order to control the road to resurrection, he waited too long. At the end of the road to resurrection, there is what he wants. That thing is terrifying even to destroy life. Once you get it, he will be able to return to the stars, to stay in one side and get back what was lost. Boom! Qi Jiuxiao stepped on the endless sea water and rushed forward. The power of the divine power can crush the top powerhouses of the 8 Tribulations realm. Now, against Qi Jiuxiao, only the peak of the 8 Tribulations realm can barely compete. Moreover, a group of people still need to reach the peak of the 8 Tribulations realm. The 6 Cosmos Masters of the Immortal Temple took the lead. The battle armor on Cheage's body radiated endless rays of light, illuminating this side of the sea, and the divine power exploded to 12 million. At the same time, the Cosmos Dojo came, slammed into the sea of cosmos. After the divine power was blessed, there were already 14 million. He is the strongest among the 8 Tribulations realm universe lords present. Shanghua Gun. Chao Gu waved his hand, and a pitch-black spear that was extremely sharp appeared in his hand, surrounded by thousands of thunderbolts, gathering the endless source of the universe. The spear swung round and swept the endless sea, until Qi Jiuxiao. After feeling the endless power contained above the spear, Qi Jiuxiao not only did not panic, but was a little excited. He even put his hands away and stood in front of Chaoga, letting the other party manipulate him. Not only did not say a word, but the divine power did not weaken, but instead rushed to 16 million. Chaoga's arms were a little numb from the shock, and he tried everything he could, but he couldn't even hurt the other party. Go together! He is also a little overwhelmed now, and he greeted everyone to come together, and privately also sent a voice transmission to the 3 gods. Originally thought that the 3 gods would use the Immortal Temple to move in. But at this time, the 3 gods heard that Qi Jiuxiao's strength was extremely powerful. For the sake of safety, they had to keep enough life force, so they did not directly use the Immortal Temple to move here. Instead, it was moved to the teleportation array. Relying on the teleportation of the teleportation array can save a lot of life force. But because of this savings, on the battlefield here, several 8 Tribulation realm powerhouses fell in an instant. Those scattered tribulations brought by the Southern Saint Dharma King directly became cannon fodder. The top combat power of the 8 Tribulations realm was shattered by the breath shock before it even touched Qi Jiuxiao. They did not have the power of life to restore the divine body, and they fell directly on the spot. Dharma King Nansheng was heartbroken when he saw it. He took the initiative to stay to protect Jin Wushuang and others, and did not dare to go forward. At this moment, they only saw the horror of Qi Jiuxiao. What? Qi Jiuxiao stretched out his hands and shouted angrily. Start the real hands-on. Regardless of his stature, he is extremely sensitive. Travel through time. Ignore those cosmic dojos. He can even break the time and space of the universe. See, the dojos of those lords of the 8 tribulations of the universe can be torn apart easily. Although they can rely on the source universe to maintain themselves, the source universe has been torn apart, and the loss to them is also great. The background is general, and it is almost unbearable. Chauga, if Lord God does not come, we will be finished. Some people have already leaked expressions of despair, because Chi Gxio's divine power is still skyrocketing. Hiss! The tearing of time and space made a universe suddenly shattered. A master of the universe of the 8 tribulations passively became a robbery and lost his origin universe. Jin Wushuang and others watching this scene were all speechless. Chauga didn't have time to look, but felt a chill on his back, and when he turned his head, he saw Chi Gxio's terrifying face. Scared him back quickly. Babidi reminded next to him, "Don't play anymore, kill them quickly." Although Chi Jiuxiao was destroying all the way, Baby Emperor still felt a little uneasy. Always feel that something is peeping, but can't find where? And the owner of those eyes is somewhat familiar. It was something he had encountered in the stars. Shouldn't be here, so he was a little worried. That breath is indeed surrounding. Only Babidi felt his heart palpitations, not because of the breath, but from a premonition. Whether it is Jin Wushuang or Danbao, they have never discovered that some subtle changes have taken place in the secret realm of the cave at this time. Withered grass and dilapidated trees, countless filaments are spreading on the surface at this time. These filaments are silver throughout. The naked eye cannot catch it, but they are extremely fast. Soon all the dead wood was covered. Kindness? King Shamu was the first to notice that something was wrong. Originally, he was still watching the fighting outside with his mind power. Seeing Chi Jiuxiao so tyrannical, he was a little nervous. According to his and Jin Wushuang's plan, is about to take the initiative to rush out at this time. But Chi Gxio's power made them dare not move. I was afraid that when I went out, I would be wiped out. Want to wait. But while waiting, he found that the dead tree in front of him had changed. Originally, there was no aura above, but at this time there was a special breath of life. Those silver lines are also becoming more visible. Shamu King just lowered his head to look, and there was a wailing behind him. Ah! This surprised everyone and hurriedly looked back. King Shenmu, who originally planned to observe the dead wood, also turned to look. I saw a 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouse. At this time, his body was covered with silver lines, and those lines were filled with the eyes of the 7 Tribulation Realm powerhouse. Make him cry happily. This person is old friends with Lianxing, and Lianxing naturally doesn't look at it. He hurried forward to help, but was stopped by the Lord of Hengmu. Let Zui Yehue go. The Lord of Hengmu's face was grim. Lianxing was stunned for a moment, then stopped. Zui Yehue is a war beast, similar to a puppet, but his divine body has been transformed. If it is really dangerous, it will not be counterattacked. Whoops! After Zui Yehue received the order, he took a step and came directly to the 7 Tribulations Realm powerhouse. He reached out to touch the 7th Tribulation Realm powerhouse, but before he touched it, those silver lines followed the left hand. Naitash's claws spread over. Not good. The Lord of Hengmu's complexion changed greatly, and he raised his hand to attack. This shocked everyone. I feel that the Lord of Hengmu has made a big fuss. If he attacks at this time, he may hurt his own people. But before they could open their mouths to dissuade them, they saw which of the 7 Tribulations Realm powerhouses who were initially spread by silver threads turned into silver. End of this chapter. Chapter 5948. Life physique was instantly changed. The whole person turned into a silver puppet, and even punched through Zui Yehui's chest. You must know that Zui Yehue is the top war beast in the 8 Tribulations realm. One punch can break Zui Yehui's divine body. This is too scary. It is very difficult for the peak powerhouses of the 8 Tribulations to do so. The Lord of Hengmu shot at this time, and it was a little late, and he quickly reminded loudly. Everyone is stunned, quickly kill him. Otherwise everyone will be finished. Don't get close to those dead trees. At this time, the king of Shamu thought of the silver lines on the dead trees he had just seen, and he was the first to rise into the air. The big monk was originally sitting on a wooden pier, but after hearing the reminder, he stood up directly, turned his head, and raised his hand and smashed the wooden pier he was sitting on into powder. In the powder, there are countless silver threads rushing towards the big monk. For a while, everyone was in chaos. After the first one was controlled, several more powerful men in the Seven Tribulations realm were controlled by the silver lines and began to attack the present day indiscriminately. The secret realm of Dantian was completely chaotic, but below the secret realm, they didn't know that there was a silver pyramid hidden there. The pyramid is constantly selected, and the silver lines run out of the pyramid. This time, without the need for an attack from the outside world, the secret realm of the cave began to shatter. Shimu Wang and others also fled here. Involuntarily, facing the fear of the unknown, they would rather face Qi Jiuxiao. Outside the cave, Jian Wushuang and the others, who were originally stunned by Qi Jiuxiao's divine power, discovered at this time that the cave was silently shattered. And there are countless silver lines that are spreading out from the secret realm. What's this? Wu Li looked at those lines and did not understand. Dan Bao saw something strange at a glance, and a fear that had never appeared in his eyes turned his head and said loudly to Jian Wushuang, "Come on!" Before Jian Wushuang could react, he shouted in several voices, "Little master, run!" Jian Wushuang, take Dan Bao with you. Quick with countless shouts, Jian Wushuang couldn't help thinking, and he pulled Dan Bao to cast the three-shock universe, so that he forgot Wu Li next to him. There is also the Southern Saint Dharma King. He didn't even know what happened. In an instant, the cave shattered, and then rushed out of a group of unfamiliar strong men, and then found that Jian Wushuang had run away behind him. Only Wu Li was left in a daze. But he blinked, and Wu Li also disappeared from his eyes. Looking up, he was wrapped by an old monk with a bald head and had fled to the distance. Those silver lines are rushing towards the nearest robbery powerhouse. Although the Dharma King Nansheng didn't know what these lines were, he didn't dare to care so much. He quickly stepped back. Chaoga and the others were still fighting against Qi Jiuxiao. Seeing Jian Wushuang running away with Dan Bao, and then turning to look at the secret realm of Dantian, feeling a little overwhelmed. These people are still kept in the dark, but Barbita knew those silver lines. In other words, he knew the silver pyramid in Shattered Cave. Damn it! Baby D held his small claws, looked up and stared at the silver pyramid, and said angrily, "Qi Jiuxiao, come back." Jian Wushuang had already run away with Dan Bao. He didn't want to face the silver pyramid. While it's solid, it's also tricky. What he wanted was Dan Bao, not someone else. After Qi Jiuxiao heard Baby D's words, he just wanted to get out, saying that getting out was actually as simple as turning his head and coming back. Chaoga and the Masters of the Universe were completely beaten passively. It's good to be able to withstand it. It all happened so fast, just a few breaths. Any slower, and they might perish. Boom! The sound of Dongshin's shattering came. The speed of sound is very different from the speed of light. They just saw the broken sky and took a breath before they heard the deafening crackling sound. Qi Jiuxiao didn't take a step and felt a piercing pain behind him. This feeling was because of Jian Wushuang's samsara sword last time. Qi Jiuxiao was completely furious. Turning his head and attacking desperately, countless colorful beams of light erupted from his hands, slamming into the cavernous secret realm behind him. In the arrogance, dozens of silver puppets can be seen standing in the broken cave, and there is a silver pyramid. And there is this triangular crystal above the pyramid, which was just an attack from the crystal, which stabbed Qi Jiuxiao. In the face of Qi Jiuxiao's crazy attack, the pyramid kept humming. There are also several halos flickering around. Seeing Qi Jiuxiao going mad, Baby D shouted angrily, "Don't attack it." But now it's too late to remind. The attacks just now were all absorbed by the pyramid. At this time, a lacquer black hole appeared under the pyramid. After a humming sound, countless metal reptiles poured out from the hole. Each of those metal reptiles has tens of millions of divine powers. There are tens of thousands of metal reptiles. If this were to go out, it would be enough to destroy the entire ancient moon space-time. Even the entire northern time and space may be destroyed. Chowga and the others just took a sigh of relief and wanted to transmit the sound to the three gods. Mainly, they didn't know what happened. The secret realm of Dongtian suddenly shattered, and then a group of unfamiliar powerhouses rushed out. It seemed that Jin Wushuang and the others knew each other, and they ran away. The point is, they can't stop it. After seeing those metal reptiles now, they are completely desperate. Lord God, come quickly. Cheage's throat was almost torn. Metal reptiles all over the sky. Cover the sky. The divine power on the reptiles overwhelmed the universe. See. Babidi frowned, and after calling Qi Jiuxiao back, he took everyone directly into the spaceship. Emperor Huntian and others still didn't know what happened, but they didn't dare to ask after seeing Babidi's face. After seeing the fear of ugliness in the sky through the spaceship, Baby Dis' complexion softened and said coldly, "There is no need to be afraid. As long as you don't attack the Silver Pyramid, then there is no threat. These metal reptiles, the divine power is only temporary. I am afraid that if you attack a few times at will, the divine power will dry up." Could it be that the divine power of these metal reptiles comes from Lord Qi Jiuxiao's attack? Everyone is not a fool, and they reacted at this time. Baby D nodded and said, "You guessed it right. It was the attack from Qi Jiuxiao." "That's right." Soul Heaven Emperor sucked in a breath of cold air, and then said, "There is actually such a heaven-defying method in the world. Absorb Qi Jiuxiao's attack, and then transform it into his own divine power to create those metal reptiles. And there are tens of thousands of metal reptiles. Qi Jiuxiao's attack just now was only an instant." End of this chapter. Chapter 59-49. Although it is enough to explode 1,000,000 attacks in an instant, it is impossible to absorb it and transform it 100%. This is almost the same as swallowing. But only 20% is swallowed and transformed. It's not a life in your time and space, so you can't use common sense to speculate. There are some things you don't know. This silver pyramid should come from another time and space. I have encountered similar life in the starry sky. It seems to be from the southern time and space. Babidi recalled a little and answered, "There is not much concern about this. Although attacking the pyramid will only make the opponent stronger, there is also a way to crack it. One is to break all laws with force. As long as the divine power is strong enough, it can naturally destroy everything. I am afraid that this will come from the experts of the 9 Tribulations realm. The current Qi Jiuxiao is not enough to break. But there are other ways. Seal, repression, or go inside the pyramid and destroy the metal life that controls the pyramid. This is the way. As for those metal reptiles, although each has tens of millions of divine powers, they are extremely fragile because there is no divine body, only divine power. Although the attack power is high, it does not have any defense. Not to mention Qi Jiuxiao. Even those cosmos masters in the outside world can also shock and kill a large area. But if there are tens of thousands of them, it is not worth it if you exchange your life for your life. Even one for 100. At this time, Chowga and others also discovered that although the attack of metal reptiles was high, there was no defense. Shanglua's spear swung round and swept it into a large area, but being besieged by those metal reptiles was also in danger of falling, but barely manageable. At this time, ripples suddenly appeared in the surrounding time and space, and a towering hall was looming. The Immortal Temple is coming soon. Let's go! After Baby D saw the shadow of the temple, he manipulated the spaceship to chase in the direction where Jian Wushuang and others fled. The speed of the cosmic boat is not slow, but it rushed out of the battlefield in the blink of an eye, and incidentally, the sea below was shaken by huge waves. Immortal Temple descends. The 3 major gods made synesthesia shots, but they didn't see the mysterious powerhouse Chowga and others mentioned, Jian Wushuang and others. Can only be forced to shoot the other party's metal reptiles. The key is that they don't know yet, so they can't attack the pyramid. Deep in the cosmic sea, an oval light spot kept shrinking. Every blink changes position. The distance in the middle is extremely far. If the 8 Tribulation Realm powerhouse simply flew, it would take an hour. The Lord of the Universe also needs a quarter of an hour. And the light spot just need a breath. This is the 3-Quake Shuttle Universe. It is Jian Wushuang's latest improved peak secret technique. These 3 eras, not only has it transformed the secret method of cosmic shuttle, even his super eternal transformation has improved a lot. However, it is still far from the super eternity change of full power. The current increase is only 70 times. The complete super eternity change will reach 100 times. That is the strongest transformation. Danbao, you said that the pyramid just now is a metal life? Jian Wushuang traveled through time and space in the universe, while turning his head to ask what just happened. Danbao, who was extremely sensitive to this, followed the inheritance information in the life source treasure, and knew the origin of the pyramid and its internal function. Tell Jian Wushuang about this. After hearing this, Jian Wushuang, like Sol Tiandi and the others, had a dull gaze. Such a devious method. In his view, it is impossible, but in the distant southern time and space, it is sparse and common. Benefactor, don't worry too much. I can see that the metal source inside the pyramid is very fragile. If you can enter the inside of the pyramid, it is easy to defeat the opponent. As for those metal reptiles, there is no divine body, only some weak metal life. The power of Qi Jiuxiao, and the divine power that absorbs Qi Jiuxiao. Even if they don't attack them, they won't be able to strike a few times. Danbao explained in a hurry. Jian Wushuang nodded, took a breath, and asked, "Then you were so anxious to let me escape just now. There should be other things." Danbao has changed a lot just now, and more terrifying things will naturally happen. Right now, without waiting for Danbao to explain, they felt a violent force from behind swept in. The distance is so far that it can affect the two of them. The monk and others who fell further behind were almost caught in the storm. The spaceship controlled by Babidi almost came to a standstill and could only barely stabilize. This turmoil has spread to the depths of the entire cosmic sea. At the outer edges of the universe, the ocean waters are starting to recede. This is the divine power consumed by the cosmic sea. Danbao lowered his head and glanced at the ocean of divine power that began to descend below and said solemnly, "This is the core of the Wanlu universe. Metal life is not tolerated. Once the ocean of universe is discovered, it will automatically protect the source and use the divine power of seawater to eliminate threats. There is such a good thing. Doesn't it mean that we don't need to take care of that metal life?" Jian Wudua was overjoyed. It was a guess. He thought Danbao was worried about the self-purging vortex that they were sucked into the cosmic sea. After Danbao heard it, he smiled wryly and shook his head. It's not that simple. That silver pyramid can absorb divine power attacks. And naturally, it can absorb the divine power ocean. As soon as these words came out, Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. His body trembled, and he said to himself, No wonder that pyramid is hidden in the secret realm of the cave, instead of floating in the sea of the universe. The last time I found that the other party was outside a secret, this time I entered the secret realm of the cave. Absorb the life and divine power in the secret realm, and cover up that you are not clear from the rules above the cosmic sea. But there is one more thing he doesn't understand a little, but he has guesses. Danbao, if you step on the ladder of becoming a god, will it interfere with the rules of the universe sea? Danbao knew what he meant, nodded and said, Yes, once I set foot on the stairs, I am afraid that the rules of the cosmic sea will be broken. At that time, the silver pyramid can devour the ocean of divine power unscrupulously. I am afraid that I have not become it yet. The opponent will be able to give birth to endless metal reptiles, destroy everything, and the stairs will also be broken. And that is what Lord Realm is worried about, so he will let us kill that metal life first. This time, Jian Wushuang completely understood. No wonder the king is so worried. Not just the sea of magic. The same goes for other secret realms that float from the depths of the source. It is also part of the original source of Wanlu. If it is taken by the powerhouse of the immortal temple or the powerhouse of God, it will be taken, all their own. It is also part of the original source of Wanlu. The three gods still foolishly thought that if they took the treasure, they would be fine regardless of the life and death of their hometown. Once the Wanlu Shinmu collapses, all the life it nurtured will also perish. God's demise means everything. End of this chapter. Chapter 5950. The Silver Pyramid is most likely from the gods, after swallowing part of the source of the gods, so that the entire gods' powerhouses have completely disappeared. After Jin Wushuang got rid of the drag of the vortex behind, he stopped. Metal life must be faced in person. There is no way to escape. The rules of the cosmic sea are not enough to know the pyramid. At most, those metal reptiles will be clear. When he first felt those reptiles, Jin Wushuang felt that the sky was falling, thinking that the entire northern time and space would be finished. After knowing everything, I suddenly felt that it was not so difficult. Compared to Qi Jiuxiao, at least they can escape. Wait for the big monk and others. When everyone is together, we will discuss countermeasures together. Now the clouds are moving everywhere. The biggest threat is actually Qi Jiuxiao. Then there is the metal life. Finally, there is the Temple of Immortality. For now, what's good for them is the Temple of Immortality. Can cooperate with each other. In this way, it is 2-1-1. The Immortal Temple and their side deal with Metal Life or Babidi and others. There is no way that Baby Dai can cooperate with Metal Life. Metal Life and Baby Dai are both mavericks. If it weren't for the fact that he had offended Baby D too severely, he would have had a chance to pull on Baby D to deal with the Metal Life together. Unite the crowd. Jin Wushuang is the best. Not long after standing still, the vortex began to stop. The two of them didn't wait stupidly, but turned around to find the big monk and others. After just a few breaths, I saw the crowd gathered. A lot has fallen this time. It can also be said that it was controlled a lot by the Silver Pyramid. There are only a dozen people left. Each is still wounded. Just after the meeting, Dan Bao was going to go to them to restore life. Jin Wushuang took the initiative to stop this time, and personally helped everyone restore their divine power and life. His reliance on the power of life is not so great, and the pill is different. Without the power of life, he is really a waste. Over the years, he has recovered a lot, but he still has not been able to restore the source of life. The Lord of Hungmu squatted aside and sighed. Although everyone's atmosphere has stabilized, they are still a little hopeless in the face of the current situation. It was Jin Wushuang who personally told the origin of the Silver Pyramid and the background, so that everyone eased the atmosphere. It's not that their ability to withstand pressure is not good. In the scene just now, even if the contemporary pope of the ancient moon god sect came, he would be too frightened to move. Suddenly, a metal monster with tens of thousands of divine powers appeared. Who cannot be afraid? Brother Wushuang, you suddenly come back. Do you have any countermeasures? As soon as the Shimu King opened, many people looked over. They all looked at Jin Wushuang. How? Jin Wushuang took a deep breath. He really didn't have time to think of a way. So many people looked at him, and when he was nervous, he couldn't think of any more, so he turned to look at Dan Bao. Seeing Dan Bao's sluggish appearance, he regretted it. When he was about to make up a lie to stabilize his heart, something suddenly came to his mind. A great hall. Immortal Hall. The absolute treasure of the heavenly world. Immortal Temple. Jin Wushuang called out directly, then looked at Dan Bao and said, Dan Bao, didn't you say that there is something in that immortal temple that resonates with the source of your life? Yes. Dan Bao didn't know what he meant, but nodded dumbly. Resonance? He also felt the resonance from the immortal temple. That is similar to the resonance of the Tian chessboard. Maybe the immortal temple is much stronger than the sky-watching chessboard, but he felt the resonance, which means that the immortal temple is a treasure of time and space. Dan Bao also felt the resonance from above, and it was also related to the power of life. Time and space treasure. The treasure of life. Dan Bao can feel the resonance. which is most likely because of the treasure of life that was refined. They can all feel it. Jian Wushuang didn't believe that the three divine spirits could not be received. If it wasn't for this resonance, how could they have been placed under house arrest? In addition, Dan Bao took the initiative to take out the treasure. I am afraid that the Immortal Temple is now looking for them like crazy. This time, Jian Wushuang really guessed it right. After the Immortal Temple came, and after finding no trace of Jian Wushuang and others, they first rescued Chaoga and others. Before they fought against the metal reptiles, the rules of the Cosmos Sea fell, causing a storm. Everyone hid in the Immortal Temple. The Silver Pyramid also brought those robbery powerhouses who were transformed into metal puppets into the pyramid. These metal puppets are not metal reptiles transformed by divine power, but have real divine bodies and a steady stream of divine power. After the Seven Tribulations realm is controlled and transformed, it has the peak combat power of the Eight Tribulations realm. Each divine power has reached the level of 15 million. Which is similar to the peak state of the Great Monk and the Shenmue King. However, the metal life inside the Silver Pyramid can only control 10 metal puppets. The rest were killed. This is good news for Jian Wushuang and the others. After integrating their combat power, they still have hope. Of course, it has to rely on the Temple of Immortality. The Immortal Temple at this time, deep in the center of the vortex. The three gods are in the hall, but they are not panic at all. The divine power storm from the outside cannot interfere with the interior of the temple at all. It can be called the Temple of Immortality, and it is a treasure of time and space. Can't stop this attack. Give me 3 breaths, and I will be able to lock in Jian Wushuang's breath. He is with Dan Bao, and we can move over there. Zhang Weiyao manipulated the Temple of Immortality, frowning tightly, looking for the specific location of Jian Wushuang in the chaotic storm of divine power. Moving the temple once consumes a lot of money. This time, I moved to this place not for metal life but for Dan Bao. It's a pity that they, like Babidi, were all in vain. Anyway, they can still move and lock Jian Wushuang and others. Babidi, they are really miserable. Qi Jiuxiao, who clearly has the strongest combat power, has been repeatedly thrown into the air. This made Baby D extremely annoyed and was getting rid of the storm, looking for Jian Wushuang and others. With Qi Gxio's powerful psychic power, it directly covered half of the Cosmos Sea. This time Jian Wushuang and the others really couldn't escape, besieged by 2 strong men. Jian Wushuang did not panic at all. He knew that the Immortal Temple could be moved. At this moment, he was actively exposing his breath to lure the Immortal Temple to move. And this time, he doesn't pray for cooperation. It's not that he has confidence in himself, but he has confidence in Dan Bao. Dan Bao, it's up to you this time. Jian Wushuang glanced at Dan Bao. This time he really had nothing to do. He couldn't always gamble. He would die if he didn't gamble. Dan Bao is a candidate for the God of Life, and there are some things that Dan Bao needs to do by himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-51. It's not okay to depend on others. Jian Wushuang also once relied on his teacher, but after the teacher's departure, he learned to be stronger. After spending so long in the 1/3 of the Siyu's land, he got through it. Especially before entering the Siyu, seeing Ding Baiyi's shot of a peerless sword immortal, he has infinite yearning. Some people are just passing by, but he left an infinite yearning for himself, and that kind of upward perseverance. Want to become stronger. You need your own sacrifice. Dan Bao is actually very lucky. From an unknown little guy to the sky in 1 step. Become a god. Isn't this a jump? In Jian Wushuang's view, this is the biggest jump. Also the biggest chance. Walking from the small worlds, he gradually spied the truth of the universe. Universe, space-time, starry sky. Everything is clear. Where is the road? If you want to be strong, you have to go. Just like entering Wan Lushimu this time. He had a reason not to come in. Could it be because of what Weiss said? Or because of freedom and extreme intention? Neither. It was he who wanted to take the risk. This is the most important. Jian Wushuang glanced at everyone and whispered, "Everyone, raise your breath to the highest." I don't know why, but everyone did it. The two peak powerhouses of the Eight Tribulations realm, the King of Shinmu and the Great Monk, broke out without leaving behind. Divine power directly broke through 15 million. Behind the Shinmu King, a huge Moyun vine erupted into the sky. The breath of the peak of the Eight Tribulations also erupted. At present, Shinmu King has displayed the most powerful combat power. Moyun Vine, with the peak of the Eight Tribulations, the combat power of the Shinmu King can overwhelm the peak powerhouse of the Eight Tribulations and has reached the limit of the Eight Tribulations. If he goes one step further, he will have half-step 9 Tribulation realm combat power. Among these powerhouses present, he has the strongest background and potential. After all, he is an ancient peak powerhouse of the Eight Tribulations realm, and he once refined the treasure of life. There is also Moyun Vine. As for the Big Monk, the combat power when he first appeared was indeed very strong, but the subsequent improvement was not great. Far inferior to the Shinmu King. Now it has been stabilized by the Shinmu King. However, the other party didn't show any dissatisfaction. Instead, he seemed very indifferent. Everyone's breath exploded. The sea water below the trigger boiled instantly. Divine power filled the surrounding space and time, and space ripples rippled around. "Why haven't you come yet?" Jian Wushuang frowned. Although he didn't know much about the Immortal Temple, Chaoga and others were very confident in the move of the Immortal Temple. "It's 2 breaths now, and it should be here." The movement that Jian Wushuang thought should be in an instant. In fact, it was pretty much what he thought. The movement of the Immortal Temple is indeed very fast, but it needs a huge amount of life force to support it. In the current Temple of Immortality, the source of life has been exhausted, and it is more difficult to initiate the fastest movement. The most important thing is to capture the breath when moving. Inside the temple, Zhang Wuya injected all his thoughts into the Temple of Immortality and was desperately trying to capture the divine aura of Jian Wushuang and the others. They knew that Jian Wushuang could hide his breath, so they were a little worried. Fortunately, there are still some people whose breath cannot be hidden. But when he used his mind to search, he found a huge aura that erupted above the cosmic sea, like a sun. "I found it!" Zhang Wei's eyes flashed, and his eyes lit up. After hearing about it, the 2 immortal gods next to them immediately mobilized the remaining life force in the Immortal Temple and began to perform a mortal movement according to the position locked by Zhang Wuya. The surrounding space actively collapsed. This is more violent than the center of the storm where the ocean of power wipes out descent. Space collapsed, time and space reversed. The huge Immortal Temple disappeared in an instant without a trace. Only the silver pyramid in the storm remains. As for those metal reptiles, they have long been cleared by the storm. Outside the storm, the spaceship controlled by Baby D also escaped the storm. Just after leaving, I felt the powerful fluctuation of divine power in the distance. It is definitely not the divine power that comes with the universe sea. This point, Babidi can still analyze it according to Qi Jiuxiao. Without hesitation, he manipulated the spaceship to explode at full speed and rush to the position of Jian Wushuang and others. The Temple of Immortality has already faintly descended. With a huge, buzzing sound, Jian Wushuang and the others kept retreating. "Coming!" Jian Wushuang took a deep breath and looked at the Immortal Temple looming in front of him, which had already descended in an instant. The huge pressure and the ancient humming sound made their hearts palpitate. This kind of power far exceeds his sky-viewing chessboard. It can even be said that compared with this Immortal Temple, Guantian chessboard is like a baby seeing a martial arts master. Everyone was shocked on the spot. Originally dealing with the powerhouse on the side of the Immortal Temple, King Shimu still had some confidence. Because when he was in the secret realm of Dantian, he saw Chaoga and others being tyrannized by Qi Jiuxiao. They are all afraid of Qi Jiuxiao and the Silver Pyramid later. On the contrary, it is the attitude towards the Immortal Temple is the most common. Now, when facing the Immortal Temple, there is an unspeakable fear in my heart. It's like facing the true God. Words are not clear. Jin Wushuang. A long and narrow voice came from the inside of the temple, and in a blink of an eye, the three gods came out of the temple with Chaoga and the Dharma king Nanxing. Zhang Weia took the lead and took one step forward. Directly in front of the crowd, the corner of his mouth moved, and his voice indifferently said, "So many guests are here. Don't you explain?" After speaking, his eyes looked like a stream of light, looking at Jian Wushuang. "Lord God, these..." Before he could finish speaking, he felt a burning pain erupt from his heart. The gods are burning. The means of the three gods are far from his imagination. It's not like Qi Jiexio's pure divine power crushing, but a special method that tortures him. Danbao saw Jian Wujuo's happy face and was about to stand up, but was stopped by the great monk. The pain of practitioners is nothing more than the tearing of the divine body. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and shook his head at Danbao. "Don't mess up now. They'll have to rely on Danbao to make a comeback later. Otherwise, there is no chance. The combat power of the three gods has reached the half-step 9 tribulation realm level. With the immortal temple, you can crush them at will." Danbao closed his eyes slightly and held back. "In order to make him a god, many people have fallen. For a time, I didn't know if the of my life had fulfilled my responsibilities. Wherever he goes, there will be fighting and death. Is this really the true meaning of life?" For a moment when Danbao closed his eyes, the class of life was also changing qualitatively. The green halo on his body exploded instantly. Together with the immortal temple are shaking. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-52. Zhang Weia looked sideways at Danbao and was also shocked, and then nodded towards the back. "Still gotta do it. But to be on the safe side, it's best to let Danbao hand over the treasure on his own initiative." Torturing a Jian Wushuang is obviously not enough, and it is found that there is another person in the crowd who is of the same family as Danbao. Zhang Weia raised his finger, and a stream of light erupted directly. Where the streamer went, it shattered the void and pointed directly at the face of Bru. Danbao couldn't take it any longer, and immediately took a step forward and shouted angrily, "What do you want? Just say it. It has nothing to do with them." According to the original plan, it was to let him cooperate to enter the immortal temple, but obviously the patience of the three gods was overestimated. Now, as soon as he comes up, he will force Danbao to take out the treasure of life. Bruce knew about this, so in the face of Liu Guang, he shouted angrily, turned into the shadow of the dragon god, resisted with difficulty, and shouted at Danbao at the same time, "Don't give up. Remember the words of the great elder." For the Perungia clan, the familiar voice sounded. Danbao turned to look at Bru. Behind Bru, he saw the figure of the great elder. Was waving at him. "Encourage him. My Pelungia clan was destroyed. The great elder fell. My heart was already dead, and it was life that gave me everything." Danbao murmured with his head down. The three gods didn't know why, and thought that Danbao was going to be unable to hold it, so they cast a forbidden method on the monk and the king of Shinmu, suppressing everyone in this space and time. Zhang Weia acted as if nothing had happened, and said indifferently, "Danbao, the treasure in your body belongs to the Temple of Immortality. I hope you think clearly and don't do useless things." The implication is that I don't want Danbao to resist and take out the treasure. Just seeing the green light leaking from Danbao's body, their greedy wolf has long been beyond words. Just words beautify everything. "Huh?" Danbao sneered, raised his head suddenly, and continued, "You don't understand the true meaning of life, so why not give this treasure to you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned one hand into a claws and pierced directly into his chest. Green blood flowed from his chest. Blood dripped from the corners of his mouth. The voice was hoarse. "If you want, take it." Puff. Danbao's heart fluttered, and he dug the green ball out of his chest. This is not the phantom of the treasure, but the real treasure of life. The moment he took out this treasure, the green light above the scepter in his hand also dimmed. Behind him, countless people fell into a dead silence. "No need." Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and shook his head. For him, or for them, treasures are everything. People can die, but treasures must not be given away with both hands. It's no different from death. The king of Shinmu and the lord of Hengmu also looked at Dan Bao in surprise. Maybe this is the gap. Dan Bao didn't take it seriously. He threw the treasure out and threw it at Jiang Wuya. It seems that the treasures of life that countless people are jealous of are regarded as a pile of dirt. The three gods saw the treasure flying, and their eyes instantly became hot. Jiang Wuya even stretched out his hand and took the treasure in his hand. After finding that there was nothing abnormal, his face was even more overjoyed. He didn't expect Dan Bao to be so happy. It would be better if it came earlier. Let us go now. Dan Bao clutched his chest, his voice a little weak. After getting the treasure, the three gods were very excited. They no longer looked at everyone with their eyes and lifted the ban on the surrounding space with a wave. The Temple of Immortality also stabilized. The area around the Immortal Temple was used to suppress everyone just now. Otherwise, it would be a little difficult for the three gods to deal with them and want to take them without doing anything. They are not the same as Baby D. They will never wave. Direct suppression, ask for treasures. All in one go. The depressed Babidi is still chasing after him at this time. Whoa! Ban lifting. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But in the bottom of my heart, there is a lot of unwillingness. Even if Dan Bao saved their lives with his own treasure this time, it would be the same. Not at all sympathetic. This is the strong one. If Dan Bao is not a god, they will not be able to embark on the road of resurrection. It's all over. There is no hope for the future. If at first, there was no road to resurrection from the beginning, it was just a simple congregation, how wonderful it would be. If so, even if they're on the verge of running out of life and heading towards the limit, better than now. The most painful thing is that the person who gave you hope destroyed your hope with his own hands, especially the Lord of Hengmu and the King of Shinmu. That treasure, but the two of them came together. It is Dan Bao's first investor, still investing heavily. As a result, now Dan Bao has directly handed over the treasure to others. How could they be willing? Yu Shimu Wang raised his finger and pointed at Dan Bao, not knowing how to say it, and finally, he could only sigh. The Lord of Hengmu was not so good at talking. He grabbed Dan Bao's collar and asked loudly, "Are you crazy? That's an opportunity to become a god. Why did you send it in?" Seeing Heng Muzi's initiative, Bruce rushed over first. He and Dan Bao are both pulsars. The last wish of the first elder was to let him protect Dan Bao well, leave the infinite world, and go to the outside world to survive. Therefore, Dan Bao sent the treasure, and he did not have any changes. It doesn't matter if you become or not. There is more hope in living. Seeing that Blue rushed to take a shot at the Lord of Hengmu, Dan Bao shook his head. Jian Wushuang, who was standing on the side, didn't change much, but he looked at the great monk intentionally or unintentionally. The great monk, known as the Taoist protector of pill treasure, really stood there blankly at this moment, silent. It looks like a wild beast about to go crazy, with a huge aura hidden on its body. The rest of the people are still complaining about Dan Bao handing over the treasure. Only Jian Wushuang discovered the abnormality of the monk. But now facing the Immortal Temple is already a headache. You can't ask questions at this time. Now the treasure of life is gone. God is hopeless. Everyone was out of breath, standing bewildered. Refining the star is the most relaxed, as if he has seen everything. He looked up at the sky above the universe sea and said indifferently, "It's just a dream, haha." A dream? Is it really a dream? Jian Wushuang asked himself. If it was a dream, then he lost a lot. Originally, he didn't care too much about Wanli's interior, and Weiss just let him enter Wanlu to look for treasures, and did not say that he wanted to help Dan Bao become the of life. As for the treasures promised by the Realm King, he is not very interested. Anyway, this time I made enough money. After becoming the Lord of the Universe, no matter what after he goes out, he also has the power of life and can protect himself. It is not a problem to fulfill the last wish of the chief elder of the Purunga clan. Wu Li is the same. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-53. He is also the Lord of the universe of the six tribulations realm. Before he came, he didn't dare to think that he would become the Lord of the universe of the six tribulations realm. The only two masters of the universe, but the easiest. Break up. They are now facing breakup. After feeling the breath of Baby D in the rear, there is no surprise. Come in. It has nothing to do with them anyway. There are even some people who are thinking of going to Babidi now. Once a person's desire is opened, it is difficult to hide it. Dan Bao is hopeless, but there is hope in Barbidi. The most important thing is that Baby D and Qi Jiuxiao can fight against the Immortal Temple. Taking refuge in Barbida is also a way out. It's just that they were worried that Baby D would not accept them. Qi Jiuxiao, who has top-notch combat power, really does not need to recruit them in the Seven Tribulations realm. Sad. Looking at the lost color of those people, Jin Wushuang also felt sad for these people. But it has nothing to do with him. Dan Bao, let's get out of here. He walked towards Dan Bao and Blue, and the Lord of Hengmu had let go of Dan Bao and stood alone, looking lonely. Don't know where to go. After Bruce comforted Dan Bao, he looked up at Jin Wushuang and said, "Where are we going?" "Leave here." Jin Wushuang said it right away. He just asked about the treasures that Weiss needed, but Weiss didn't answer. "I didn't ask any more questions, just leave the Universe Sea and talk about it. If it doesn't work, just go to the real Wu Yang and forget it. It is also a good thing to practice for a period of time in Wanlu Universe. By the way, you can also find those treasures that Weiss needs." Dan Bao lowered his head, but did not answer, his brows furrowed. Consciousness is not here. Jin Wushuang's eyes moved, and he saw that it was unusual. He opened his mouth slightly to want, but he didn't say anything, but a ray of thought power flew to the Immortal Temple. After the three gods got the treasure of life, they directly entered the altar at the core of the temple. At this point, the treasure of life has been placed in the groove above the altar. The rounded treasure of life fits perfectly into the groove, and there are no extra gaps. At the moment of entering the groove, an infinite power of life burst out from the altar. This power shook the entire Immortal Temple. The fans of Jin Wushuang's mind were shocked just as he approached the Immortal Temple. Dan Bao. He seemed to understand a little and looked at Dan Bao in shock. The treasure of life. After the refining of Dan Bao, they have long since merged into one. The on-demand broadcast of the Realm King has been approved. That would be taken away like that. They have always been too cautious, or they have protected Dan Bao too well. You can still manipulate that treasure? Jin Wushuang did not dare to ask directly, but gave Dan Bao a voice transmission. If this is the case, not only will Dan Bao not lose the treasure of life, but he will even be able to obtain an immortal temple for nothing. Boom! A dull, loud noise erupted in the Immortal Temple. This time, without Dan Bao's answer, Jin Wushuang confirmed his guess. After hearing the movement, everyone looked at the temple. Just like Jin Wushuang, he understood Dan Bao's intentions. Now, even a fool can understand, because above the Immortal Temple, a green light and shadow appeared. Light and shadow has a human face, which is exactly Dan Bao's face. Holding the Zhang of life, there is a green light above. Also wraps the temple. The temple is like being in a bubble. In a wave of hands, it is about the suppression of the temple, or that he manipulated the temple himself. The three gods were completely dumbfounded. Originally thought that he had obtained the treasure of life to raise the Immortal Temple to a higher level. I didn't expect it to be a wedding dress for someone else. For a time, the faces of the three gods were like pig livers. Qiqiao are smoking. Kidding me? How dare you? Creak. The three gods were just about to get angry, but they found that they couldn't even speak, and the sound from their mouths was like a mouse. The Dharma image of Dan Bao is now sitting above the altar. It is said to be an altar, but now it is more like a temple, dedicated to the of life. Here, it doesn't belong to you. Dan Bao's voice was cold and severe, and his eyes were staring at countless bubbles, which directly moved the three major gods, 10 generals, and hundreds of sleeping messengers of the 8 tribulations to the white stone slab of the Immortal Temple, appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and others. Dan Bao's deity also began to shatter at this moment. The deity turned into in the temple. This huge transformation. In the immortal temple, Dan Bao is the true God, the invincible true God. The three gods were like playthings, being suppressed at will. Jian Wushuang was stunned. This kind of power to follow the law and create rules made him extremely jealous. In their eyes, the three gods who were powerful in the sky were like playthings in Dan Bao's hands. Manipulate their lives. Ignore everything. Call. At this moment, the big monk's eyes were shining brightly, and he was more excited than anyone else. He raised his arms and said loudly, "Go, enter the temple." The first one took the lead into the temple, knelt down on one knee and said loudly, "Congratulations, little master. Go further and obtain the true God's law." Everyone watching this scene sighed secretly and also secretly hated their own response for being too slow. The Lord of Hengmu, who was still complaining about the pill just now, also followed into the temple and bowed. Godly Dharma body, incomparably majestic. Outside the temple, I just feel amazed. But after entering the temple and seeing the Dharma of pill treasure, it was inconceivable. Has infinite power. This is in line with the gods in their hearts. God, as it should be. Jian Wushuang and Bru entered the temple unhurriedly, and they were also greatly shocked when they entered. But he didn't bow down. What a difference in seniority. If he knelt down, wouldn't it be a joke? After entering the temple, Jian Wushuang just stood aside at will, waiting for Dan Bao to release the powerhouses of the immortal temple. In his opinion, Dan Bao is the of life, so it shouldn't be difficult for these people. Most likely still let it go. But then, Dan Bao's expression changed greatly, and he said angrily, "Occupying the temple, robbing the treasure of this seat, you are not worthy of life." As soon as the words fell, the sleeping powerhouses in the 8 tribulations realm didn't have much vitality. Following Dan Bao's words, they began to die out. The same goes for the 10 great generals. Together with the Lord of the universe, all began to perish. Life is gone. However, Jian Wushuang found something strange. That is, the divine bodies of these cosmos masters were not destroyed, and even the cosmos dojo was completely preserved. Just lost life. No life. The 3 gods stayed at the end, unable to speak, but despair appeared in their eyes. He shook his head frantically, but he couldn't stop it. Until life dies. In an instant, he killed hundreds of 8 tribulation realms. This shocked everyone, especially the Lord of Hengmu. He couldn't help trembling when he knelt on the ground. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-54. From time to time, he looked at Jian Wushuang and Bru and wanted them to intercede. Worry about being liquidated by Dan Bao. Thinking of just grabbing Dan Bao's collar. The Lord of Hengmu wanted to slap himself twice. He couldn't figure it out himself. Why was he so bold just now that he dared to question Dan Bao? It's too late to regret now. Jian Wushuang ignored the eyes of Lord Hengmu, because he didn't think Dan Bao would make it difficult for the Lord of Hengmu because of this kind of thing. And from the dialogue between the king and Whis, he knew that the role of God is to create rules, not simply kill. Otherwise, there is still something wrong with them. The Realm King is here, and any threat can be settled. Still need them to struggle here? After cleaning up the many powerhouses in the immortal temple, Dan Bao's Dharma phases condensed and gathered above the altar. Became a god. The deity is broken and transformed into the appearance of a god. He walked out of it again. It's just that what comes out is the avatar, erratic like a shadow. But no one dared to underestimate the current Dan Bao. Stronger than ever. The Phantom of Dan Bao holds the scepter of life and points to all beings. The force of life also erupted in the temple of immortality. For a time, everyone felt the powerful vitality from their bodies. Those scattered calamities at this time are only one source away from resurrection. That is, when Dan Bao truly became a god, they could embark on the real road to resurrection. The burst of life force. Not only does it benefit everyone present, Even the fallen temple powerhouses began to recover at this moment. It was originally confiscated by Dan Bao, but at this moment it was rekindled. After the restoration, the powerhouse of the temple has undergone earth-shaking changes. Just like metal life, just the colors are different. Those who recovered had green armor on their bodies. There is also a letter size on the chest. God! Their eyes turned green. Vitality flooded the whole body and instantly returned to its peak. The combat power has also reached its peak. Wait, see my lord! After the recovery, the powerhouses of the temple bowed down one after another. Their vitality and consciousness have changed. Dan Bao stood in front of everyone with a majestic look on his face. Rise! Whoa! The original 3 gods, as well as the top 10 generals, together with 99 Eight Tribulation realm powerhouses, got up one after another. The words on their chests also changed a bit. Handsome, general, soldier. This type of font makes Jin Wushuang's expression move. Immediately, I thought of the font sizes of the pieces on the Guantian chessboard. Then think of the identity of Dan Bao now. In his mind, a humming sound suddenly sounded. Watch the chessboard. It's not as simple as he thought. This treasure, related to God. At the same time, he also thought of the identity of Teacher Xianyi. Teacher Xuanyi, who can give this treasure to him, may also be a god. Immortal temple. The word immortality represents eternity of life. So what does this sky-viewing chessboard represent? No matter what he thinks, this sky-viewing chessboard is not suitable for him. Moreover, the strength of the pieces in the chessboard is incomparable to that of the Temple of Immortality. The origin of the chess pieces of the handsome name in the Guantian chessboard is also in the Eight Tribulations realm. However, the chess pieces of the general size are much weaker. The commanders, generals, and soldiers manipulated by Dan Bao's immortal temple are all in the realm of Eight Tribulations. After having a complete vitality, those recovered soldiers have the top combat power of the Eight Tribulations realm. The temple messenger of the name will have the peak combat power of the Eight Tribulations. The 3 gods have the ultimate combat power of the Eight Tribulations. However, there are no gods. In his sky-viewing chessboard, there are chess pieces with the name of God. But the background of the Tian chessboard is not as good as this immortal temple. This made him a little puzzled. It was obvious that something had been spied on, but it was impossible to find it. Teacher Xuanyi, Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and said in his heart, "What are you planning? What is the function of this chessboard?" After he arrived at the Lord of the Universe, he only used the chess pieces on it, and has been unable to truly mobilize the inner source. The Temple of Immortality represents life. Relying on this calculation, then the chessboard represents the way of heaven. But what he cultivates is not the way of heaven. Heaven is the only one. In fact, it is one of all things. It's just that all things in him have been transformed into life. There is only one connection with heaven. The Tao of heaven contains more, such as heaven's secret, Zen mechanism, destiny, and so on. It's all different from his kendo. There are myriad things, and he has always been the only one in the way of swordsmanship. Even if he has mastered the 10,000 ways, it is also an assistant to the swordsmanship. The effect of this sky-viewing chessboard on him is to rob armor, as well as comprehend and devour. Now I have figured out a way to remind myself, which is to create life. Use the internal source pieces to calculate your own way. In the future, he will have to ask Dan Bao about the operation of the Immortal Temple, and maybe he will be able to draw a scoop according to the gourd. Learn something. He is now holding the sky-watching chessboard and using it as a fire stick. It is a waste. Looking at Dan Bao's amnesty for the world, he also yearns for it. Now the powerhouses of the temple are all included in the pill and sit down. For a time, there are many talents. On the contrary, these people are like a burden. Jin Wushuang also looked at the great monk intentionally or unintentionally. It was found that the other party did not have that sense of crisis, but he was very happy after Dan Bao achieved this position. Guardian? It's true, the stronger the little master, the happier they are. But from the other party's eyes, Jin Wushuang saw a little bit of greed. The Immortal Temple originally belonged to Dan Bao. It also comes with so many so-called angels. Disciple. The role of guardian is very redundant. Moreover, the Real King did not mention much about the protector at the beginning. He became wary of the big monk and started. God! That was the place where his demons were originally. The great monk is by no means so simple on the surface. Must be on guard. Having suffered too many losses, Jin Wushuang does not want to overturn again. Moreover, the matter of his general bureau has developed to this point, which has always been unequal to his strength, and is very powerless. Not bad in the infinite world, he is the key combat power in several battles. Whether in the Roman River or in the Dragon God continent, he's had explosions, but after entering Wanlu Divine Realm, his role became smaller and smaller. Said to be roaming, he is more like a passerby, a witness. Witness a legend. Dan Bao overlooked the crowd and walked slowly with a scepter in hand. Standing on the edge of the temple with his back to the crowd, he said indifferently, "Get up, all of you, and then I have to deal with Metal Life and Baby Emperor. My deity is broken, and the Dharma body can't leave the temple, and I need your help. I am willing to follow the gods." The Lord of Hengmu took the lead in shouting. Afterwards, everyone also got up together, but they stood sparsely, like a group of rabble compared to the neat messengers of life on the left and right sides of Danbao. Said to ask them to help. But there are so many super powerhouses here, and they will be used. That is to say, the Shinmu King and the Great Monk still have some uses. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-55. Incarnated as the Dharma sign of the God of Life, Dan Bao's character is becoming more and more indifferent, and he has a new understanding of life. Very different from the previous character. When they looked at Dan Bao's back, they felt a sense of loneliness. That is a kind of loneliness after grinding, and it is also the loneliness after reaching the top. So much so that when Blue looked at Dan Bao, he felt a strange feeling. Wu Li is also the same, thinking that he used to touch Danbao's head often, but now he gets dizzy just seeing Danbao's back, not to mention touching each other's forehead. This is transformation. They're used to this kind of thing. After all, what stage did it come from? Just like Jin Wushuang now, looking back to see those former partners, such as Zhen Yang, the former emperor. In the past, when you saw each other, you would feel oppressed, and you would also respect yourself. Seeing the other party now, Jin Wushuang can call out the other party's name at will. No pressure at all, because the two have reached the same level. Even Jin Wushuang is even more powerful. Even if he respectfully called Jin Wuyang, the other party would feel a little unbearable. Under normal circumstances, Jin Wushuang is the peak combat power of the 7 Tribulations realm. The peak state can reach the top of the 8 Tribulations realm. A master of the universe of the 5 Tribulations realm. He was almost scared to move when he saw him. Not to mention the honorific. Perhaps some people think this is disrespect. In fact, this is the greatest respect. It is also the potential that increases with the strength they are used to it. As for the face of the king, or Weiss, Jin Wushuang did not have heart palpitations. That was because of the fearlessness of ignorance. You can't even catch the breath, so it doesn't matter. Able to have a casual conversation. A powerhouse like Weiss, or a god really leaks coercion, I'm afraid he is also speechless. After all, the Almighty who can change even the supreme rules. This has exceeded Jin Wushuang's imagination. That is the power beyond calamity. According to what the King of Realms said, the appearance of the God of Life will give birth to the real 9 Tribulation realm, as well as the super powerhouse who breaks through the Tribulation realm. That also shows that the 9 Tribulations realm is a bottleneck. It is possible to achieve a position side by side with God. That's why it's so hard to get there. Of the 9 dimensions, only 3 exist forever. These 3 existences are all related to the Realm King. There is a high probability of being stuck in the 9 Tribulations realm. In other words, the rules of the northern time and space are not enough to support them. That's why it's so mysterious, and it's almost never done. Also very low-key. The top powerhouses are still the masters of the 8 Tribulations realm universe. Once the God of Life appears and breaks this rule, Perhaps there will be many ancient existences in the future northern time and space. What they do now is the future. At this moment, Jin Wushuang also regained some sense of existence. From the weak to the present, it has been step by step. Follow the path of your predecessors. Until now, it is really amazing that they have been able to participate in the creation of the cultivation path. Looking at Dan Bao's back, he also felt admiration from the bottom of his heart. Now I have absolute confidence in the face of Baby D, or Metal Life. Immortal Temple, standing above the sea of cosmos. This is their most relaxed time, even easier than hiding under Dan Bao's shield of life. Because of those life messengers, they don't need to worry at all. Qi Jiuxiao is here, and they have the ability to block it. Jin Wushuang took a step forward and followed the appearance of Dan Bao, standing on the edge of the temple, looking at the breath that came from a distance. The huge breath swept the universe sea. It's the spaceship of Babidi. A behemoth, shimmering with shadows, came from a distance. In the blink of an eye, it flashed countless times. The breath had already arrived in front of him, but he had not yet seen the cosmic boat. It was only a moment later that it really came. The speed is so fast that the power of matter has not yet arrived, and the breath has already arrived. The spaceship hummed down. Baby D couldn't wait to take Qi Jiuxiao and jump down. At the moment they arrived, a triangular phantom appeared in the sky in the distance, shattered the space, and also descended. It is Metal Life. It's all here? Jin Wushuang frowned. If they were besieging one side, they would still have that strength, but fighting Metal Life and Qi Jiuxiao alone would be a bit difficult. When Dan Bao saw it, the corners of his mouth rose, and he was a little overjoyed. It's easier than finding them one by one. This time, he wants to eradicate these scum in one fell swoop. Rubbish in life. The garbage of non-sure space. Baby D also found the breath of Metal Life, turned his head and spat, and was very disdainful of this. The silver pyramid is suspended in the void, with a posture of sitting on a mountain and watching tigers fight. Metal Life is also life, and he is also a super strong from the southern time and space. How could he be a fool? He knew the purpose of these people from the metal puppets he enslaved. He knew that Dan Bao and others were trying to destroy him, but he also understood that Babidi and others were trying to kill Dan Bao. Tripartite gathering is not a closed loop. Metal Life is to transform the entire Wanlu Shenmu, to capture the ocean of divine power here, and breed countless metal warriors. So he is not in a hurry. The one who is anxious now is Baby D. Dan Bao also has absolute confidence. Only Babidi is the most urgent. Silver Pyramid, Temple of Immortality, Spaceship. 3 flying treasures levitate. Just looking at the level, it is still the Silver Pyramid of the Temple of Immortality and the Metal Life, which is stronger. But the single combat power, the strongest is Qi Jiuxiao. Metal Life cannot leave the pyramid, and the divine power contained in it is only attacked by the pyramid. It is not enough to threaten Qi Jiuxiao, but it is extremely dangerous to face Qi Jiuxiao alone. Neither did his metal golems. At most, it is the peak combat power of the 8 tribulations. It's not enough for Qi Jiuxiao to slaughter alone. But all of this is Qi Jiuxiao himself. Babidi does not have any combat power. At most, it is comparable to the general lord of the 3 tribulations realm universe. Although his methods are somewhat special, his combat power is among the crowd like air. Once you find an opportunity to deal with Baby D first, it means that there is no threat. Qi Jiuxiao is a top fighter. Intelligence equals 0. Metal Life quickly made a plan and made a surprise attack on Baby D. It is much simpler than confronting Qi Jiuxiao head-on. Babidi didn't know that he was already being watched. He stood in front of him with his waist on his back and taunted at the crowd in the Immortal Temple. This time, there will be no more accidents. Then he turned his head and glanced behind him and said, "Emperor's soul, it's up to you." Yes. The Soul Heaven Emperor held several small flags, which were directly sprinkled on the surrounding time and space. The small flag fell into the sea of cosmos. Just a moment. The waves of the cosmic sea began to solidify and turned into ice. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-56. Space is also condensed. Time isolated. Jedi Tiantong. Great formation fell. I really can't run away this time. Babidi cut off everyone, including himself. There can be no more surprises. The metal life in the Silver Pyramid was also taken aback when he saw that Baby D was so decisive. So hard. He is from the South Dimension. In the eyes of others, he is Wan Liu's greatest threat. There is terror, but in the Southern Time and Space, he was kicked out like a lost dog. Secretly sneaked into the Wan Lu Shenmue, just to become stronger, and then wash the shame. Returned to the Southern Time and Space. Now I see that Baby D is so determined. Suddenly there was a touch. It seems that each of them is extremely arrogant and extremely wanton. But they are all fighting. All have hidden meanings. So does Babbitt. Although he came from the starry sky, his background was extremely bleak. It's a dead pet. Enslaved. Especially being enslaved. That kind of torture had already made him crazy. If you don't become a god, you become a devil. He must stand at the top and wash away the shame of the past. Kill. There was endless anger in Baby Dis' eyes, and when he pointed it out, Qi Jiuxiao turned into 1,000 feet and stepped out. Dan Bao retreated to the core of the temple, raised his hand to shake the entire Temple of Immortality, and said angrily, "Destroy." All the messengers of life on the Immortal Temple are all dispatched. A full 100 people. Shamu King and the Great Monk also shot at this time. Together they encircled Qi Jiuxiao. As for Jin Wushuang and the others, they can only watch. The battle begins in an instant. Qi Jiuxiao alone fought against 100 people in the 8 Tribulations realm. Among them are the 4 strongest. Zhang Wuya 3 people, and Shimu Wang. Huge Moyun vines descended, surrounding Qi Jiuxiao. Clouds move everywhere. The fight pierced the space-time of the cosmic sea and produced countless black holes. Each is an entrance. Everyone held their breath. The battle was extremely fierce. It exceeds the scale of the ancient moon space-time from ancient times to the present. Hundreds of 8 tribulation realms battle. Not to mention the ancient moon time and space. It is rare in the entire northern time and space. That is to say, the appearance of some unique secret realms will cause hundreds of experts from the 8 tribulations realm to gather. The key is that these powerhouses come from all sides, not a river of time and space. Not like they are now. Hundreds of the 8 tribulations realms' top combat power. Among them are the 8 tribulations realm extreme powerhouses. Qi Jiuxiao is comparable to the divine power of the 9 tribulations realm. It exploded directly to 20 million. A casual blow has already been able to severely damage the peak powerhouse of the 8 tribulations realm. The 99 top powerhouses of the 8 tribulations realm and the Immortal Temple merged into a great formation, transformed into gods and demons, and their bursting strength reached the half-step 9 tribulations realm. The 3 gods cast peak secret techniques. 3 Qis in 1, led by Zhang Wuya. Also incarnate in the half-step 9 tribulations realm, the 10 great generals, headed by Chaoga, also began to merge. Their fusion technique uses a strange treasure. Jin Wushuang and others have not seen it. Handsome, general, soldier. Handsome is the Jiang Taishu. After the 3 Qi are unified, it will be the fusion of Luoyang, led by Chaogabing, is the Nantian, led by the Southern Saint Dharma King. The 3 bodies of gods and demons each burst out the breath of the half-step 9 tribulations realm. From contrarian, back to advantage. It was also the first time that he began to suppress Qi Jiuxiao. The big monk and Shimu Wang were a little confused for a while, and they couldn't keep up with the rhythm all of a sudden, so they had to help by the side. The people in the Immortal Temple looked at it with enthusiasm and said excitedly, "This time we will win. No wonder Danbao will be so calm." It turns out that there is a countermeasure. It's not that simple. The corners of Jin Wushuang's mouth rose. He was also very keen on the power of life, and found that there was a faint green light around the Temple of Immortality. That is the realm of the Immortal Temple. In this field, as long as Qi Jiuxiao couldn't kill Jiang Taishu and others in one fell swoop, then they would not fall, and would be recovered by Dan Bao after being injured. Simply immortal. Half-step, 9 Tribulation Realms combat power. These 3 ultimate life messengers are almost invincible. Consumption can also consume Qi Jiu Xiao to death. Unless it is a real 9 Tribulation Realm powerhouse, it can be broken. But now the most powerful single is Qi Jiu Xiao, but it is comparable to the 9 Tribulations realm. They're really going to win this time. Everything is over. Jian Wushuang couldn't hide the joy in his heart. So do the rest. After fighting for so long, I finally saw hope. Danbao continues to grow and become stronger. Defeat Qi Jiu Xiao, leaving a baby emperor, like air. There is no threat whatsoever. Finally, there is the metal life. With the Immortal Temple, you can suppress the opponent. Everything is going in a good direction. At this time, Baby D was a little panicked. Qi GXEO's current potential is developed to the extreme. There is no hope of rising. If you still can't win, he really has no trump cards to use. How could it be like this? Babidi frowned, with disbelief in his eyes. His panic made the sole, heavenly emperor behind him see it. Even Babbitt panicked. Now is the time of life and death. Inside the Silver Pyramid, the internal structure is extremely complicated. Countless tiny particles are running regularly. Looking around, countless metal particles are manipulating the entire pyramid. At the heart of the pyramid, it has a half-figure. The whole body is black. The surface is smooth. There are arms, a chest, and a head. It's just that they don't have clear facial features like ordinary people. This black figure has only one hot eye on its face. Beneath the figure, the endless sea of divine power gathered. Countless metal particles are using the divine sea water to create this black puppet. And the consciousness of metal life exists in the eyes of the black puppet. Zhejie and the hot eyes, a miniature puppet, walked out. It's a pity that such a powerful life is controlled by a waste. The miniature puppet is the metal life from the southern space. There is still a light brain in his head that is his true consciousness, and even the miniature puppets are the incarnations he created. His strength is actually very weak, similar to Babbitt. It's just that he can create extremely powerful puppets. Life, power. With 2 things, he is invincible. Numerous metal warriors have been bred, and powerful metal golems. He is the best. The black metal puppet at the moment is his pinnacle. It's only half done now, and it's just a shell. Only when the entire sea of divine power is used as the divine body and the source of life of Wanlu as the source can it reach its peak. At that time, he had the real combat power of the 9 Tribulations realm. He will also be personally manipulated by him to return to the largest capital in the South Dimension. But right now, he sees no hope. Qi Jiu Xiao will lose sooner or later. Then it was his turn. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-57. The combat power of his subordinates is not as good as Qi Jiu Xiao. Although they can protect themselves, there is also the risk of being suppressed. Once suppressed, Danbao can comfortably set foot on the ladder of becoming a god. At that time, he will become the of life in the northern time and space and monopolize the entire Wanlushenmu. He kicked him away with one kick and threw him into some space-time cracks at will. He really became a lost dog. No, I must not lose. There was determination in the tone, and then turned around and entered the hot eyes. An order has also been issued. Originally prepared to deal with Baby Displan, he turned to the Immortal Temple instead. He felt that the Temple of Immortality was also similar to that of Baby Emperor. They are all strong from the outside. Taking advantage of the current peak combat power, they are all fighting against Qi Jiu Xiao. It is completely possible to arrange for his subordinates to attack the Immortal Temple. However, the Temple of Immortality is different from a spaceship. The defense of the spaceship is very fragile. The defense of the Immortal Temple is still relatively strong. More combat power is needed. Top 10 puppets enslaved alone. It's not enough. He also needs endless metal warriors. A more perfect metal warrior than those metal crawlers. Mighty power. Just one aspect. Metal reptiles are very powerful, but have no defense. No matter how many are bred, they will not be able to enter the temple of immortality. So he has to nurture a more powerful life. Otherwise, it will be a waste of money. Golden Armored Warrior? Okay, it's just you. The metal light brain kept flashing, and soon a perfect golden armored warrior was created. Divine power is fixed at 15 million. The defense ability is comparable to the top cosmic treasure in the 7 Tribulations realm. The top powerhouses in the 8 Tribulations realm need a few tricks to smash them. The sum of the divine power contained in the body is enough to fight a peak powerhouse of the 8 Tribulations for a few breaths. Very perfect, just in time for his own defense ability. There is no waste of divine power. After the first golden armor warrior was conceived, the second one is automatically generated. Then came the doubling of mass production. Soon 3,000 were born. It's almost there. A thought force came out of the metal light brain and summoned the top 10 metal puppets and ordered, "Sneak attack on the immortal temple. Only success and no failure. When necessary, you can self-destruct." Snapped. The micro-optical brain felt that it was not perfect enough and took out several crystals of divine power from the hot eyes. This is the divine fire source crystal. When it explodes, all 10 of you must activate it. Try to get as close as possible to that pill treasure and explode yourself. The top 10 metal puppets nodded together. No nonsense. The order has been given. Let's go immediately. All in one go. This is the puppet. Perfection is being calculated all the time. Unlike practitioners, there are various variables. The Silver Pyramid is still a long way from the Immortal Temple in order to ensure the perfect factor of the plan. The Metal Life first used the pyramid to quickly approach the Immortal Temple, and then a dark hole appeared under the pyramid. In an instant, the top 10 metal puppets, with 3,000 gold armored warriors, appeared around the Immortal Temple. Rush, hum! All the metal warriors burst out, rushing to the Immortal Temple desperately. Just as Jian Wushuang reacted, he quickly stepped back, not because of fear, but because he was worried that he would accidentally injure himself when Danbao made his move. The sneak attack of Metal Life had long been expected by them. Danbao is invincible in the Temple of Immortality, so they are not worried at all. Some people even just stared blankly. The golden armored warrior, just approaching the Immortal Temple, was fixed in the air by Danbao. The vitality was drained in an instant, just like the original 3 gods and others. The vitality has disappeared, but the power is still there. The scepter in Danbao's hand tapped again, and those golden armored warriors regained the power of life. It's just that the power of Di Shengmen obtained this time is different from the injection of Metal Light Brain. They also changed their consciousness. Completely obey Danbao. It can be said that in a breath of time, these metal lives are turned against. It's simply an unstoppable soldier. Those golden armored warriors and silver puppets who were under control instantly turned around and rushed towards Qi Jiuxiao. Did not directly go to the pyramid shot. Danbao also knows that the pyramid is special. If the attack power has not reached that level, it cannot be destroyed in one fell swoop. It's a waste of time to go. It is better to besiege Qi Jiuxiao first. Qi Jiuxiao, who had been struggling to deal with the life messengers of the 3 half-step 9 Tribulations realm, was besieged by thousands of golden armored warriors, and the divine body began to suffer some damage. Divine power is also constantly declining. It's right now, go for it. Zhang Taixis' 3 energies were unified, and the surface of his body was filled with ethereal power. He blessed the peak of divine power, raised his hand to shake the sky, and shouted angrily, "It's now!" Countless wings and blades turned into a sea of swords and rushed towards Qi Jiuxiao. This power is enough to kill the half-step 9 Tribulations realm, and it is extremely difficult for Qi Jiuxiao to resist. Forced to resist will only drop the divine power. He has no life force to supplement, and now he needs to carry the injuries himself. Baby D looked anxiously from the back, but had nothing to do. How could it end up in such a situation? Qi Jiuxiao is invincible. Baby D clenched his fists with unwillingness in his eyes. If it doesn't work, then die together. He was determined. It's just that he didn't realize that the person behind it had murderous intent. That killing intent was not against the immortal temple, but against baby emperor. Killing intent leaked from his eyes. It is the sole emperor of the eternal family. Although he was enslaved, he still had this eternal consciousness struggling in his mind, waiting for this opportunity. Qi Jiuxiao couldn't separate his hands and was consumed all the time. He is now shooting at Baby D, and almost no one can stop him. Dylan is only a peak of the 7 Tribulation Realm, and he has the combat power of the 8 Tribulation Realm. You can kill with a flip. What we are waiting for now is to get rid of Baby D's control, kill Baby D in a sneak attack, and transfer to the Immortal Temple. This is his trump card. If Babidi wins, then there is no need to use it. After getting enough benefits, for example, after embarking on the road of resurrection, it is not too late for him to get rid of it. It's just that now the boat of Baby D is broken, and he doesn't want to die with Baby D. To take refuge in the Immortal Temple, you also need to show some sincerity. For example, kill Babbitt. As long as the baby emperor is dead, Qi Jiuxiao will be an ownerless thing. Just a lunatic. There is no threat to the Immortal Temple. Although it's not a big credit, it's just the icing on the cake. But better than nothing. The eternal family, never be a slave. A flame rose in the eyes of the soul heaven emperor, like an ancient demon escaped from the cage. The moment he got rid of it, with lightning speed, his hands instantly gathered qi, condensing a colorful light wave. Light burst. End of this chapter. Chapter 59-58. Even if his heart was on Qi Jiuxiao, Baby Emperor had reacted, but it was too late to react now. As soon as he turned his head to look at the light behind him, he felt a breath of death descending. As soon as the protective cover on his body was opened, the heavenly Emperor of Soul blasted through his chest, a paw sticking out from his chest. It was all too fast, and the people around didn't have time to react. Just as Dylan was about to make a move, he was shot down by Soul Heaven Emperor and fell into the sea of cosmos. As for the other servants of Baby D, they stood there, unable to move. Because of the current Baby Emperor, consciousness is dying out, and the mark of slavery is also disappearing on the slaves. They all have a clear consciousness, and they also know that Baby D is going to be finished, and there is no need to do useless work. At first, they were also forced, but later, because of the hope of resurrection, they chose to compromise. But as Qi Jiuxiao shriveled, the value of Baby Emperor was greatly reduced. If it wasn't for Emperor Soul Tian to kill Baby D, maybe they would die with Baby D. How dare you? Baby D's last breath was used to turn his head to look at Emperor Soul Heaven. His eyes were fixed on the other side, and there was endless resentment in his eyes. Unwilling. Main idea. Regret. In an instant, more images appeared in my mind. The eyes cannot see reality. It was a memory before death. Remember the most important things in your life. He also has the most tragic memory of his life. An old man with a rounded hat held an iron chain in his hand, and the other end of the chain was tied to Baby D. Pet. It was his saddest memory. Puff. Emperor Soul Tian pulled out his claws, clenched his fists, and slammed it on Baby Emperor's head, and the memories came to an abrupt end. It's just that in the incomparably distant downstream of time and space, in a certain ordinary secret territory, there is an old man who is fishing. At the moment when Baby Emperor fell, the old man's heart sank, and his eyes were dull for a moment. It was only a moment of sluggishness, and then returned to normal, without any extra expressions. The fall of Baby D, in the end, only touched the death of life a little. It is also ironic. The most tragic memory is also the last worry in the world. A generation of heroes, Baby Emperor fell. Murderer's Soul Heaven Emperor. Jian Wushuang and others standing on the edge of the temple also saw this scene. A little dazed for a while. Just as he was able to suppress Qi Jiuxiao, Baby Emperor fell. The expressions on his face were strange. I don't know whether to be happy or sad. The big monk's face was startled, and then he said excitedly, "Little master, Baby Emperor has fallen. There is no need to encircle and suppress Qi Jiuxiao." Lost the Ababidi. Qi Jiuxiao, does not need to be besieged and has fallen into silence. Let the siege of the three life messengers be unmoved. Dan Bao directly summoned the three messengers to come back. The three messengers that have been merged can no longer be separated. In other words, when Dan Bao sat down, he now had 3.5 steps of the 9 Tribulation Realm combat power. For a time, become the biggest winner on the scene. The Great Monk and the King of Shamu also returned leisurely. It will be over soon. The last metal life, there is no way to escape now. Standing in the void, at a loss. The inner metal light brain kept calculating his winning percentage and the method to defeat Dan Bao. After a while, he came to a conclusion. The chance of failure is 99,999,999,999. Done. The chance of falling is 30%. When Dan Bao becomes the of life, the chance of falling is 100%. The only way to break the situation now is for him to ascend to heaven and become the 9 Tribulations realm. This is simply not possible. If he can become the 9 Tribulations realm, does he still need to come to the northern time and space? Still need to think about this one, Lu Shenmu? Damn you! The metal light brain looked at the outside of the pyramid. The Mitsubishi crystal above the pyramid burst out with a dazzling light, rushing straight to the Emperor of Chaos. If it weren't for this second or fifth boy, he wouldn't have failed so fast. The dazzling light penetrates time and space, enough to kill the peak of the 8 Tribulations realm. The Soul Heaven Emperor didn't have time to react at all, and was bombarded and scattered. He didn't even respond before he died. I'm afraid I don't even know how it fell. Together with those servants of Baby D, all fell. Only the huge spaceship remained in the sky above the cosmic sea. The fall of Soul Heaven Emperor lifted the blockade of space. This is also one of the reasons why he wants to kill the Soul Emperor. Space unlocked. Metal Light Brain, there is still hope of escape. The Mitsubishi spar rotates, and the surrounding space vibrates to escape. Dan Bao did not stop the shot just now, because he felt that the people of the Soul Heaven Emperor were not worth it. But now, you can't let the other party escape. The Immortal Temple moved directly to the top of the pyramid. Suppress! Dan Bao pressed the palm of his hand, and the power of the Immortal Temple erupted, locking the pyramid within the domain and suppressing it in the void. The silver pyramid stopped spinning and was suppressed in the void. Dan Bao did not stop, and then used the life scepter to forcibly break the pyramid. Leave nothing to chance. The force of life madly got into the pyramid. This makes Metal Life very excited at Khonshu. In the face of a steady stream of life force, he kept absorbing it. Divine Power Ocean, he has stolen a lot over the years. What is missing is the power of life. With these life forces, the black puppet he refined began to improve continuously. Once it is successfully refined, it is a puppet no less than the 9 Tribulations realm. There is still some hope then. At least Dan Bao that can block the Immortal Temple. The crazy influx of life force made the Metal Light Brain a little too busy. Countless metal particles are busy. Above the Immortal Temple, Dan Bao continued to instill the power of life. Jian Wushuang didn't understand the power of life, didn't have much power, and it was mainly assistant. Just like eating, is it to let the pyramid die? The metal life inside is no fool. Once you are full, vomit it out. Anyway, there are a lot of divine power oceans, and there are countless metal reptiles spit out. That is also a hassle. Although I don't understand it, it's not a good idea to ask. After all, Dan Bao is covering them now. He is the master of the 6 Tribulations realm universe, so he is embarrassed to ask such a thing. Just look at it honestly. Just when he was belittling himself, Dan Bao turned his head and said to him, "Benefactor, there is something that needs your help later." "No problem." Hearing that he needed his own help, Jian Wushuang immediately became refreshed. Without any hesitation, he immediately responded. Unexpectedly, Dan Bao's next words made him stunned. Dan Bao firmly supported the power of life with both hands, and then said, "This pyramid is strong on the outside, but if you want to destroy the things inside, you need a special power, and that power only you have. Starry Sky." Jian Wushuang quickly understood. End of this chapter. Chapter 59:59. This is not surprising. What surprised him was to go inside the pyramid. That is the metal pyramid that can give birth to countless 8 tribulation realms. Let him enter alone. It's not like being sent to death. Even if Dan Bao was using the package ticket, he was a little apprehensive. Jin Wushuang, you must enter. The treasure I need is inside this pyramid. Just when Jin Wushuang hesitated, Weiss in the body also spoke in this time and space. It's really a good thing to let him encounter. It's not easy, it's almost over. It happened that he found another unknown to him. But then again, he can't help but go. Plus West's commission. He could only grit his teeth. Seeing that he was hesitant, Wu Li came over, put his arms around his shoulders and comforted. Brother Wushuang, you're not afraid. Don't you worry. I will meet you outside. If you need any help, just say, with the strength of our company, Qi Jiuxiao has been taken down. So what is there to be afraid of? You. Jin Wushuang's eyes widened, causing Wu Li to quickly back away. It's time to talk nonsense. He really wanted to give Wu Li 2 punches to boost his courage. Call. Taking a deep breath, Jin Wushuang closed his eyes for a moment, then opened his eyes and nodded at Dan Bao, indicating that he was ready and could open the silver pyramid at any time. If you don't enter a tiger's den, you can't get a tiger's son. Weiss, every time something is arranged for him, the pressure is always full. I don't know what kind of place this pyramid is inside. The treasures that Weiss needed were actually among them. Of course, that is, Weiss himself is too lazy to take it. If he takes it himself, he will have nothing to do with him. The reason why he was allowed to go was because he wanted to find an excuse to teach him the Ziziji Igong. Otherwise, it is unreasonable for both parties to accept grace for no reason. Jin Wushuang is not a fool either. Some things are understood without needing to be said. The Tower of 9 Tribulations, at best, is a treasure at the level of the 9 Tribulations. It is not a treasure at the time and space level. In fact, it is a bit general to say the treasure of time and space. The Temple of Immortality, in his opinion, also looks like a treasure of time and space. But it is a treasure of life, and it is an opportunity to become a god. Viewing the chessboard is a treasure of heaven. The 9 Tribulations Pagoda is much weaker than these 2. Even compared to this silver pyramid, it is much weaker. Kevin is in there. It was Weiss who gave the Tower of 9 Tribulations the value. The appearance of Weiss has always been strange to him. At the beginning, he was still in the Tower of 9 Tribulations, and later moved directly into his origin. Just like playing, calling it a test is actually no different from helping for no reason. He never understood the other party's intentions. If he was chosen as the of life, there would be some arguments. In other words, the god of life and even the realm king are nothing in front of Weiss. The bigger the identity, the more outrageous it is. The more uneasy he is. Heaven will give great responsibility to the people of this country. Maybe he thought too much, but not without any preparation. Waiting for Dan Bao to open the gap in the silver pyramid, his origin clone entered Weiss Manor, and after finding Weiss, he took the initiative to ask, Master Weiss, this metal life, I think it's just like that. How come you want to be here? Treasures you want? Gu, who was lying on the chair, teased the hairless purple cat in his arms, his face lazy. See the doubt on his face. Then he answered, since you are about to enter, then I will tell you that in the core of this pyramid, there is a piece of origin which I left behind in Wanlu Shinmu. The original owner of this piece of origin is you, but unfortunately, you're not good enough. You can only give it to this cat. Ah! Jin Wushuang was surprised, tilted his head, and couldn't believe what Weiss said. But there was no reason to believe it. The other party could even change the supreme rules. What else could he not do? The origin left for me? He thought of a lot of things for a while. Weiss' plan, and why Wanlu appeared here. Weiss nodded lazily and spread his hands. Some things may be just luck. Before I met Beerus, I was really optimistic about you, but unfortunately I found out later that the reason I was optimistic about you was because of you're the first life in the Origin universe, so you're out of luck. That has nothing to do with me. Jin Wushuang was a little puzzled, saying that he did not live up to his expectations, and he worked harder than anyone else. Seeing that he was unconvinced, Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled. You care too much about your Origin universe, but you don't work so hard with yourself. so you don't live up to your expectations. They'll send you the young man. In your words, you should be a little more dashing, and whether it is to follow the origin or divine power, you must have the kind of heroism that can break through all methods with one force. Dao Jun to Emperor. Jian Wushuang really values his origin too much. In terms of combat power, divine power has always been the dominant force. But it is always necessary to pursue both. Seek balance. Even want the source to press the divine power. But in the end, super eternal change and starry sky catalog. All are indispensable peak secret techniques. Sometimes you can't pay too much attention to a certain kind of power. What he has to do is to improve his combat power and realm, rather than a certain kind of origin and divine power. If a flower is helpful to him, then practice that flower. If it is a cloud, then go and realize that cloud. Cultivation is sometimes as simple as that. Find the right direction. Let go of your worries, and leave everything to your own efforts and luck. I understand. Jian Wushuang nodded, and at this moment he was no longer unconvinced. Beerus is the first life born in his original universe, and he is also the creator of the other party. In the future, when the other party has achieved success, he can also brag about it. It's no big deal, you'll be fine in the future. Why envy a cat? And it's not hairy yet. After getting his own answer, Jian Wushuang's origin clone automatically summarized the universe, and his consciousness returned to the deity. On Danbao's side, the power of life is also instilled, and the endless power of life pours into the silver pyramid. Today's pyramid is already a little green. The original color has been changed. Metal life, divine power. The metal is silver. Life is green. The two are fighting for dominance. Now the metal light brain in the pyramid has also discovered Danbao's conspiracy, but when he wants to stop the operation of the pyramid, he finds that he can do nothing. Jian Wushuang also saw Danbao's plan outside and couldn't help applauding. Danbao has really grown up now. Life force and metal life are constantly competing for superiority. Want to gain control of the pyramid. There was also a trace of anxiety on Danbao's face, which was backlash. Click. The unbreakable pyramid suddenly made a crisp sound, and then a gap leaked out. Danbao was overjoyed when he saw the gap. Quick, it's now. Chapter 5960. Swish. Jian Wushuang, who had been ready for a long time, rushed into the crack in a flash. The sword of myriad tribulations behind it also erupted with the power belonging to the starry sky at this moment. It turned into a dark blue streamline and entered the interior of the pyramid. Metal Light Brain was startled when he saw the blue Jian Wushuang and hurriedly rushed into the eyes of the black puppet. Want to forcibly start this puppet. But the power of life contained in the current puppet is all Danbao, no matter how he manipulated it. After Jian Wushuang went deep into the pyramid, he let out a wicked smile, raised his hand to draw his sword, and destroyed it. Countless metal particles wanted to attack him, but they were all shattered by the power of the starry sky. Without the metal puppet, the black puppet cannot be mobilized. Metal Light Brain, completely helpless, he could only beg for mercy. Jian Wushuang, stop now. You are the master of the universe. You don't need to fight like this, and you don't need to be reborn. I can give you a lot of treasures, and I can help you become the 9 tribulations realm. Jian Wushuang ignored the opponent. The sword chi persists for a long time, and it kills arbitrarily. The more urgent the other party, the safer he is. It means that the Metal Light Brain has no backhand, can only beg for mercy. Damn, how can I fall? The worst plan that Metal Light Brain had thought about was that Danbao would fall when he became the of life. He could close his eyes when he died in the hands of life. But to be killed by a cosmos master of the 6 tribulations realm is simply a shame. Click. Some special conversion passages connecting the pyramid were also destroyed by Jian Wushuang Yijian. The Metal Light Brain completely lost hope, and the black puppet also stopped working at this moment. When it was running, he couldn't manipulate it, and now he couldn't. For the Metal Light Brain, he now has nowhere to hide. Jian Wushuang held the sword of myriad tribulations upside down, took a step forward and came directly to the black puppet, stared at the eyes that dimmed from the red light, and said coldly, "Come out. I can make you look decent." If it wasn't for the lack of time, he really wanted to ask the other party what Nan Shirkong was like. Because from the Realm King, he knows other time and space, which is different from the northern time and space. He came out of the primordial universe and arrived in the ancient moon space-time without any barriers. It is because the northern time and space are all practitioners. South time and space are different, where the practice method is not only different from theirs, but even the life is different. So he was a little curious. The metal light brain was about to cry. He dragged his mechanical feet and walked out of the black puppet's eyeballs. "Jin Wushuang, I remember you. You must not die. Can't afford to lose?" Jin Wushuang never expected that after the other party came out, he would say such a sentence. After all, he is also a powerful man with a head and face, which makes the king of the realm find it difficult. As a result, the first time they met, they started cursing. If the opponent wins, he has to face death generously. Never so foolish. Simply shameful. Curiosity about Nan Shirkong disappeared immediately. Just want to fix each other and leave. The metal light brain went completely crazy and fell into madness. "You will definitely die, I swear." Thanks, I'm waiting." Jin Wushuang was somewhat amused by the other party's words. He had heard such words no less than 100 times. Then what? No one could kill him. But this time it's different. Before he could make a move, Metal Light Brain chose the divine power, Vulcan crystal that exploded within his body. The huge explosion turned the inside of the pyramid into ashes. This explosion can kill the peak powerhouse of the 8 Tribulations realm. If Jin Wushuang was not prepared, he might have really fallen. In the dust, a green light enveloped Jin Wushuang and scathed. That is Dan Bao's shield of life. Completely covered his entire body. Is this the backhand? Jin Wushuang laughed at himself. That's too weak. Just when he was relaxed, he found that the black puppet disappeared. He searched everywhere, but couldn't find the black puppet. The tenacity of the black puppet left no scum that could not be destroyed. Jin Wushuang was a little worried, and after searching around for a while, he found 2 soft armors and some identity tokens. Saige. They are the 2 Seven Tribulations realm powerhouses of the Stone Country. At the beginning, they also entered the Wanlu universe with them. It's just that they have a lot of strength, only more than 1 million divine power. Follow Lianxing. Jin Wushuang didn't care too much. Later, after the Shenmue King brought people out of the secret realm of the cave, he was no longer in sight. He thought he had fallen. Seeing their soft armor and identity token, there is a high probability that the Metal Light Brain is controlled. Metal Light Brain can enslave up to 10 metal golems. Among those puppets, there are no Shirqi and Shirba, the 2 strong men of the Stone Country. Jin Wushuang was sure, because after those metal puppets were angry, they did not change their appearance, but their skin color turned silver. That is to say, Shirqi and Shirba, the 2 Stone Country powerhouses, have been under house arrest in the pyramid by the Metal Light Brain. It should be normal to be destroyed now. But why is the black puppet gone? His doubts turned into surprise in the outside world. The destroyed pyramid has no power. Just an ordinary metal treasure. Can be opened at will. When he went out, he discovered that there was a black hole outside. The people above the immortal temple showed strange expressions when they saw him. Returning to the Temple of Immortality, he understood only after Wu Li and others explained it. Something came out of the pyramid. 2 streamers. 2 figures. Stone 7, Stone 8. Before the Metal Light Brain exploded, the last order was issued. The origin and divine power in the black puppet were all transferred into the 2 people. Just like the threat to Jin Wushuang. After the 2 went out, the goal was to kill Jin Wushuang. Black puppets have the power of robbery. Shirqi and Shirba, who had high hopes from the Metal Light Brain, had combat power comparable to the 9 Tribulations realm. So, this time it wasn't a verbal threat, it was a real threat. After going out, it is very likely that they will be chased and killed by these 2. Wu Li and others don't know much. But Jin Wushuang thought of what he said before the Metal Light Brain exploded, and he already had guesses. but now in Wanlu universe. And Dan Bao is about to go to the ladder of becoming a god. He didn't care about these things either. Instead, he was more concerned about the origin that Weiss wanted. A piece of purple origin. After handing it over to Weiss, Jin Wushuang also obtained the first half of the Zizai Ji Gong as he wished. After looking at it for a long time, I found that I couldn't understand it, so I carefully put it away, and after I went out, I slowly cultivated. The immediate priority now is to go to the ladder of becoming a god. So I didn't talk to Weiss too much and left. Above the Temple of Immortality, 3,000 golden armor guards standing in the quartet. 10 silver armor puppets lined up aside. Chapter 59-61. Light of God, 3 life messengers standing behind Danbao. This force can already dominate the ancient moon space-time. King Shamu and the others were very excited. The good days had finally come. They had tried their hardest in front of them, and now they are unrestrained and natural. The great monk, the ladder of becoming, is left now. Hurry up and take us there. The Lord of Hongmu was also very relaxed and was already waiting to become a messenger of life. The big monk blinked, twitched his nose, and walked towards Danbao and said respectfully, "Little master, the ladder of becoming is in the source of the core of the universe. See, we are going now. Without the threat, naturally, there is no need to wait. Let's go now." Danbao raised his head and moved his scepter. The immortal temple immediately shattered time and space and began to move. As for the broken silver pyramid, it has been taken away by Jian Wushuang. This is a good treasure, and naturally, it will not be thrown away. There is also the cosmic boat of Baby D, but it was taken away by the quick-witted Shenmu King. The biggest trophy is Qi Jiuxiao. It was eventually suppressed by the Temple of Immortality. No more talk. Maybe when Danbao becomes the true goddess, he will recover again. This is the fear of all of them. The immortal temple is constantly moving, under the guidance of the great monk. They soon reach the true core of the cosmic sea, the origin of the willow tree, a place where the source of life inspires. The ladder of becoming is inside. They can even be seen with the naked eye. The power above is close to God. Just watching will benefit them immensely. The Temple of Immortality stayed on the edge. Jin Wushuang looked at them with fiery eyes, but unfortunately, they were not qualified to set foot on this ladder of godhood. Otherwise, for the power of life, he can still go to the next level. For the source in the Guantian chessboard, he can also create the most powerful life. Last step, Dan Bao rose into the air. The Dharma body, which was unable to leave the immortal temple, can move at this moment. He slowly walked out of the temple and stepped into the ladder of becoming a god. The entire Wanlu Shinmu was trembling. Ancient Wood Continent. Above the Wanlu Divine Realm, countless strong men have gathered to station. An era has passed since the king of Shinmu brought people into the Wanlu Shinmu. The superpowers stationed in the outside world are not only the 9 heavens and 10 places, but also some of the universe masters of the 8 catastrophe realms in the 9 great time and space. The Lord of the Universe from the ancient Moon sect also sat here for hundreds of millions of years. They are all waiting for the Shinmu King and others to come out. After a period of silence, Wanlu Divine Realm suddenly shook the mountain. An array of divine light rose up. The super powerhouses stationed here stepped out of the cave one after another and looked at Wanlu Shinmu. "Are you going out?" "Divine light. New era." Everyone held their breath. Are waiting for something. The 3 ancient existences of the northern time and space are also watching the movement here. A new era will come when Danbao becomes the of life. That is the era that belongs to all practitioners. It is also the era when the robbery realm truly breaks through the self. Rebirth era. They don't know that in order to open up this era, many people have left their lives. At the cost of blood, above the 9 dimensions, on the realm. After seeing the movement of Wanlu Shinmu, the Realm King was also shocked. Heart could not help but sigh. His northern time and space is also about to embark on the road of resurrection. More powerful practitioners will be born in the future. Finally, it's time for business. The Realm King let out a sigh of relief. Being the master of one time and space is not that easy. Not much power, not little position. Without ability, strength is not enough. This is the Realm King. Speaking of the god of life, he is also his subordinate, but it is not that simple to come up with a god of life in the northern time and space. It's not something that can be done by simply pulling someone up on the street. It requires a step-by-step plan, pulling one hair and moving the whole body. On Jiawang's star, Jiawang is not alone. There is also an acquaintance of Jian Wushuang. Yuzhou. Seeing that the king's expression moved slightly, he quietly stepped forward and asked, "Old man, what's going on down there?" Jian Wushuang and others spent several epochs in Wanlu Shenmu. The outside world has passed an era. The original 10 people, each achievement is not small. Among them, there is also the help of the king, such as Wuzhua. It was even accepted by the Realm King as a direct disciple. It was also sent to the World God continent. Now he is the Lord of the universe of the 7 Tribulations realm. Originally, according to Wu's character, he was going to return to Qi Temple for a long time, but he was kept pressed by the king. Now Wuzhua also sees it clearly. Dear, this chapter is not over. There is another page, big smiley face. The Realm King's plan is no trivial matter. The matter of Qishan Temple is not that simple. The threat of extinction is far less so. Fan Tianfeng and the others who had returned to Qi Temple all fell. Which flame god, the top combat power of the 8 Tribulations realm, just went to a Dharma body, but it fell together with the deity. Because of this incident, there was a lot of noise in the ancient moon space-time, especially the ancient wood continent. The Shenmu king went to Wanlu Shenmu. The flame gods fell. Only the ancestor of Shurgwa remained, and that old ancestor was also unlucky. It is the beginning of a new era. The powerhouses from all sides gathered in the ancient wood continent. Shurgwa also lost its former color. Not long ago, it also died. On today's ancient wood continent, only the Lord Yunji of the daughter country and the re-established female emperor of the Yu kingdom were supporting the facade. As for which of the ancient moon divine sects Fengho experts, they have long since been transferred. In the current Gumu continent, Pope Guyu is personally in charge. Not to mention the 7 Tribulation realm, even the 8 Tribulation realm is very common. They are all waiting for the appearance of King Shenmu and others. This is also the news that the Realm King deliberately released. Through the 3 ancient existences, all the robbery powerhouses were notified. The opening of a new era lies in the Wanlu Shenmu. The appearance of the Shenmu King is the opening day of the era, and that era is called the Era of Resurrection. Not only all the Tribulation realms, but also the Realm King himself is extremely excited. Here Wu's was questioned. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked incredulously, "Aren't you in a hurry to return to the Qi Temple?" "Don't worry, you will be able to go back soon." "Is this true?" Wuzwa couldn't believe his ears. He thought he heard it wrong. Huichi Temple, the original 10. Only he and Fan Tianfeng have different feelings for Qi Temple, because he is a disciple of Qishan, although it is a named disciple. But it is also the only named disciple still alive. Now that he is practicing Mahayana, he has no reason not to go back. He wants to revive the former glory of Qi Temple. The powerhouses who led the Qishan Temple lineage created a huge territory in the northern time and space. The way of the god of Qi remain forever. It's true, but you have to wait for your partner, the Realm King affirmed. Wuzwa heard the word partner, his eyes flashed, and he turned to look at the king. Jin Wushuang these years. He has been to all the 9 worlds. End of this chapter. Dear, this chapter is over. I wish you a happy reading. Big smiley face. Chapter 5962. Knowing that the 10 of them all descended after Guyu time and space. He has been wandering in the 9 heavens and 10 places of the ancient moon space-time. Also found a few people who came with him. It's just that those people have no feelings for him, nor are they very familiar. He couldn't find Jin Wushuang and Hui Qing who were familiar. Not even Zhen Yang was found. Only Dongsheng, Wan Yin, and the backbone Luo and Guangying were found. Tong Tian Buddha is reluctant to see him, and is still concentrating on completing his ultimate calamity. I don't want to break my mind. For these people, he also gave some help. If the weakest is the Lord of the Six Tribulations realm universe. After all, with the help of the Realm King, although they encountered many disasters, they also received a lot of goods. In this way, the original 10 people, except Fan Tianfeng, were more unlucky. Can only say, too anxious. Fall early. The rest of the people are doing well. Compared with Jin Wushuang, each is not bad. Jin Wushuang, who was still struggling in Wanlu Shenmu, knew that the original 10 people, except for Fan Tianfeng, who was envied at the beginning, had fallen, and the rest of them were similar to him, or even better than him. The heart must be broken. It is true that he has suffered too much. Click! Wu Zhuo clenched his fist. Brother Wushuang, you will be surprised when we meet again. Before leaving Qi Temple, Jin Wushuang was the strongest. Then there is Fan Tianfeng. He's in the middle on the left. It's different now. Whether it is knowledge or realm, he is at the forefront. In addition to not seeing Jin Wushuang, it is Hui Qing. He also asked the Realm King, where is Hui Qing? It's a pity that the Realm King didn't tell him, and didn't let him look for it. When it's time to see, it's bound to be seen. The time has not come. Ancient moon time and space. Inside the ancient moon ruins in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. I also felt the changes from Wanlu and Ei. At the core of the ruins, under the shadow of the crescent moon spring, a man and a woman sat cross-legged. When I felt the divine breath from Wanlu, the closed eyes slowly opened to the Qing Ling woman who was sitting, and there was a trace of tears in her eyes. Is this life? She was a little unwilling. The of life appeared. Her plan also failed. With the god of life, the life of the northern time and space will have the imprint of life. Those lives that once fell are really fallen. She can no longer rescue the young figure in her heart from the long river of time. For that shadow, I don't know how much I paid. A flower on the other side amazed the original northern time and space. And then it ended up like this. Look at yourself emerging from the spring. Tears rolled down his cheeks. She is the goddess who opened up the ancient moon time and space. A celestial being who tries to create a second starry sky. Eventually fell. The rest of the source is here. I want to live a second life. But with the opening of Wanlu Shenmu, the last hope was lost. The man opposite the goddess is no one else. Shave head, jade face. Thick eyebrows, a pair of bright eyes. Extremely tough. Hui Qing. Heaven returns to one. Today's Hui Qing is not like a Buddha, more like a pure cultivator. When he saw the haggard-faced goddess, he sighed in his heart, not knowing how to comfort him. Over the years, he has been helping the other party to regain his original heart. Now Wan Liu's plan is broken. Everything turned into smoke. It's time to get out of here too. Master! The goddess stood up and bowed deeply to Hui Qing. But when she got up again, her face had changed to Jiangshang. If one day you can control the way of heaven when you see him, help me hand this thing over to me. She held the spring water in both hands, and a flower on the other side was in full bloom. A flower withers, a flower blooms. Hui Qing was a little moved and wanted to reach out to pick it up, but couldn't bear it. After taking this flower, the goddess disappeared, leaving only Jiangshang. A Jiangshang who has lost the memory of his past life. But the other party's mind was very determined. There is no way to recover. He could only reach out and take the bright flower. I watched helplessly as the figure of the goddess disappeared into time and space. Wanlu Divine Realm has not yet opened. The ancient moon ruins began to crumble at this moment. That is true silence. A complete ruin instantly turned into fly ash. The crescent moon spring, the continuous mountains, and the countless secret realms of the cave have all turned into a fleeting sight. These things should have disappeared. It is only because of the obsession of the goddess that it lasts forever. At the moment when the goddess disappeared, they were all buried with them. Hui Qing looked at the other side flower in his hand, and then looked up into the distance. In the endless dust, only he and this flower are spotless. He'll do it. Hui Qing put away the other shore flowers, and his body burst into light. One step at a time, all things in one breath. In just an instant, from the emperor to the lord of the universe. Over the years, his realm has long been reached. Because of the goddess, he suppressed it. Helping the other party to restore Taoism is also his practice. The goddess failed. He didn't lose. Road, always there. At the moment of mastering the universe, the 7 colors of the sky will fall together. Over 7 calamities at a time, even more than Jian Wushuang. Like Wu Zua, he also entered the 7 tribulations realm. The disappearance of the ancient moon ruins did not cause much movement. The monks in the formation thought it was strange, but the news about the 8 tribulations was very extensive. It has long been known that the ancient moon ruins are short-lived, not worth entering at all. The treasures that drifted out from the ancient moon ruins also dissipated one by one. Wanlu Shinmu, on the Immortal Temple, Jian Wushuang discovered that his 9 tribulations tower had dissipated. For some unknown reason, he thought it was because of Weiss. While Danbao was walking down the stairs of becoming a god, he separated a strand of his origin, entered his own universe, and looked for Wes. After entering the huge manor, he found a coast where Weiss often rested. Lord Weiss, why did the Tower of 9 Tribulations suddenly dissipate? It was a rare treasure, and he still felt a little distressed when it disappeared like this. After Weiss heard it, he said indifferently, Thanks. If the Tower of 9 Tribulations does not disappear, you must disappear." "What do you mean?" Jian Wushuang couldn't understand. He found a place to sit down, looked at Wes with doubts, and hoped that the other party could explain. Now he is not afraid of anything. Dan Bao is about to become a god. In the future, in the northern time and space, it will not be walking sideways. Who dares to let him disappear? Weiss seemed to see what he was thinking, and the corners of his mouth rose, but he couldn't help laughing. "Jian Wushuang, you have a lot of enemies. I'm afraid you've almost forgotten that goddess." "Heavenly girl?" Jian Wushuang's brain buzzed, and he understood in an instant. The 9 Tribulations Pagoda was left behind from the ancient moon ruins. The ancient moon ruins are where the goddess fell. The disappearance of the 9 Tribulations Pagoda is related to the ancient moon ruins. Thinking of this, he understood. His eyes moved, and he said in surprise, "Isn't it possible that goddess has regained her strength and seeks revenge from me?" Chapter 59-63. Tian Nu and Jiang Shang are almost the same person. He has a blood feud with Jiang Shang. The other party will never forgive him. That is a 9 Tribulation realm powerful man. It is also the only super powerhouse who has truly reached the 9 Tribulations realm in the 9 worlds. It even reached the peak of the 9 Tribulations realm, trying to create the existence of the second starry sky. If this restores his strength and seeks revenge on him, then he will be finished. Not to mention Dan Bao. Even if the Realm King came, he would not be able to keep him. "Forget it." Seeing his face turn pale with fright, Weiss smiled. "I want tease you, which goddess just dissipated her last source and has completely disappeared." When Jian Wushuang heard the news, he instantly turned from sadness to joy. "So, Zhangshang is gone?" "She's still here, and it's within the rules. She seeks revenge for you. I want care." Weiss sat up and threw Beerus in his arms to the side, then said, "Guyuetian, this is a cultivator who has violated the supreme rule, so it's better to dissipate it, lest I shoot her again." The goddess' attempt to create the second starry sky is to blaspheme the supreme rule. Must die. If she can leave a trace of the origin, it is also Weiss pity her. Then you can run away and make trouble. Although he knew that the other party had plans, Keves knew that it was impossible to succeed, because he has already seen through the future. So I found Jian Wushuang. First, when he came from the starry sky, he still had the task of finding a direct disciple. The original candidate was Jian Wushuang. Later, because of some things and some people, I changed my mind. Changed to the first life in Jian Wushuang universe. Jian Wushuang also heard the key point and said in surprise, "Could it be that you killed the goddess at the beginning?" "That's right." Weiss turned his head slowly, raised his head slightly, and a murderous aura leaked out. That breath is enough to shock all the practitioners today. Just a breath of air. It made Jian Wushuang unable to breathe. What the goddess did back then was too much, so she had to die. "This is my duty." Jian Wushuang took a half step back. Then he thought of the starry sky in his original universe. "You think too much." Weiss dispelled his concerns and explained, "Your source starry sky was cultivated by you, not imitated, so it's fine, but you have to practice hard. Don't let me down on you, expect." The source that he cultivated, the starry sky, appeared. Even Weiss saw it for the first time. As for the power of the stars, this power is nothing special. The most optimistic about Jian Wushuang is the original universe in Jian Wushuang's Starry Sky catalog, able to cultivate the origin universe of the starry sky. The most important thing is because of the star catalog, the eruption of eternal change, although it is also amazing. However, there are still many strong people who can create this kind of special skills. On the other hand, Jian Wushuang is the only one in the starry sky origin universe. At least that's what Weiss saw. As for whether there is such a concealment, it is impossible to know. The reason is the only two. It is because the starry sky where they are located has long been created. Naturally, there is a person who can create the starry sky. In Weiss, Jian Wushuang stayed for a long time. Surprisingly, Weiss said a lot. Jian Wushuang also listened carefully. Most of it is still about the practice of the source. It also gave him a lot of ideas for the next fusion of the origin of the pieces. That is his future evolution of his own tribulation simulation. Naturally, dare not neglect. It's like one more chance. Dan Bao continues to grow on the ladder of becoming a god. Jian Wushuang is also practicing in the Temple of Immortality. To comprehend the ladder of becoming a god, you only need a clone. There are also clones perfecting the super eternity change and even preparing for the seventh tribulation. The deity appeared on the Tian chessboard. In front of the chess pieces of the three major gods, he can already feel the mystery. Reincarnation has been created. Time is not far away. Time and space reincarnation is his ultimate goal. He didn't go very far in time. The space is already complete. It's still a lot worse. Jian Wushuang shook his head, denying the idea just now. Once again, I fell into contemplation and continued to calculate. There are only two chances. Once it was simulated with chess pieces. The second time, it was about using his life. Time and space reincarnation. It seems a little far away, but he is the master of the universe of the six tribulations realm. Once the road to resurrection is opened up, at that time, we will head towards the nine tribulations realm. Almost to the nine tribulations realm, you can cultivate time to consummation, and even the eight tribulations realm can do it. It's just that the eight tribulations realm is still a little short of trying to create time and space. The goddess who had cultivated time and space to consummation wanted to go to the complex starry sky, but failed in the end. Space-time contains time and space. There is so much in the sky, still taking too many steps, too risky. With the lessons learned, Jian Wushuang is reluctant to take risks. Just want to be steady. The realm of reincarnation, which is not rigid, can be condensed, which is normal. But time and space, he still needs time. At present, only the original chess pieces needed by the space can be extracted and then cultivated. Time goes by. On the one hand, he realized the ladder of becoming a god, which made his life force jump. Although he can't become the of life, he has the innate power of life and can continue to improve, even if he can't reach the level of Danbao. But he is not a major in life, just assisting is enough. So there is no need to pursue the ultimate. Just enough. On the side of the peak's secret method, the ancient change has reached the peak level. The distance is complete, but a little less. He is not in a hurry. Anyway, after going out, there is no threat, and there is no battle. As for the backhand left by the metal light brain, he didn't care too much. The world is so big. It's impossible to find him right away. As long as you are always prepared, there is nothing to be afraid of. He now has a lot of trump cards. Don't look at this trip to Wanlu Shimu. He didn't do much. But no one dares to underestimate the strength. At the beginning, he was angry and directly confronted Qi Jiuxiao, the Lord of the Universe at the peak of the Six Tribulations realm. 1.5 million basic divine power. Putting on the robbery armor, it can explode to 2 million. With the super eternal transformation, his divine power can reach 5 million. There is also the blessing of the Universe Dojo. Divine power at least more than 6 million. It is already the top level of the 8 Tribulations realm. This is not even counting his star catalog. That is the strongest combat power. The Sword of Reincarnation can threaten the peak of the 8 Tribulations. Just 2 metal puppets, what's there to be afraid of? Jian Wushuang disagreed and continued his practice. The other avatar is paying attention to the ladder of becoming aware Danbao is located. Witness the birth of a god. This is the real god. Danbao, bathed in the power of life, holds a scepter and climbs the peak bravely. Unhindered all the way, the so-called catastrophe may be the battles that came before this ladder of godhood. End of this chapter. Chapter 5964. After stepping on the ladder of becoming a god, Danbao is the of life. There are no surprises. All the way to the top. It only took a few years to cultivate the power of life to consummation. The halo of God also descended at this moment. Wanlu Divine Region, another change broke out. The sky above the realm of the gods. A projection descended, with relief on his face. The person who came was the Realm King. The of Life finally appeared under his command. Practitioners within the direct jurisdiction will also grow again. To have life is to have hope. Congratulations, Lord Realm King. The moment the Realm King appeared, the 3 ancient beings who were hidden in the void also walked out. When the Realm King saw these 3 people, he was extremely polite. You too, with the appearance of the God of Life, the 9 Tribulations realm, for you, is at your fingertips. It's still up to Lord Realm King. The appearance of the of Life. These 3 are the ones who benefit the most. They have already touched the 9 Tribulations realm, but they still have to suppress their own realm. Don't dare to go to the robbery. Because the life level of the northern time and space is low. Once the tribulation is successful, even if it becomes the realm of 9 tribulations, it will not survive for a day. Even a quarter of an hour is difficult. That goddess from the beginning was a lesson. They had no choice but to elevate the divine body to the 9 Tribulations realm first, and the source universe had been suppressed, waiting for the appearance of the of Life. This is still the cultivator Tianjiao, who couldn't bear to be directly under the jurisdiction of the real king. They all jumped into the fire pit one after another, and secretly taught their secret methods to these 3 people. Of course, that's not a big mistake either. Even if Weiss saw it, he opened one eye and closed the other. Nothing was pursued. Got pointers. Speaking of which, these 3 ancient existences are still disciples of the Realm King. They also took the initiative to go to apprenticeships, but they were all rejected by the king. After all, he is a Realm King, the supreme in charge of the northern time and space. If you can worship the Realm King as your teacher, wouldn't you just walk sideways? Too bad they don't have that fortune. It's really lively. Behind the Realm King, another person suddenly appeared, wearing a yellow robe and a high crown. A character face, yellow skin, and thick eyebrows. It was Wu Zhuo who came with the real king. The 3 ancient existences were still sighing just now, and they were all startled when they saw Wu Zhuo appear, and their brows jumped, and they wanted to get angry. He was so rude in front of the Realm King. What a system this is. Before the 3 of them got angry, the Realm King reached out and pressed his hand and said indifferently, "Introduction, this is my disciple, Wu Zhuo." Ah! The 3 ancient existences couldn't believe their ears and said in surprise, "You old man, when did you accept the masters?" "It just happened not long ago. You guys are here to get acquainted. I have to enter the Wanlu Shimu." The Realm King waved his hand and stepped into the Wanlu Shimu. Only Wu Zhuo and the three ancient existences were left. I don't know. The name of a Taoist friend? The three top powerhouses who walked sideways in the nine worlds not only showed envy at Wuzhua, but also meant to curry favor. After all, he is a disciple of the Realm King. Must be pulled together. Inside, Wanlu Shenmu. More lively than the outside world. Everyone stood on the edge of the immortal temple, watching Dan bow. Also talking in private. This life is worth it. An expert in the Seven Tribulations realm couldn't help sighing. Many surviving experts from the Seven Tribulations realm held their heads high. Along the way, I saw a lot of super strong. Almost numb. It was at this moment that when he saw that Dan Bao became the god of life, he revealed a shocked expression. The Lord of Hungmu, who did not forget to pat the horse, pretended to be mysterious. Actually, I knew early on that Dan Bao could become the of life. I doubted my eyes, but I never doubted Dan Bao's ability. When he said this, everyone laughed. Blue looked at Dan Bao, and there was only gratification in his eyes. Elder, seeing what I have seen, you can rest in peace. The appearance of Dan Bao bathed in life. Jian Wushuang just took a few glances before putting away his thoughts. Although Dan Bao has become the of life, he still has a stone in his heart, and he keeps looking at which great monk with the naked eye. The Taoist protector known as Dan Bao. The other party has always kept secrets. At the moment when Dan Bao became a god, the greed in the eyes of the great monk had reached its peak. Greed for the of life? Jian Wushuang immediately thought of a terrifying existence. Destroy life? It's not that he is sensitive, he is really pervasive. Even time and space can travel to calculate him. If he became the of life, he would immediately think about whether he was calculated by the destruction of life. No way. The other party caused a great shadow in his heart. If he does not destroy life, he will not be able to sleep peacefully. That is, now, he has become the master of the universe. Just got some confidence. Now that there are so many strong people, he is even more confident. So I dare to face the big monk. I want to see if the other party is dead. Dan Bao was crowned a god. The virtual shadow of the Realm King has come again. At the end of the ladder of becoming gods, the Realm King came, holding a heavy book in his hand. Dan Bao, the real king, had a halo on his head. Looking at Dan Bao, said kindly, "From this moment on, you are the of life in the northern time and space, and you are in charge of all life, including plants and trees." The books in his hand were automatically flipped through. After staying on a certain page, Dan Bao's name appeared on the top. God of life, Dan Bao. Above him, there is a god. God of death, name unknown. Life and death. Just like the chicken and the egg. Everyone is asking which comes first. Now the answer appears. First there is death. Then there is new life. If only life did not die. Well, this place is absolutely hell. Only the undead are immortal, because they will be punished forever. A world without death is more terrifying than a world of life. So there must be death before life. Dan Bao was crowned successfully. The 9 long rivers of time and space in the northern time and space shook together. Together with dozens of direct currents in the middle reaches, they reached the end of the long river of time and space. Dan Bao changed his body, wearing a green robe, and his skin was green. The temperament of the whole person has undergone earth-shaking changes again. From once ignorant to perseverance. Become wiser now. There is a color in his eyes. Little God, see Lord Realm King. Dan Bao bowed slightly and bowed to Realm King. The Realm King smiled happily. No gifts, no gifts. We will be our own in the future. This is your ring. And bid farewell to your friends. There are more important things waiting for you. Yeah, Dan Bao also understood. The seat of God is no child's play. The moment Dan Bao put on the ring, the ladder of becoming began to crumble. The origin of Wanlu has also washed away the erosion of metal life. Chapter 5965, Back to the Top. Swish! In a flash, Dan Bao arrived at the Temple of Immortality. When looking at the crowd, his eyes flickered and the corners of his mouth were drawn. A few people who are close to each other gather in a group and congratulate together. The story of the trip to Wanlu was not easy. He also asked about Dan Bao's changes after he became a god. Jin Wushuang was most curious, so he asked, Dan Bao, how is your current combat power? Do you have the power of the Nine Tribulations realm? He has always been curious about the power of God. Weiss' method shocked him. On the other hand, the Realm King was a little modest and said that he was like a waste. He looks at Dan Bao's breath now, but it is extremely unusual. There is a strong coercion. No matter what, you must have the combat power of the Nine Tribulations realm. Unexpectedly, Dan Bao shook his head. The benefactor has lifted me up. I am only the of life, and the realm in charge of life and life has reached perfection. As for the combat power, I am afraid it is not as good as you. Why are you still going backwards? Shimu Wang was a little surprised. When Dan Bao mastered the Immortal Temple, his personal combat power was no longer weak in the Eight Tribulations realm. Why is it not as good as them now? There is also Wu Li from the Six Tribulations realm. Dan Bao then explained in a slow manner. The term of combat power is originally spoken by practitioners and has nothing to do with God. Whether I am or the Realm King, in fact, I have no combat power, only duties. This time, everyone understood it completely. It also dispelled previous speculation. Only Jin Wushuang still doesn't believe it is that simple. I'm afraid it's still not the king of the realm. Weiss' combat power is very powerful. The goddess can be killed by him. That is the Nine Tribulations realm, and it is a copy of the Nine Tribulations realm of the Starry Sky. It is no exaggeration to be the #1 powerhouse in the northern time and space. Weiss said it was wiped out. There is still a gap between God and God. For example, the Realm King and Dan Bao. One is the manager of North Time and Space. One is the god of life in Northern Time and Space. The difference is immediately apparent. Curious after chatting, the King of Shinmu and the Lord of Hengmu began to talk about their credits intentionally or unintentionally. For example, against Qi Juxiao, protect Dan Bao, a life and death battle. It even emphasized the original treasure several times. Even a fool can hear it. This is to make Dan Bao fulfill his promise. And the Realm King, they have to fulfill the benefits they set themselves. There are many benefits in the beginning. Can't grow knowledge. Don't grow fat. How could Dan Bao not understand that he was so smart and immediately sent a voice transmission to the Realm King? Whoa! The Realm King projection came in person and patted his head. Look at my memory. I almost forgot about this. When the King of Shinmu and the Lord of Hengmu saw that the Realm King came directly, they quickly waved their hands. Don't worry about such a small matter. Aren't you in a hurry? The king narrowed his eyes, staring at the crowd. Everyone watching was stunned, but they were not polite, and they all held their faces, waiting for the king to fulfill his promise. Okay, what is yours after all. He took out countless treasures and distributed them to everyone in turn. Most of them are treasures needed by the Seven Tribulations realm. They are all treasures in the time of calamity. Hard to find outside. Each piece is enough to cause a shock. The most valuable ones are those treasures that are needed by the Eight Tribulations realm. The Lord of Hengmu and the King of Shinmu both have hot eyes. After accepting the treasure, his complexion changed significantly. After knowing that combat power has nothing to do with divine position, they don't have much fantasies about the position of God. Still, the pursuit of combat power comes refreshingly. Jin Wushuang was originally not interested in that kind of thing, but there were not too many treasures. Accepted the treasure that the king took out. Among them are not only the treasures of his seventh calamity, but also some treasures of the origin of divine power. Mixed up a lot. These treasures are nothing to the Realm King, but to them it was heaven. After the Realm King is divided, Dan Bao also stood up, rubbed the ring, and said, I still keep the position that I promised you at the beginning. I can peel off the 3 messengers of life in the Immortal Temple and give them to you. This Shimu King and Hengmu Lord hesitated. The big monk has always been on the edge, not paying attention to those treasures. I saw that Dan Bao wanted to seal the position of messenger, but his brows twitched, and the breath in his eyes couldn't help tilting out. Because the Realm King was here, Jin Wushuang put down his guard. The Shinmu King coughed dryly and took the lead in expressing his position. Lord Danbao, what is the benefit of the position of the Messenger of Life? In their opinion, these messengers of life are no different from puppets. Those who are used to freedom don't seem to have any constraints. At the beginning, for the position of the messenger, he also valued the status and the improvement of combat power. Get along now. It doesn't really matter if you don't feel like being the messenger of life. It is better to attack the 9 tribulations realm. So I was a little hesitant and wanted to see the price. The messenger of life can use a source of life, and it is actually very helpful to you. Don't be under pressure. After becoming the messenger of life, there is no restraint. Danbao is grateful to those who have helped him, so the boundaries are also relaxed. Anyway, he is of life, and will definitely study the secret method of lifeline in the future. No need to fight. Most of the time, it is still closed. Therefore, there is no requirement for the opponent. When the king of Shinmu and the lord of Hengmu heard this, they immediately agreed. With the source of life, it is almost the same as Jian Wushuang. You can keep recovering your vitality. When fighting, it is almost immortal. This is a huge benefit. The two did not hesitate. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Dan Bao crowned the two. Become the messenger of life, but also obtained a set of life armor of the 9 tribulations level for nothing. Can increase your own divine power, similar to Jin Wushuang's robbery armor. However, the power is a little worse. His robbery armor, when his basic divine power is 1.5 million, can increase the divine power by 500,000. That is 1/3. The armor of life obtained by the king of Shinmu and the lord of Hengmu. The increase in divine power is only about 1/5. For example, the original basic power of 10 million, with the armor of life, can increase to 12 million. Even so, they were satisfied. The trip to Wanlu Shinmu. No loss. Blood earned. All are happy. One all. That is, when they are happy, they ignore a person. Originally a very high-profile monk. After the coronation, Danbao thought of the great monk and turned to look for him. After seeing the great monk, he was about to speak, but was stopped by the king. Guardian, the realm king was surprised and said in surprise, "The protector I identified?" He thought it was the great monk who voluntarily became Danbao's Taoist protector. Now that he heard that it was the guardian he had appointed, he was surprised. End of this chapter. Chapter 5966. There is no such link in his plan. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jin Wushuang was the first to react and rushed directly in front of Danbao. His breath burst out instantly, pointed out, and shouted angrily, "Old monk, I have already seen that you have a problem, and you haven't shown up yet." The sword energy at the fingertips contains the sword of reincarnation. Even if the great monk is at the peak of the 8 tribulations realm, he would not dare to be careless. He stepped back quickly, his eyes full of surprise. "Jian Wushuang, what are you doing?" The rest of the people didn't understand why Jian Wushuang suddenly shot. "Miesheng, you can hide from others, but you can't hide from me." Jian Wushuang drew his sword directly. The power of death that seems to exist. He knows best. It's just that he didn't understand why the Realm King didn't find the other party. A Realm King with so many gods. The one who should know best about life and death. But the real king at this time was also shocked. The great monk confronts Jian Wushuang. People believe in Jian Wushuang even more, because the big monk is from Wanlu universe. It came out of the middle. Although Jian Wushuang also ran to the ancient moon time and space halfway, he was at least Wu Li's nephew in terms of seniority. It's just that Wu Li can't tell the difference now. One is his mysterious father, and the other is a fake nephew. Lord Realm King, if you don't believe it, you can try it. He has the power of death in his body, and he is probably from the future, not a contemporary strong man. Jian Wushuang explained while confronting Miesheng. After the Realm King heard the word annihilation, his expression obviously changed, and he seemed to think of something. Destroy life. He suddenly thought of the leaf boat in the starry sky, and said in surprise, God of death in the starry sky, so you haven't left. The great monk knew that he couldn't bear it anymore, and he had already been revealed by the king of the realm, which was more convincing than Jian Wushuang. Then he sneered and stopped pretending. It was discovered by you guys. I'm really surprised. How can a cosmos master of the six tribulations realm recognize this seat? As soon as the voice fell, the big monk tore his skin. There must have been rounded sharp corners, followed by a plume of black smoke. Miesheng's familiar appearance appeared. He didn't take the Realm King in his eyes at all, stared at Jian Wushuang, and said, Mortal, answer me. You don't know me? Jian Wushuang exclaimed in surprise, and then thought that the high probability of this annihilation is not in the same time and space as the annihilation of the original universe. Should this seat know you? Miesheng felt a little amused. He was questioned by a master of the universe in the six tribulations realm. He is the of death in the starry sky. The high status is much higher than that of a realm king who is attached to the time and space. Starry sky. That is the land of the gods. It is also a gathering place for the peak powerhouses. It is also the end of the world. All things return to one in the starry sky. As the of death in the starry sky. Destruction is naturally arrogant. He didn't even care about the king of the realm. What's more, the realm king of the northern time and space has long since fallen. Fighting power is like air. No one can stop him. The of life was born. It was also when he forged his reincarnation. As in the starry sky, he has existed for endless years. Not only created countless death secrets, he has long talked about his combat power, which has risen to an unimaginable level. It's just that the northern time and space can't carry him. Even so, the moment his breath leaked out, his divine power instantly peaked. It has reached the strongest point in the nine time and space. The Temple of Immortality is shaking. The power of this breath surpasses everyone else. Jian Wushuang was also extremely surprised. The divine power to destroy life has reached an astronomical figure. Make them desperate. Jian Wushuang was about to collapse. Originally thought that death was the same, but now it seems that he underestimated it. The huge divine power is beyond their cognition. It is definitely the nine tribulations realm, and even surpasses the nine tribulations realm. There is no way to resist. Miesheng raised his hand slightly and said that Wanlu Shinmu was torn apart. A sky leaked out. The scene in the sky is the Wanlu divine realm. Countless powerhouses in the outside world also discovered death. They don't know what happened yet. Seeing that the Wanlu Shinmu was destroyed, the Realm King couldn't sit still. I don't care what you ask. This is the northern time and space. Even if you come from the starry sky, you must understand that with the constraints of the supreme rules, you are not afraid of death and destruction. Miesheng raised his head and laughed, raised his hand, and shattered the immortal temple. Are you threatening me? The shattered temple of immortality began to gather and recover again. Danbao stared at Miesheng with despair in his eyes. Are you here for me? He has now become the of life, and can see the power of death in Miesheng. Has a terrifying magic power that will devour him. No, I'm here for life. Not only you, but also the gods of life in the other three dimensions will be swallowed up by me, creating a great reincarnation. You should be proud to be one with me. The words of death are still as arrogant as ever, just like the annihilation of the primordial universe. Jian Wushuang swallowed his saliva and kept calling for help in his heart. The current annihilation comes from the future or from the past. Anyway, it's different from the annihilation of the primordial universe. At the beginning, Weiss said that if Desheng really wants to travel through time and space, he will personally remove Desheng. Apart from Weiss, Jian Wushuang couldn't think of anyone who could help them. The terrifying divine power of annihilation is too powerful. No one can stop it. When he was anxious, a voice sounded in his mind. Don't worry, listen to his plan. Weiss' voice transmission made Jian Wushuang calm down a little. It was only then that he realized that the Real King had already started winking at him, and the meaning could not be more obvious. That is, to ask him to ask Weiss for help. It's just that the real king didn't know that Weiss had promised Jian Wushuang that he would take action against the powerhouses who traveled through the future. Only Jian Wushuang knows about the matter of destroying life and traveling to the future. Not even the Realm King knows. If he hadn't told Weiss, Weiss didn't even know that the of death in the starry sky actually traveled through time and space, trying to devour the voices of life in the four major time and space. Weiss and the source starry sky also stood up at this time. The first time, contact the strong in the starry sky. In the distant and mysterious starry sky, the sky is full of gods. Destruction is in it. I don't know anything about the outside world. Those who attempt to devour life are all traveling through the future in different time periods. The deity has always been in the starry sky, or rather it was now. The real annihilation is in the future. It's really troublesome. Weiss rubbed his temples. He was about to faint, but since he touched it, it must be erased. Time travel is not allowed. Once discovered, it will be erased along with the deity. This is the iron law. Dushan would not have thought that he would be so unlucky. Shuttled to the past, wanted to devour those gods of life, but met Weiss. Sorry for the late update. End of this chapter. Chapter 5967. Mieshing, who was kept in the dark, disapproved at this time, staring at Danbao. A smile leaked from the corner of his mouth. Boy, you should be lucky. Saying that, he stretched out his paws to Danbao. Want to swallow Danbao's life in one fell swoop. Let's do it, Jian Wushuang reminded. Now killing them is like watching ants, and they will say so much nonsense. Just like when he went to the blood sacrifice to the common people. Where would he tell the other party what he wanted to do? Saying it is a waste of time. Ding! A crisp voice sounded in time and space. Time and space freeze instantly. But people don't. People can still move. Death is the same. It's just that space and time are frozen. Then everyone saw a figure that appeared above the sky. Holding a scepter, with a head full of white hair and a crown, it is Wes. Everyone is not unfamiliar. I've seen Weiss before. Just don't know the identity of the other party. Did not expect to appear again this time. This is the life-saving straw for Jian Wushuang and Jie Wang. You're finished. The Realm King came out immediately, pointed at Mieshing and cursed. A mere little god, he didn't kneel down when he saw Lord Xingling. Jian Wushuang was a little speechless when he saw this wave of dogs fighting against people. How is it a Realm King? No face at all. No wonder he fell early, and now there are incarnations left, but it does not prevent the Realm King from managing the northern time and space. Dead is the same as not dead. Protoss! Before Miesheng found Wes, he was startled by the king's words, and then turned to look at the sky. He was completely stunned. No matter where there is a hierarchy. For example, the highest divine position in the northern time and space is the Realm King. Then there is the of reincarnation, life and death. It just hasn't appeared yet. Death is the of death in the starry sky, and above it is the of reincarnation. But which of reincarnation has fallen? That's why he dared to plan the position of samsara. Not only is he planning, but the of life in the starry sky is also planning. Just not as brave as him. Dare to pay attention to the four dimensions of time and space. The of life who tried to devour the four major time and space, merged his own death, and became the of reincarnation. Go one step further. The god of reincarnation is powerful, but there is a more powerful existence than the god of reincarnation, such as time and space reincarnation, above the time and space cycle. And, as for star spirit, that is a noble being above God. It is the star spirit beside the creator of the starry sky. With just one glance, the eyes of the death almost burst. Weiss. Lord Weiss, why are you here? Huh. Weiss covered his mouth and chuckled. Of course it's to erase you. Destruction kept retreating, and his face revealed true despair, even more desperate than his own power of death. He never counted that he would meet a star spirit. That is an existence that is more powerful than the divine position. Not to mention resistance, he didn't even have the courage to stand in front of the opponent. Sir, Mieshing knelt down directly. The whole person was decadent, and without a little bit of high spirits, he knelt on the ground and begged devoutly. Lord Weiss, please kill me. Everyone watching this scene was stunned. I originally thought that destiny should struggle. But like a dead dog, he knelt down and begged West to kill himself. Those present, or those outsiders who do not know what to do, are puzzled. Only one person from the future knows the reason. Although Jian Wushuang knew about Wei's strength, he didn't expect that Miesheng would take the initiative to ask for death, so he sent a voice transmission to Wes, asking him to be careful. If these words are known to the Realm King, I am afraid they will laugh out loud. It was really Jian Wushuang who was afraid of death from the bottom of his heart and thought that the other party was taking the initiative to show weakness, and there was a backhand. After hearing the sound transmission, Weiss turned to look at Jian Wushuang and said, How about I give you this opportunity? No, no need. Jian Wushuang shook his head frantically. Then don't regret it. After Weiss finished speaking, the scepter moved, directly erasing all the space and time where the annihilation was. At the moment of extinction and disappearance, the of death in the starry sky also began to shatter. There are also the annihilation of different time spaces in the other three major time spaces, and they're also shattering. Only the annihilation of the primordial universe remains. The Realm King was the first to discover it, so he couldn't help looking at Jian Wushuang and sighed. Jian Wushuang, you just missed the best chance. What chance? Jian Wushuang was still immersed in the moment when Weiss shot, and some couldn't understand the king's words. Next, the king said something about the structure of the deity. Jian Wushuang suddenly realized. Just now, Weiss asked him to take a shot, and he could also kill the death. And it will kill the primordial universe together with cause and effect. There is no need for him to take the Cannon Fodder Chi Temple with the people all the way. So, it is. Jian Wushuang was not lost. In his consciousness, he had long regarded Miesheng as an opponent. It is also good to keep the annihilation in the primordial universe. It's a chance for him. Kill the opponent's last clone with your own hands. Lord Realm King, what is the strength of the annihilation in the original universe? Is it as strong as the annihilation just now? Jian Wushuang was still a little worried. If only as strong as before. Then he can't go back right away. Just keep practicing. When the Realm King heard his words, he laughed. No. If anyone is so powerful, I'm afraid you would have fallen long ago, which one is only one of many clones, and his strength is just average. General? Jian Wushuang did not dare to be careless, and asked, How much is the general? In the distance, Weiss floated slowly of Khonshu. The king of Calm hurriedly stopped and said, The secret must not be revealed. Jian Wushuang frowned and looked at Wes. I'm afraid they did it on purpose. He is not asking. As long as he is not as strong as before, it is almost enough for him to go further and become the Seven Tribulations realm. Even with people now, it is not impossible to go back. For some things, you don't have to wait for everything to be ready. Still have to put some pressure on yourself. Otherwise, it would be boring to overwhelm the opponent. It is precisely because of this that his opponents will continue to grow under his eyes every time, and even surpass him. If you were ruthless, how could there be so many things now? The last Dharma body is left after death. The goddess also has a Dharma body left, inside the temple of destruction of the primitive universe. Dishing also seemed to feel a strong unease. Then the unease disappeared. He looked through the Qishan temple with his eyes, but couldn't find a reason. The original time and space now. The power of Qi Temple has shrunk into a ball. 1,000,000 epochs have passed. The original time and space now. Refurbished long ago. Catastrophe can be seen everywhere. Those acquaintances that Jian Wushuang once had also become the masters of the universe one by one. Compared to the ancient moon space-time, the original space-time is still a little immature. Looting is rare. It is still mostly the lord of the universe. Chapter 5968. It's just that most of the lords of the universe are the powerhouses of the Temple of Destruction. The territory occupied by Chishan Temple is only 10% of the original time and space, and only 20% of the strong ones. If it weren't for the fact that the true spirit controls several space-time treasures, that is, the treasures of the universe in the Nine Tribulations realm, they would have been breached by the Temple of Destruction. Miexing is staring at Chishan Temple. The true spirit in the Qi Temple is staring at the distant river of time and space. Jian Wushuang, hurry up! Jinling prayed in his heart, because he could no longer stop it. A storm is still gathering. Next time, the broken ship of Chishan Temple might sink. Standing on the peak of the tomb God Mountain, Jinling has a sad look in his eyes. At this moment, there were footsteps behind him, and after a short pause, the voice sounded. Master Jinling, Wanxing has fallen. A piece of bad news came. Jinling closed his eyes slightly. The best Jian Wushuang and others left. Wanxing and others have become the most promising successors in the Qi Temple. Zenling's vision is not bad. Later, Wanxing became the robbery realm, and it only took 100,000 epochs to become the master of the 5 robbery realm universe. Later, it reached the peak of the 5 tribulations realm, become a powerful force in the Qi Temple. Now it has fallen. Standing on the tomb God Mountain, he didn't know how much bad news he heard. I see. Jinling paused for a moment. He didn't have time to be sad now. He could only bury the fallen inheritors on the mountain of the tomb God. If he won that day, he would go to worship. If it fails, let's live together forever. Ancient moon time and space. Above the Wanlu divine realm, the Temple of Immortality has left the universe inside the Shenmu. And Wanlu Shimu was also taken away by Weiss, leaving a land irrigated with life. The Shimu king immediately announced that this place is the sect of the Ancient Wood sect, ready to recreate the Ancient Wood Pie. The former strongman of the Ancient Wood sect, the mutiny of the mutiny, the death of the dead. There are few left now. King Shimu felt that the foundation was still there. At least in the treasure house of the sect, there are countless mortal treasures that can be cultivated. He doesn't know those treasures yet, and he has long since been sent away by his hand-picked headmaster, which headmaster is also in the Wanlu universe and will be destroyed along with Baby D. Speaking of Bobby, Jian Wushuang also thought of Qi Jiuxiao. It has been suppressed by Dan Bao in the Temple of Immortality. When he regained his consciousness, he was a giant clan powerhouse with 9 robbery realm combat power. The giant gods are known as the first group in the starry sky, and there are even true gods in the clan. The heritage is very deep. I don't know what will happen after regaining consciousness, but that's all for later. The many powerhouses who entered the Immortal Temple together have now bid farewell to Dan Bao and left the Immortal Temple one by one. Return to the ancient moon time and space like glory. Meet the envious look from outside. They will be the first beneficiaries when Dan Bao creates the peak secret method of resurrection. And before he left, he was given countless powers of life. Even if Dan Bao needs hundreds of millions of epochs, they can survive it. Many people left one after another. Jian Wushuang and Wu Li were not in a hurry. Gubei Weiss is also leaving. Lord Weiss, are you just leaving? Jian Wushuang couldn't accept it. There was a great master living in his body, and he had the confidence to leave suddenly. It is inevitable that some are unacceptable. Weiss smiled indifferently, holding the cat in the bag. There is still a chance to meet in the future. The 3 things I have to do here have been completed. There is no need to wait. Wait for you to reach the starry sky, or the continent of the gods. We should see you again. World God Continent? He was a little curious, just heard the name. He knew about the starry sky, but he didn't know what this World God Continent was for. Back then, the Realm King also promised them that he would send them to the Realm God Continent to cultivate. It's just not necessary now. They all went back to retreat with their treasures and waited for their resurrection. After the resurrection, rekindle the cultivation path, and then talk about the adventure. It's all too early now, but it was not too early for Jian Wushuang. So I'm also very curious about what kind of existence the World God Continent is. The continent of the gods does not belong to your northern time and space. but it is a universe that connects the four major dimensions of time and space. It was created by an almighty person. If you have a chance, you must go. Maybe you can meet me. Weiss replied calmly. Jian Wushuang nodded. Yes. He only got the top half of Zizai Ji Gong. Although he can't practice it yet, when he can practice it in the future, he still has to look for the bottom half. At that time, we have to take the initiative to find Weiss. After the final farewell, Kai Wang and Jian Wushuang bid farewell to Weiss together. When the scepter moved, a tunnel of colorful streamers appeared. Weiss looked back and smiled, and disappeared in front of everyone. Then the space returned to calm. Xingling, Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, turned to look at the king, and said, Is Xingling also in the starry sky? The realm king said silently, Yes, and it is the most powerful god. There are 12 star spirits in the starry sky, and their status is very high. If you can have contact with Lord Weiss, you can work hard in the future. I am optimistic. You. 12 star spirits. It is the 12 top powerhouses in the starry sky. From the era of opening up the starry sky to the present, no one can shake it. It can be said to be invincible. I don't know how much stronger than the death. This made Jian Wushuang think of teacher Xianyi. If you can give him a treasure like the Guantian chessboard, I am afraid it will not be weak. At least it is the existence of the king of the world. Even with Hai, it was just that when Wes was asked about teacher Xuanyi, the other party didn't know. It might be teacher Xuanyi, who didn't tell him his real name. On the other side, Weiss passes through the colorful tunnel, directly entered the starry sky that ordinary people cannot constantly surpass. In the huge, dome starry sky, there is a temple. After Weiss entered the starry sky, he teleported to this place. After throwing Beerus into his own hall, he went to the depths of the temple. After entering the temple, he stopped instantly, but walked into a side hall in the temple. There is also this person inside who looks very similar to Weiss, and the other party also has a scepter in his hand. Facing this person, Weiss bowed respectfully. Grand Priest, I want to see Lord God King. Wait, the person in the temple who looks similar to Weiss is called the Great Priest and is the housekeeper in the temple. Even though he is a housekeeper, his power ranks in the top 3. He turned around and opened the door of the side hall, only to go in for a moment, and then return again. Reached out for Weiss to enter the door. When Weiss passed the Grand Priest, he bowed slightly to express his gratitude, then entered the temple. Lord God King, the matter of the northern time and space. Weiss told everything he had seen, and finally added, I followed your wishes and chose Beerus, and Jian Wushuang is still in the northern time and space. And a figure behind the bill in the hall, with his back turned to Wes, just gave a soft grace. It's nothing. You go down first. Chapter 5969. He is the King of Gods, the creator of the starry sky, the most powerful man of all ages. Creator God, the pioneer of the supreme rule, the ancestor of all practitioners. Status, strength, and ability are the first person. This is the big guy. Just hearing the other party's voice, Weiss felt infinite pressure. Although he didn't even see his face, he bowed and stepped back, walked out of the hall, and let out a sigh of relief. After walking out of the hall, the Great Priest was no longer there. Because only Whis came to visit the God King alone, this can all be calculated. After Weiss left, there was no need for anyone to stay here. Beerus, it's also a good choice, Whis said to himself with a smile, and left the hall calmly. Ancient moon time and space. With the departure of Whis, the Real King is also ready to leave with Dambao. Dambao invited him to go to the World God Continent together. I have no choice but to have more important things, so I politely declined, turning to look at the rest of the people. Only Bruce and Wu Li remained. Needless to say, Bruce was directly named a demigod powerhouse, or the position of the of war. In one step, he reached the combat power of the half-step 9 Tribulations realm. The Realm King himself injected his Realm King power, helped Bruce stabilize the realm. Then there is Wu Li. Jin Wushuang let out a wicked smile, looked at Wu Li and said, "Brother Wu Li, your cheap old man has perished. Do you have any plans for the next step?" "Duh." After Wu Li heard Jin Wushuang's words, he quickly waved his hand. "I'm not familiar with that bald monk. Don't play this kind of joke on me. I can't bear it." "Ha!" He walked in front of Wu Li, patted the other party's shoulder, and said in a slightly serious tone, "Then you can go with Danbao. Guyu Shikong has nothing to remember, and I will find you when I have a chance in the future. Drink wine." Wu Li also knew that Jin Wushuang had secrets, and now Jin Wushuang jokingly said that he was helping him by asking him to follow Danbao. Entering the ancient moon time and space is because Wu Li entered the Wanlu Shenmu. Now Wanlu Shenmu is gone, but because of the other party, he has grown a lot. A word is not very helpful. Danbao also understood what Jin Wushuang meant. For him, Wu Li was also a benefactor. Even if he took the initiative to invite Wu Li to enter the world god continent with him. Since the Lord God of Life has spoken, then I won't give face if I shirk it. Well, then go to the world god continent and have a look, and by the way, I will be a guard for Danbao. But when he finished speaking, the golden armored warrior and the original 3 life messengers all stood up. Wu Li quickly waved his hand and said, "Joke, joke." He wasn't going to take jobs with these guys. Everything was arranged, and it was time to part. Before leaving, the Realm King also gave Jin Wushuang a surprise. This surprise really surprised Jin Wushuang. "Brother Wuzhua." This time Jin Wushuang is really happy. Just moved to tears. Encountering old friends in a foreign land, and this old man is still fat. Seeing the other party from a distance, he felt an aura of the 7 tribulations realm. "Brother Wushuang." Wuzhua saw Jin Wushuang flying from below and took the initiative to meet him. The Immortal Temple has torn the void and left the ancient moon space-time. The super powerhouses from all sides also left the ancient moon time and space one after another, waiting for the of life to create the method of resurrection. However, some people found Jin Wushuang before leaving. "Want to buy some life force?" Wuzhua thought that these people were trying to threaten Jin Wushuang, jumping and scolding, and almost did it. Some of those scattered tribulations are not the powerhouses of the ancient moon time and space. Jin Wushuang actually didn't need to help these people, but he also has to prepare for the future tribulation. It simply sold a lot of life force, harvested a large number of primordial stones, a full billion, enough for him to transcend the 8th robbery. This made those strong men who did not come extremely envious. Life force is not for sale. Countless auctions have not encountered a trace. Jin Wushuang has an ocean of life. How can you not be shocked and surprised? Although having treasure, but no one dared to peep, not only because of Wu's relationship, but also because of Jin Wushuang's strength. The Lord of the 6 Tribulations realm universe has such a huge life force. The strength is even greater. Busy with everything, Jin Wushuang declined the invitation of the Shenmu King. Want to recruit him to become the second-in-command of the Ancient Wood sect. But Jin Wushuang couldn't see it. Finally, it was given to the Lord of Hengmu. The two of them smelled like each other. Jin Wushuang and Wuzhua didn't stay too long. This place is not the place to talk. Knowing that he sells the power of life, I am afraid that countless people will follow. He was exhausted. After collecting enough treasures, he pulled Wuzhua and left Wanlu Divine Realm, ready to go to the daughter country. The two of them were riding on the Silver Pyramid. Inside the pyramid captured by Jin Wushuang. It has long since been transformed by him, now used as a flying treasure. However, some of the internal things can still be used, and it needs to be transformed by a puppet master. Originally found Lianxing, but the opponent's level is limited. It can still be seen in the ancient moon space-time. But looking at the entire northern time and space, there are still some gaps. I want to restore this metal treasure to its original state. At least have a metal light brain. For this kind of thing, either go to the southern time and space to find it, or go to the world god continent. Very troublesome. Now Jin Wushuang doesn't have that time. So after the time and space of Guyu is out, you can find a god-forging master in the 8 Tribulations realm able to repair it and use it. For example, It can breed metal life. He has infinite life force. There is also infinite power of all things. The power of all things can be transformed into divine power. At that time, with the Silver Pyramid, countless armies will be able to be born. This time, among the treasures he got, this pyramid can only be seen. Although the treasures given by the Realm King are precious, they can also be bought. But this pyramid cannot be bought with money. Even in the southern time and space, it is the top metal treasure. Treasures at the level of the 9 tribulations must at least be forged and repaired by the master of the universe of the 8 tribulations. Whoa! Inside the pyramid, Wuzwa visited at random and said curiously, "Brother Wushuang, your treasure can be powerful, and the space is not bad. Sitting has a face." Now Wuzwa, like a son of an aristocratic family, likes to compare. Holding a wine glass in one hand, behind the other, there is quite the honor of a big boss. I just remodeled it at will. In fact, the internal source and structure are damaged. I was too ruthless at the beginning. Jian Wushuang also took the opportunity to brag about himself. What he said was also the truth, and it was really because he shot too hard. Otherwise, it can be kept more complete. Wuzwa shook the wine glass, and when he heard that this treasure was still damaged, he immediately said, "Then we have to repair it quickly. I will introduce you to someone, the ancient existence of our northern time and space, and the study and casting of billions of years will definitely help you repair it." Chapter 5970. As soon as he heard that it was an eternity, Jian Wushuang came to his senses. In fact, whoever existed in the ancient times has just met Wuzwa. But it's okay to help repair a small thing like a treasure. The two chatted for a while, then sat aside and talked about their experiences over the years. Wuzwa also knew about Jian Wushuang's own affairs. After all, there are only 3 eras, although it is extremely exciting. But it was soon over. But Wuzwa has been practicing with the Realm King for millions of epochs. Encounter more things. For example, Jian Wushuang met Fan Tianfeng and Jin Wuyang. Wuzwa found almost everyone, except for Huiqing. He knew where those people were. Huiqing should be at the ancient moon ruins. Jian Wushuang gave the answer. At the beginning, Huiqing reminded him not to go to the ancient moon ruins, but now he still has to go. Hearing the ancient moon ruins, Wuzwa pulled his face down and said in shock, "How could it be in the ancient moon ruins, where is now completely a dead place, and it was completely turned into ashes not long ago?" "Ah," Jian Wushuang said in surprise. "It turned into ashes. When did this happen?" "The moment Danbao became a god, the ancient moon ruins turned into ashes." This Jian Wushuang is still just known. There was also some concern for Huiqing in my heart. Seeing Jian Wushuang's expression a little embarrassed, Wuzwa quickly changed the subject and talked about Fan Tianfeng. The opponent has fallen. With which fire god? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was not surprised, but the deity of the flame fell, and he was a little curious. However, according to what the Realm King said, the annihilation of the original universe is very weak, but it also has a combat power above the peak of the 8 tribulations realm. Killing a fire is normal. Even if they are so far apart, they can kill with one hit. The combat power of the flame gods is difficult to achieve even at the top of the 8 tribulations realm. It is not bad to have about 5 million in divine power. I tried to persuade her back then, but I was too insistent. Jian Wushuang took a sip of wine and said regretfully. Wuzwa poured the wine on his own and said, "Actually, if the old man of the realm hadn't stopped me, he might have gone back already." When it comes to the Qi Temple, their expressions have changed. Jian Wushuang was fine, but felt that 3 epochs had passed. Wuzwa has really endured a million epochs. From the Emperor, step by step to the 7 tribulations realm. For Qi Temple, I've long been missing. It also made him more and more loyal to Qi Temple. After knowing that Jin Wuyang was reluctant to bear his wife and children and chose to stay in the universe of Wanlu Shimu forever, he scolded Jin Wuyang together. Forget it, he is only in the 5 tribulations realm, and his abilities are limited, and he probably saw the gap with me at the beginning. So he chose to stay, knowing that he can go back and nothing to make up for it. No matter how Jin Wuyang is said to be, he was also a nobleman in the past, and it is not an exaggeration to say a good word to the other party. Let's not talk about him. Wu's was slapped his mouth and wiped the corner of his mouth. Brother Wu Shuang, you are now the lord of the Six Tribulations realm universe. How is your divine power? They arrived at the ancient moon time and space. All went to divine power. In fact, look at the northern time and space. Most of them are still practicing magic. There are very few people who cultivate the origin. So when the two talked about combat power, they still talked about divine power. My current basic divine power is not much, only 5 million. Jian Wushuang confidently reported his basic divine power. 1.5 million basic divine power, the standard of the Seven Tribulations realm. But after hearing this, Wu Zhuo, who had a lot of knowledge, was a little disappointed and said, "That's really not much." Seeing that the other party dared to look down on him, Jian Wushuang suddenly became angry. "Try." He tilted his head as he spoke, indicating that there was a Dantian martial arts arena next door. The interior of the valley was built by himself, and it was extremely solid. "Just try it." Wu Zhuo also had itchy hands. Although Jian Wushuang said that his basic power is only 5 million, not to mention the explosion. The reason why he was disappointed was because the shock that Jian Wushuang gave him was too strong. When he is a monarch, his divine power can explode to more than 100,000. The Lord of the Six Tribulations realm universe needs at least 2 million to make a bottom line. When he was able to fight Jian Wushuang before, Jian Wushuang was a Taoist, so he couldn't be deceived negative a junior. Later, the two reached a level, and the result was no opponent at all. Now he has finally caught up with Jian Wushuang again, and even overwhelmed Jian Wushuang. Reached the level of the Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm universe. Moreover, he cultivated the peak secret technique of the Realm King, and he was also able to integrate his dojo into his body. Like Jian Wushuang, without reaching the 8 Tribulations realm, you can give your own origin universe that you carry with you. To put it simply, it is to put the origin universe into the body of one's own god. Although Wu Zhuo is only the master of the Seven Tribulations realm universe, he can rely on his own Cosmos Dojo to be comparable to the top of the 8 Tribulations realm. The ordinary Lord of the Seven Tribulations realm can match the ordinary 8 Tribulations realm by virtue of the dojo. As a disciple of the Realm King, Wu Zhuo is naturally much stronger than the general master of the Seven Tribulations realm universe. "Please." Jian Wushuang waved his hand, and the two figures flashed into the martial arts field at the same time. Space changes. "What kind of battlefield do you want?" Wu Zhuo froze for a moment and said, "Desert." "Whoa." The martial arts field instantly turned into an endless desert. "Is this all right?" Wu Zhuo was surprised. Jian Wushuang also said indifferently, "Of course." The two face each other far away. God is unmoved, not in a hurry to explode. Swish. Wu Zhuo took the lead. The figure instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and slapped it with a palm. Shook the entire desert. The surrounding gravel swept the sky, obscuring the sky like the end of the day. Jian Wushuang didn't dodge either, and to learn from each other would require divine power to collide. Otherwise, it's not interesting. But after taking this palm, he regretted it again. The basic divine power is as high as 5 million. Brother Wu Zhuo is very good, Jian Wushuang exclaimed, and secretly said in his heart, "No wonder he is so crazy. The basic divine power is more than 2 million. After Wu Zhuo heard it, he shot and said modestly, "It's not too high or not. It's only 1 million more than you." "Really?" Jian Wushuang chuckled, and a dark armor appeared on his body. The divine power instantly increased by 500,000. This is a robbery. The crazy running robbery brought him 500,000 basic divine power. Instantly raised a level. He took the initiative to punch Wu Zhuo's chest. Wu Zhuo did not guard against it, and guarded with advance. When he pointed out, countless light waves impacted Jian Wushuang's face. Every light wave can kill the ordinary Seven Tribulation realm scattered robbery powerhouse. Jian Wushuang had to step back. However, after pulling the distance, Wuzwa refused to let go, his hands together, constantly blasting light waves and rushing towards Jian Wushuang. The crackling sound shook the entire desert. Wuzwa let out a low roar, blasting out 1,000,000 attacks every moment, and stopped after a full incense stick. Chapter 59:71. With such a high-intensity attack, his breathing did not change. How about it? In the dust in the sky, Jian Wushuang could not be seen. Happy, Jian Wushuang put his hands down in front of him. Just resisted so many attacks. Really happy. That feeling of being in a fight was quickly found. In the years he entered Wanlu, he seldom shot. He was even more itchy than Wuzwa. What's more enjoyable is yet to come. Wuzwa exclaimed, "Look at me. The power of the Realm King." The breath on Wu's body suddenly turned golden. Divine power also began to greatly increase. The number of interest times has been fully increased from 2.5 million to 3 million. Very good, Jian Wushuang praised. The power of the Realm King can increase the power of 500,000, which is indeed very good. No wonder it was the secret technique of the King of the King's Box. Wuzwa smiled and said his whole card directly. Tell Jian Wushuang that he can exert 5 times the power of the world god. That is to say, in the peak state, the divine power can reach 5 million. It is already the threshold of the top of the 8 tribulations realm. This is not even the origin dojo. Even if the source dojo is increased by 20% by 40%, there are still 6 million divine powers. Wu's combat power really impressed him. But he is not weak. The power of the beast god, 5 times. Jian Wushuang let out a low roar, and his divine power increased from 2 million to 3 million. 5 times increased the power of 1,000,000. Now the divine power is equal to Wuzwa. The two fought together again, continued to madly attack each other with divine power. Playing in full swing. Hardy, after fighting the magic, fight again. The two of them supported with both hands and burned with divine power. Whoosh! Everyone gasped. Snapped. Jian Wushuang raised his leg and kicked Wuzwa away. Haha, it seems that I still have the upper hand in terms of strength. Wuzwa, who was kicked away, let out a smug smile. Jian Wushuang wiped the sweat from his forehead and said disdainfully, "What a joke. That's because I didn't use all my strength." The two opened up again, facing each other. How about all your strength? After Wuzwa gasped for a while, he directly mobilized the source to restore the lost divine power and reached his peak state. Jian Wushuang nodded, feeling that it was almost the same, and it was time to touch it with all his strength. With a move of mind, the force of life directly restores the injury. The fight just now was still a small fight, just a warm-up. Neither of them have leaked their cards yet. Wuzwa fell and exploded. 5 times the power of the world burst out in an instant. Divine power also exploded from 3 million to 5 million. This powerful divine power shook the desert. Around his body, there are also strands of golden arcs. The eyebrows and eyes have undergone tremendous changes and become thicker, which is the thickness of divine power. After seeing Wu's peak combat power, not to be outdone, Jian Wushuang let out a low roar, and the aura on his body began to change. Blue! Wuzwa exclaimed. Boom! A powerful breath rose instantly. The power of the beast was completely contracted. Instead, Jian Wushuang wrapped in a blue arc. This move is called Super Eternal Transformation. Jian Wushuang's eldest mother and son pointed at herself and introduced her proud peak secret technique. It was created by him himself. Naturally proud, Goose/Span used Super Eternal Thickening, and his divine power also increased to 5 million. Similar to Wuzwa, but he is only the lord of the universe of the 6 tribulations realm. Seeing that Jian Wushuang was as powerful as himself, Wuzwa let out a smile. The 6 tribulation realm is as powerful as his 7 tribulation realm. This is Jian Wushuang. Boom! The two shot at the same time. At the moment of the shot, the ground rises a vortex. In the vortex of the ellipse is their origin dojo. Wu's dojo has increased his divine power by a full 30%. Divine power reached 5 million. Jian Wushuang also leaked a surprised expression. He didn't expect Wu's origin dojo to be so powerful. When his origin dojo reaches the limit state, one universe can increase 4 cities. One universe, the power of 100,000 black holes. This is much stronger than Wu's. If the second universe is formed, can increase by 5%. However, Wu's learned from each other. He did not need to increase so much. It only increased by about 30%. Reach 6.5 million. When two people are at their peak, they can easily shatter the space. Break everything. They have all reached the top level of the 8 tribulations realm. Every time they collided, the body of the gods trembled. Brother Wushuang, you still haven't let me down. This can be tied with me. Wu's moved his numb wrists. He hadn't experienced such a peak match in a long time. I wasn't used to it for a while, but it's really been a lot of comfortable days. The bones are softened. This is not good. Jian Wushuang was suspended in the air, but he didn't feel that way. You have to pay attention. If you are not careful, I will crush you again. Haha, impossible. Wu's rushed again, fists and feet added together. He does not use the treasure. The divine body is the strongest treasure. He can shatter the treasures of the 7 tribulations of the universe. Clang! Jian Wushuang pulled out the sword of myriad tribulations, instantly causing the surrounding time and space to freeze, and his voice became cold. Really? As soon as the divine sword came out, Wu's felt a little regretful. I forgot about it. He forgot that Jian Wushuang was a kendo practitioner, or the ultimate kendo. This time there is a difference. Or is Jian Wushuang saving face for the other party? Otherwise, pure divine power can win Wu's. Wu's can also see that Jian Wushuang's divine power has never been controlled in the same way as his. Definitely save face for yourself. Thinking of this, he is not hiding either. Since I have taken out the eating guys, then I will not hide it. Wu's took a half step back, clenched his fists, and said in a low voice, "Let's see. The strongest unique skill I have learned." Jian Wushuang held the sword of myriad tribulations and said indifferently, "One move determines the outcome." Good. The two opened up. Jian Wushuang was thinking about which sword to use. The sword of life is a little weak. The same goes for the sword of death. Using samsara, I was afraid that Wu's loss would be too ugly. Neutralize it, or use that trick. In an instant, a sword appeared in his hand. One black and one white. Double sword slide. Jian Wushuang bowed his head and swooped out. Life and death walking together. Wu's Shuangquan gathered divine power and shouted angrily, "Jia Wangquan." The shadow of the fist covers the entire sky, and 1,000 thunders are drawn with one punch. Above the sky, thousands of fist shadows appeared, like myriad beasts galloping towards Jian Wushuang. Myriad beasts collided with 2 swords, one black and one white, destroyed in an instant. There are constantly boxing shadows being broken open by sword energy. These are not enough to worry about. The battle between the two will only be decided when they collide. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.